Warden.
Content warning. This book is a work of fiction completely a product of the author's imagination. Any names, characters, places, incidents are also a product of said author's imagination. This book is an entire work of fiction and a very dark romance between one female and two over-the-top males. This book contains highly graphic violence and sexual content. It is not intended for anyone under the age of legal adulthood. All characters depicted herein are over 21 years of age. This book is not to be used as a resource for sexual education or as an informational guide to sex or BDSM. The activities and scenes within this book are not meant to depict realistic expectations of BDSM or fetish-related activities. Some contents within this book may be triggering or disturbing to some readers. Reader discretion is strongly advised. The kinks, fetishes within this book. Consensual non-consent, CNC. Dubious consent. Manipulation. Older men, younger woman. Voyeurism. Exhibitionism. Bullying. Breath play, choking. Cum play. Spit. Swallowing bodily fluids. Stalking. Pushing boundaries. Somnophilia. Pain play. Denied orgasms. Forced orgasms. Bondage, restraint. Spanking, impact play. Humiliation, degradation. Raw sex, sex without a condom. Breeding kink. Throat fucking. Enjoyable group sex. Primal play. This book also contains mature content of highly sensitive material pertaining to agoraphobia, bullying, deaths, graphic on and off page, oppressive language, suggestive language, kidnapping, adult verbal abuse, mental illness, emotional trauma, sex work, violence, drug use, alcohol use, sexual assault off-page, eating disorders, over-the-top male characters, possessive male characters, mentions of PTSD, financially abusive parent, body shaming, termination of pregnancy. If any of these things trigger you, please do not continue. Your mental health matters.
Prologue. Sabrina. Chelsea, England. 2 years ago. The Alchemist's pop-up show, London. Tonight only. I stare at my phone screen in fascination. Raven would have loved to see them. Sabrina, phone down at the table, darling. My mother cheerfully intrudes my thoughts before they can darken to thoughts of my best friend still locked up in that asylum. I'm sorry, mental institution. I almost groan out loud. I'd visited her every day while she was in the ICU, after she was brutally attacked in the music hall back at Rainmore University. Then one day, I woke up to our sorority sisters bursting into our shared room, excitedly turning on the news. Raven had been transferred to Lornewood for physically assaulting a nurse after having a violent fit. Whatever that meant. If I knew Raven, my very own soul sibling, the one I told all of my secrets to, the one who looked at my very butthole the time I thought I had an anal contusion from, well, anal, and didn't laugh, then I knew that bitch of a nurse probably earned getting her bloody nose broken and whatever else Raven did to her. When I asked Axel what happened exactly later, and he told me the nurse had touched Raven's wrists, the one still healing from being tied behind her back by zip ties, I telepathically said, "That a girl," hoping the wind or the cosmos or however this universe works, sent it to her. I've spoken to her stepbrother Axel quite a few times over the last 2 years, and every time he swears she's getting better. But they haven't let her out of that godforsaken cage. Every time I try to visit, they kicked me out. Or rather, politely turned me away and I've left with my tail tucked between my legs. I can't even get past the front gate. I'm not on a next of kin list, which is ridiculous. But in our world, last names matter. Axel says he'll fix that as well every time I bring it up, but so far, no good. I've lost faith in him, if I'm honest. Sorry, Mum. What were you saying? I darkened my screen and put my phone face down on the table to pick up my fork and continue shoveling more eggs into my mouth. eating quickly so I can claim a few tickets before they're sold out. My eyes darting from my phone back up to my mother, renowned author and large breakfast enthusiast, Matilda Barclay. That we're having dinner with the Prime Minister and his wife this evening. It could be a good move in the right direction for your career. You know we'd love to have you here full time. She's a barrister, darling. I groan inwardly. You know I accepted the job at Daddy's firm. I'm going back next week, and I'm starting there. I already have an entire list of clients waiting for my return, Mum. My mother does her best not to frown, swirling her spoon in her tea, but she does sigh. Green eyes like mine flick up to me over her teacup as she blows on it softly. She's still upset because I became a lawyer and not a doctor. I could say I wanted to follow in my father's footsteps, but really, I picked up where my late brother Charlie left off. He wanted to be a lawyer and run Daddy's firm with him. It was his dream, often sitting in at meetings and whatnot, going with Daddy to work. He died 10 years ago. He was only 16. The syndicate elders granted my parents' divorce only 6 months later. Darling, I do wish you would have spoken to me about that first. There are so many opportunities here for you, and I wish you would have gone over all your options. I miss you. I hardly get to see you now. You accepting that job with your father means I'll see you less, and Derek, your stepfather, would have loved to have you join his team. Mother married Derek, her former secondary boyfriend, or high school sweetheart, very soon afterward. I love Derek. He's good for and to my mother. I didn't go into family law for a reason, Mum. She swallows her tea and brushes a strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear. Old money blonde, they call it. It would be the same color as mine if I didn't prefer it platinum and icy. Because divorce is so fun and chirpy. It's a jab, but I don't bite. Honestly, Mum, it is. Or it can be. During my internship last summer, we had a woman who was top-tier petty. She and her wife had a Precious Moments collection. Do you remember those? Anyway, she had them appraised, and then they held an auction between the two of them. As soon as she heard her wife say a higher number than it was worth, she would bow out. It was delicious. It sounds tedious and messy. She holds the Y in contempt while digging into her English breakfast. I roll my eyes. Maybe that could be fodder for one of your books. She swallows down her bite. Could be. Because that's my mother, Matilda Barclay, beloved romance thriller and suspense author. Only one of her books has ever been rated less than 4 stars. We don't talk about that one. Oh, Mum, the stories I could tell you. The conversation flows, then suspends as we finish our breakfast, and then we each go our separate ways, with me purchasing the tickets to the show. Now, only to find a way to get out of dinner with the Prime Minister. My timing is just right. When I hear my bedroom door open, I stick my fingers into the back of my throat, wiggling them around until I find that sweet spot. My eyes begin to water, and I retch, loudly, until I heave my lunch out. An old practice I haven't done in a while since my little bulimia stunt in secondary, where I just wanted to be sleek and thin. But all it did was make me go to hospital, my hair brittle and my skin pale and blotchy. I've resorted to counting calories and carb cycling since then, along with jogging every other morning, only allowing myself 1 cupcake. But what can a girl do? A fluffy little cake with frosting on top? So many delicious little opportunities in the palm of your hand. Also, when they're done up just right, they're pleasing to the eye. I've had cupcakes I've almost cried over while devouring because they were adorable. Sure, I like other sweets, but cupcakes are just, well, they're little pieces of heaven, and I don't hate myself afterwards for indulging. Oh, darling, are you all right? Mum says, kneeling behind me to rub smooth circles on my back. I groan, wiping the vomit on the tips of my fingers on my Lululemons. No, I don't think I'll be able to make your dinner party tonight. I sigh, wiping my tears from my face with my clean hand, Making sure to sound extra sorrowful, I add, "I'm so sorry, Mum. I really wanted to be there." "Dreadful way to spend your evening, but all right. I'll have to let Derek know. He was so excited you were coming with us." "Please apologize for me," I reply with a hoarse voice. I hate vomiting, but, well, this was necessary if I'm getting to that venue. "Of course, dear," she says as I lean over the pale pink porcelain sink and begin brushing my teeth. I spend the next few hours in bed, when I hear my mother call out a farewell from downstairs and the front door shut. I get up and go to my bedroom door. Opening it, I find Parker, my super hot, 10 years older than me watchdog. Shit. I forgot about him. He turns to face me, so neat and proper, from his dark blonde brows to his chin. The man is impeccably groomed. He looks like he stepped out of a Vogue magazine in his Oscar de la Renta black uniform suit and pristine white dress shirt. He's been my guard since Raven's accident, my mother not wanting me to be or go anywhere alone for more than a minute.
"Miss Winters?"
He greets with a southern drawl. How my mother found him, I'll never know. The way he says my name always makes the bottom of my skull tingle. My clit, too. And that irks me. The man should not be this handsome. God, he just oozes "I fuck with precision" vibes. Also, I'm pretty sure he hates me. Then again, he has caught me in plenty of compromising positions before. "Don't you know you're off the clock? I'm sick. Go away," I order.
"No. Your mother pays me to watch you, and so watch I shall."
He rumbles, but it sounds like a purr. Damn it. Why does he have to be so hot? Even the scar on his face doesn't take away from how unnecessarily gorgeous he is. I huff out a breath. "Okay then, make yourself a useful little guard." I make a shooing motion with my fingers. "And get Patty, please. I've run out of menstrual items and forgot my Diva cup in the States. Could you have her go and pick up tampons and the overnight-sized pads with wings? I like the kind that are minty. Nothing better than a fresh pussy." He curls his lips in either disgust or annoyance, possibly both.
"She's gone for the evening."
I know, which is why I'm a bloody mastermind. "Then you should go get them for me," I say between clenched teeth.
"No."
"You'll have me bleed on my silk sheets? They'll come out of your wages. I can't exactly lay in my blood all night. Think of the smell. The yeast infection. I could get bacterial vaginosis and then be put on so many antibiotics. Oh my God, poor Thomas when he has to launder the sheets. It'll look like a crime scene straight out of a true crime documentary." I cry out as dramatically as I can, each thing worse than the last. I know, I'm awful.
"Shut your flapping jaws. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Do not move. Do not step out of this room. I will know if you do."
Highly unlikely, but that growl of his does send chills up my spine and out through my hard nipples. Thank you, Parker. You're much too good for me. 20 minutes is perfect. Because in that short time span, I've manifested my inner Raven and dressed up like an absolute scene girl knockout, complete with sparkly hot pink fishnets, combat boots, and a harness over a black mesh shirt and hot pink bra. I smirk at my reflection before kissing the mirror. Raven would be proud. I sneak out, having called an Uber, and I'm at the venue in 15.
"Bree?"
I hear from the front of the queue of people dressed to the nines in their get-up and band t-shirts. I pop my head out and see Kane Burton, blood relative to the Ainsworths, richer than all of England and probably God herself. He waves his long fingers in a motion for me to join him. My heavy boots take me to slide in next to him. But I grab his hand, and we go to the front of the queue. I have VIP tickets in my tiny purse. He looks totally uncomfortable in his denim jeans and black button-up.
"You look... wow."
Thank you, I grin. Where's everyone else? He shrugs.
"You're the only one I've seen so far. Thank you for inviting me."
You know the band?
"I do. I had just gotten the notification of this show when you messaged me. I've been wondering if they'd ever do a reunion."
I nod. My best friend loved this band. I thought I'd catch them again because you just never know when the next time will be.
You only get one life,
He says with a smile. I've always loved his smile. Deep dimples, boyish charm, light brown hair, and hazel eyes. Not to mention, I've seen him develop and fill out every summer. Kane Burton is a wet dream. Just not mine. No. My wet dream is 6'4", older than me by at least a decade. A divot in his chin, has mix-matched eyes, tattoos, and a scar from the center of his forehead that goes to his eyebrow down to the side of his face, stopping just above his cheekbone. All American man, and totally and completely unattainable. Which is why I love to rile up the broody bastard. I've never seen him smile. I bet it's killer. Way better than Burton's. That's right. My wet dream is currently buying me tampons and minty pads that don't exist, but I'm doing my best not to think about it. I'm sure he'll hate me even more after tonight when he gets back to the Barclay mansion and realizes I'm gone. I can see it now. Maybe he'll finally quit. Lord knows he could use a vacation from me. Poor chap. Exactly, I say with a smile as we show the bouncers our tickets, and we're taken backstage to meet the band. Afterward, it takes us 20 minutes to maneuver closer to the stage between the standing jam-packed bodies.
I'm going to get us a drink. Fancy anything?
He asks over the opening band. Vodka soda, I scream, facing the stage, lost in the light show, the thrum of the music, and the vibrations going through my body. Fuck, I needed this. I needed this so much. Kane comes back and I practically inhale my drink, dancing and jumping, scream singing with the rest of the crowd. Kane gets me a second drink during the second band, and then a third during the Alchemist show. I should have stayed home. I should have kept my lunch. I should have sat my ass at a formal dinner with my mother and stepfather, and the prime fucking minister. I wake up in my bed, disoriented and in a large t-shirt. The urge to vomit so pressing, I stumble to the bathroom in time to heave nothing but bile and vodka into the porcelain bowl. There's a knock on my bedroom door, but I don't answer it. I focus on my task and jump straight into the shower. The water is freezing, waking me up, but soon it's hot and feels delicious on my aching muscles. Wobbly and very dehydrated, I change the setting of the shower head and let the spray do its thing. I wash my hair, then my face, standing there as flashes of last night both ignite and evade me. I can't remember anything but bits and pieces. I do my best to lather up my loofah with my expensive body wash and begin my shower routine from neck, shoulders, breasts, pits, arms, tummy. And, of course, to not waste water, I void my bladder before washing my vagina. There are two types of people in the world, those that pee in the shower and liars. Except, it feels different and it burns just a tiny bit. God, I hope I'm not getting a UTI from holding it for so long. I think to myself, switching my loofah out for the fresh wash rag Mindy places in my shower every day. I wet it, then grab the Joe Malone bar of soap to begin washing my lady bits, lower the temperature of the water, and grab the shower head to really wash it out. But the soap begins to burn. There. I wash as quickly as I can, though my movements are still slow and wonky. And where I normally have pleasure, it feels abused. Flashes of being strapped with a seatbelt, a face close to mine, a hand on my forehead holding me back.
Shh, princess. You wanted this, remember?
A shiver rolls down my back. I let the shower head hang, doubling over to retch again, holding my stomach. No. 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 3 months later. It takes 3 months for me to piece it all together, for the hazy memories to make sense. The evidence is gone now, washed down the drain, but the feelings are still there. Hands touching me, lips on me, being spread open, poked and prodded and dirty. I'm dirty everywhere. There are days when the hottest showers can't cleanse me enough. There are nights I think that another hot as fuck shower will fix me, take away his touch. But it's been 3 months and nothing works. I'm also back in New York City, and he is, well, he's elsewhere, nowhere near me. Yet I'm still trapped, in my mind, in my body. I'm not Sabrina anymore. I'm an actress now, pretending nothing ever happened and the entire world is nothing but a stage and nothing can hurt me. Always smiling, smiling, smiling. 3 more months later. I stare out my passenger side window, watching the first snowflakes of the year gather on the ground along the pavement, as Parker drives me in the Escalade to Winters & Co. law offices. It's quiet because I can't stand overtly loud music anymore, but he doesn't seem to mind. I appreciate that about Parker now. I used to rile him up every morning playing something loud and obnoxious to wake him up. Now I haven't touched a drop of alcohol in 182 days. I haven't run every other morning in just as many. Now, I can't listen to certain songs without wanting to peel my skin off. So, we don't listen to music loudly anymore. I don't scream sing, and I don't ask him to play anything other than the low chattering of whatever sports ball podcast he is playing. Most days, we sit in silence. He parks, getting out to open my door for me, and I inhale. He holds his hand out, and I make sure to put on my glove before sliding my hands in his and stepping out, then righting myself, clutching my Tupperware holding the cupcakes I made for the office last night. Exhaling, I take my hand back quickly, smooth down my rose skirt, needing to get to my office quickly so I can wash my hands, even though he didn't directly touch me. But if I don't, I get hives.
Head inside so I can park,
He says, keeping his voice low, where that authoritative tone used to make me burn with need. It doesn't do much anymore. Not like before. I wish it did.
I'll be there shortly.
I nod, square my shoulders, take in another deep breath, and stride into the rotating doors, plastering an award-winning smile on my face. It's showtime.
Chapter 1. Maxim. Eden Casino and Nightclub. 5 months ago. He's downstairs. I inhale deeply and hold the eye roll, standing to put my coat back on. Fastening the top button, I clear my throat and give Nico, my right hand, a nod. And he's getting the royal treatment? Only the best for the elite. He rolls his eyes as we enter the small elevator in my office, above the deli next door that's attached to this building. Obviously, the deli is a front and has been for over 50 years, but it does the job of keeping us camouflaged, and it keeps the patrons here fed when the kitchen's closed. Closing the iron gate of the old-timey elevator, Nico pushes down the lever. We're behind bulletproof glass as we descend, watching the writhing bodies on the second floor where the nightclub is, the gambling going on in the first-floor casino, the fighting going underground where I make my real money, and finally, the glass is gone and we're in the basement. It's a favorite room of mine. The room is silent except for the sound of mine and Nico's Italian shoes stepping on the epoxied concrete floor of the lowest level of Eden, casino and nightclub. Oh, I lied. Approaching the suit, chained up in the hot seat, the only other sound is his gargled, labored breathing. Mr. Winters, I greet, although I don't usually do pleasantries. It's been a month, and I hate that I have to ask this from you again. I run my fingers through my dark hair, taking in the lovely view of the David Shane Winters, 48, owner of Winters & Co. Law, divorced with only the one daughter that will miss him once I kill him, because, let's be real, men like me and him, once we're gone, the world will be better for it. Where is my money? I ask, punctuating each word. He takes a wheezy breath, wet and sticky, one eye already closing. I don't have it. I put my hands on my knees and bend forward to inspect him just a tad closer. He reeks of piss and blood and shame. I suck on my teeth. That's unfortunate. I was hoping I was going to have a good night, but this is pretty good too. Nico, my gun. I stretch my hand out to grab the 9 from my consigliere. Wait, I can get it to you. My daughter. I quirk a dark brow, watching the old man sputter, more blood accumulating into the frothy bubbles at the corners of his mouth. Rabies, that's what it reminds me of. What the hell is this Katso doing bringing her up? Daughter. Yes, she has a trust fund from her English grandmother. She either needs to get married or turn 26 for her to have full access to her funds. When does she turn 26? 2 years. I'm not waiting 2 years for my money, Winters. That's close to $3 million you owe me. Gambling debts, women, your tab. You're an expensive man, and I'm a man with no patience. Do you see our conundrum? I gesture between us. You can marry her. I'll make a contract. You'll get your $3 million. And power. I already have. David, I reply monotonously. He shakes his head. More. I do like the sound of that. Go on. You'll have access to the inner circles of the syndicate. Me, I can put you in with the right people as my son-in-law. Can't do it without the title? I have no interest in marriage. Women are a weakness. I have no time for a relationship, much less a marriage, I tell him, checking to make sure the magazine is loaded. It's embarrassing when you turn your gun and pull the trigger and it's empty. Yep, all good. I shove the magazine back in and aim it at his balding head. No, she keeps to herself. She's a good girl, my Sabrina. She won't bother you. She bakes. That's your selling point? She bakes? I bark out a laugh, and my men laugh too. I'm saying she won't question your comings and goings. She's different. She won't bother you or ask for more. You can keep your life the way it is. It'll be just for show. I look at the man more than 15 years my senior, purse my lips, then lower my gun. What's the catch? It's for life. In the syndicate, marriages are only seen as a reliable match after a year, and all contracts are fulfilled, financially especially. Otherwise, you could wind up dead. It's a trust thing. They won't trust anyone outside of their circles. I'll talk to Sabrina. She knows negotiations for her hand are still going on. I haven't found the right suitor. You and I can come to a conclusion, an agreement. 3 mil plus 10% interest. I really don't know why he's fighting for his life so badly. Honestly, if I were in his position, just kill me. But then again, death hates people like us and loves to take the good ones too early, which is why I know he's offering me the chance of a lifetime. I click the safety back on. Have your people write up something. Send it to my lawyers and I'll contact you. Before the end of the week, David. It's Wednesday. Well then, I say, handing my gun back to Nico and motioning for my guys to unchain the piss-soaked middle-aged fuck and get him out of my dungeon. Better get started. I finish, without a glance back, walking to the elevator. Once the whirring begins and we're ascending, Nico just has to open his mouth. You really thinking about this? A way to infiltrate the syndicate and get back my 3 mil? Absolutely. We step off into my office. Send someone to do security there tonight. I want the conference rooms to be bugged, her office and his, cameras too. In the morning, do the same to her home when she leaves. If I'm going to have a little wife, I should get to know her beforehand. See what she's like behind closed doors. Yes, boss. He replies, leaving my office without another word. The noise from the club pours in for a brief moment before the heavy door shuts behind him. The next day.
You have got to be the most dreadful father I've ever had.
I'm your only father. I chuckle at that, taking a sip from my espresso in the kitchen of my penthouse, watching it all unfold from my phone screen.
Derek would never. And to think, I came in here so worried about you, your face. My God, your face. And he did this to you. And you want me to marry him.
She screams from across the conference table.
For what? Why would you do this to me?
Hands fisted at her sides, she stomps her pink heel in a tantrum like the little syndicate princess she is. I do have to say, the blonde is a feisty little thing. She has to be maybe 5'6". It's hard to tell with her magenta heels that match her skirt and blazer. Even the lace gloves on her hands also match her shoes. She's so pink. My upper lip curls in disgust. This is the agreement he and I came to. He asked for your hand, and after negotiations...
Why wasn't I a part of these negotiations? Don't I have a say in this? My one and only wedding, and it's to a fucking drug lord or whatever the fuck he does.
Mind your manners and your mouth when you speak to me. I am still your father.
Believe me when I say, Dad. After this, you and I are nothing more than associates working under the same roof. You are dead to me.
Whoa, she's got somewhat of a backbone, I'll give her that. Look at me.
I am looking at you. I am so furious I could rage vomit, but then it might splash on my Manolos, and I have court at 2.
She sounds exasperated. Cute. Look at me, Sabrina. Really look at me. I wouldn't ask this of you if I had another choice. If maybe someone from the syndicate came forth and found you more... attractive. He trails off.
And what exactly made me so unattractive that nobody I've known my whole life doesn't want to make negotiations with you for my hand?
You've gained a few unhealthy pounds, she screams and hurls something at her father, and it shatters behind him. There was another man.
Who?
David exhales, and it sounds painful. Cain. She audibly gags, tensing even further.
Stop it. Don't even say that name.
Interesting. Parker said...
Parker doesn't know shit.
Not to trust him. She relaxes. Her ample chest heaves in slow, even breaths.
So, because I've gained a few pounds, it's either him or the most dangerous man in New York. The literal devil of New York.
Oh, so she knows about me. Good. It'll make staying away from each other easy. Sabrina, if there were any other way...
What is it that you once told me when that musician asked for my hand? You can't turn a heathen into a husband. And this is who you've chosen for me.
David hangs his head in defeat and repeats himself. If there were any other way, I would have chosen that route. She nods in resignation while staring blankly at her father. I should have had Nico install another camera so I could see more of her facial expressions.
You will walk me down the aisle, and nothing more. Show me the contract. I'll connect with his... I don't know. Does he even have an assistant? Or is it like a lieutenant of some sort?
Without even wanting to, I laugh, practically choking on the espresso. I grab a napkin and wipe what's sputtered out from my chin and the counter and a bit on the screen. Yes, he has an assistant at Eden, but he also has a right hand.
Don't be silly. We all have one of those unless you're born without it.
David pinches the bridge of his nose. At the same time, I roll my eyes. His right hand, Nico, is his enforcer, or his consigliere, like an advisor. I'm sure you'll meet him soon enough.
I pray I have absolutely fuck all to do with meeting anyone or anything that has to do with his... coven.
Christ, Sabrina, he's not a bloody vampire or a general of war.
Isn't he?
She asks after a beat, stepping away from her end of the table and walking out of the conference room.
You've signed my life away for $3 million.
Plus 10% interest. She stops halfway to the door and I finally catch a small glimpse of her face. She squares her shoulders and tugs the hem of her blazer down.
Every time you open your mouth, I lose more respect for you, David. I hope you enjoy the next few months because once that band is on my finger, we're through. You will never ask of me another favor. Not a dime. So clean up your act, Mr. Winters. If you are to go destitute, it'll be my husband you will ask for coin. After all, I'll no longer be your puppet.
Sabrina, I'm sorry. She shakes her head, looking at the ceiling, searching for something.
And I'm embarrassed,
she says over her shoulder, closing the glass conference room door behind her. I move to the next camera feed showing her office where she closes the door, leaning against it, inhaling sharply. Her head shoots up and she goes to her desk, pressing something, and a buzzer sounds.
Miss Winters? Yes, Lily. Could you please get me in contact with Maxim Giordano? Please let him know I'd like us to go over this contract face-to-face, in a public setting.
Interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
I wait for my other cell phone to ring while she removes her pink blazer and sits behind her desk, flipping her old money blonde waves over her shoulder. The call takes less than 5 minutes to reach me. Yes, good morning, sir. Jonathan Moretti, or Johnny, my assistant, greets me. I have a Sabrina Winters, a lawyer who would like to meet with you to go over a contract. She'd like to know if tomorrow at noon works for you. It doesn't. Tomorrow at noon is fine. Have her email me the details. I hang up, staring at my future bride through the screen when her assistant buzzes in and relays the message. She thanks Lily, faces her computer screen, and begins to type. She chose a small French bistro 2 blocks down from her firm, and as soon as I step into the place and out of the late August heat wave, she's not hard to miss. The sun shines on her honey blonde hair and creates this luminous glow, but if that wasn't bright, the dusty pink of her fashion-forward chiffon shirt and the puffy layered sleeves give her away. I stride over to her and she stands abruptly, the chair making a small screeching noise behind her.
Mr. Giordano,
she says. Her voice is an almost chipper mezzo-soprano, holding out her gloved hand, which I take in mine. It's small. And even though it's dainty, her grip is firm in a no-nonsense kind of way, which tells me she's had to make it that way so she's taken seriously in her field. She's right. Can't trust a person with a limp handshake. In the flesh, Miss Winters. I grin, then let my eyes peruse her from her hair down to her cat-like green eyes lined with kohl, the small beauty mark above her lip, her button nose, and her plush lips. Are they real? Her body, yes, a little more rounded and softer than the women I make sure I'm seen with, is generous everywhere, including a soft swell of her stomach that protrudes a bit, but it doesn't take away the way her pencil skirt stretches perfectly over her hips, and I know if she turns around, she'd have an ass women pay thousands to have. Up close and personal, she reminds me of a thicker Kate Winslet Titanic era, mixed with some famous 1950s starlet. While her beauty is a bit in your face, she's reserved, cold. She pulls her hand away and takes a seat. I follow, and that's when I notice a well-dressed man with dirty blonde hair, mixed-matched eyes, and a scar through his eyebrow sitting behind her watching our entire interaction. I arch a brow in his direction. Can we help you?
That's Parker, my bodyguard. Which brings me to our contract, Mr. Giordano.
She explains, reaching over, turning her torso to pull out documents from her pale pink briefcase in the seat beside her, a pink glittery pen with a fuzzy ball on top and a bright pink highlighter. Christ, the only thing on this woman that isn't pink is her skirt. Takes everything in me to keep my composure. What a ridiculous fucking woman. I should have thought this over more. Our waitress comes, but instead of asking for my order, an espresso is placed in front of me.
Oh, I hope you don't mind. I had your assistant Jonathan send over a list of your preferences, so I took the liberty of ordering for you. I would have ordered a meal, but this won't take long. I'm sure you have much to do, and I'm not one to waste time. I'm sure you can appreciate that.
I can hear a faint English accent, barely there, and yet the way her words are well-rounded, there's an eloquence and cadence in her tone that screams princess. A list of my preferences.
Yes, who better to ask than the ones who are used to our demands?
She says without looking at me, filtering through the papers in her hand.
Now, in Section 3 of this agreement, you agree to have your detail on me, and I would like to veto that. I have Parker.
I have my own security team that will be following you.
Exactly. And I reiterate, I would prefer Parker for the job.
Are you fucking him? Her eyes flash momentarily stunned, but she schools her features quickly.
No. Parker has been my bodyguard for almost 4 years now, and I have issues with too many changes at once. It's a non-negotiable, and one I won't bow down to. Parker stays or the contract is void. I don't go anywhere without him. I am comfortable with him.
You don't trust my men?
No, I do not. I do not know them.
She says matter-of-factly with a slow blink.
If you want me to feel safe, Parker comes with me.
He'll still report to me.
Wrong. He reports to my mother.
I look at the brawny fucker.
I assure you he's properly trained. Former ops, did 2 tours, and is paid handsomely to deal with my mother on my behalf.
How old is he? She turns to face him, and I watch as her hair falls over her shoulder and around her chest. I flick my gaze back to Parker.
How old are you? 34?
35. He replies in a gruff voice with a slight southern drawl. Oh, great. She gave a redneck a gun.
He's 35.
She repeats, almost fascinated, and that tells me that no, they aren't fucking. He's just staff, and she sees him as staff and nothing else. Typical. Fine, Parker can stay.
Thank you. Next order of business,
she says, flipping to the next highlighted section.
You want to marry too quickly. I'm a socialite, and given your status...
Cat eyes flick to mine, then back down to the document as I take a sip of my espresso. Fuck, it's good.
I believe it would benefit us if we're seen together a few times. Well, you and I know the reasons this marriage is happening. As a socialite, I should be seen with you more than just on the day of our wedding.
What do you mean?
You'll be courting me, Mr. Giordano.
Christ, did I wake up in the Regency era?
No, you did not.
Shit, I must have said that out loud. How would we even say we met?
Look over your right shoulder and to your left, Mr. Giordano.
I do, tilting my head to the side and taking a peek over my shoulder, and see a man with a baseball cap that has his phone set up against the silver napkin dispenser on his table. It's flipped sideways like he's watching a video on his phone, but the camera is, in fact, placed in our direction.
That is a paparazzo. He snapped at least 4 pictures of us since you sat down. They get sneakier and sneakier every year, it seems. This,
she motions between us with a glove-laced finger,
is how we met.
How do you know that's paparazzi? He has one white earbud in place, and he looks interested in whatever is going on his phone screen, not us. I turn back to face my future bride.
How do you not?
She asks, her eyes fully on me now, an impeccably groomed brown brow arched.
The story will be that we met while I worked a case. You had some answers I needed on behalf of a client, and it was love at first sight. We'll be seen at a charity gala together 1 month from now, and then 2 weeks later we will be seen at dinner. Your choice of restaurant, although you should know I'm not fond of loud nor cramped places. You will propose to me New Year's Eve.
She slides over a picture of a ring, rose gold, 3 little white stones on either side, and in the center, 1 large pink oval diamond. A pink diamond?
Seeing as it will be my only marriage, and it so happens it's arranged, then I'm arranging this for it to also be for my benefit. Seeing as it's something I'll not only have to wear every day, but have to look at it as well. That is the ring I want. I've taken away the guessing games. What do you people say? Capiche?
I nod once.
Perfect. Let's continue.
Sabrina flips a few more pages and finds another highlighted page.
It says here you'll receive your payment in increments of 1 million quarterly, with 10% in interest once the first year of marriage is completed. Is this still fine with you?
Better than waiting 2 fucking years for her to come into her trust fund and letting her worm of a father live. Yes, that's fine, I say through gritted teeth.
Oh, and Mr. Giordano?
Call me Max, Sabrina. She nods mindlessly.
Mr. Giordano?
She goes to the next highlighted section, which states we'll be living in my penthouse.
I would like to let you know now I will be keeping my home in Brooklyn Heights, and when it comes to your penthouse, I require my own bedroom, and I won't be giving you heirs.
She taps the fuzzy ball on her pen to the table, looking at me expectantly, as if this is the part I'm supposed to refuse her and the contract. I almost choke on my sip of espresso. That's fine. With the hours I keep, we'll hardly see each other.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll just sign here.
She says with a smile, but she almost looks relieved or disappointed. I look over at Parker, who's watching me intently. Flipping to the last page, Sabrina is then handing me her sparkly pen. After signing, I rub my fingers together to get rid of the glitter, but all it does is land on my slacks, fluttering around, finding another victim. Jesus. She signs it and neatly shoves everything back into her briefcase, snapping it shut with a click. Standing, Sabrina extends her little gloved hand again, Parker and I both getting to our feet. It feels good to know I'm taller than him by at least 2 inches. I take her gloved hand in mine, the lace of it warm and slightly clammy. If she were nervous this entire time, she didn't show it outwardly. Of course not. She's a professional. Her head bows in a curt nod.
I'll send you more details of the gala as well as a copy of this agreement to your email.
When she leaves, I stare after her, watching her hips gracefully sway with each calculated, heeled step, every man in the room looking after her. She keeps her head down as if she already knows she's the most beautiful woman in every room, but her shoulders are slumped, like she's trying to make herself smaller somehow. Impossible. Even from our first interaction, I can already see there's so much more to her than her beauty. She smiles radiantly at Parker when he holds the door open for her, and then mixed-matched eyes blink in my direction before the glass door closes completely and he turns away, staying barely a foot behind her, matching her steps. What the fuck have I just gotten myself into? On Saturday morning, when the contract gets back to me, I call David and make a few changes to the fine print.
Chapter 2. Sabrina. Monroe Mansion. 1 month ago. I sneak away to the 3rd floor while listening to Raven and Axel play in front of the large crowd full of syndicate members, since my soon-to-be fiancé, Maxim Giordano, head of both the Mafia and Bratva, owner of the popular Eden Casino in New York, was too busy with a phone call to notice me slip away. I have a feeling it won't be the only time he's too busy with work to notice me, and I'm okay with that. I'm more than okay with that. Opening the door to Raven's bedroom brings a sense of nostalgia I haven't felt in a very long time. I stand at the window, looking down at the cars on the street as the haunting holiday carol floats to me. I watch as my cousin Simon and his wife Clarissa fly out of the driveway, and the music stops. It has been ages since I've been in this room, and yet it feels as though I've never left. Like Raven was never assaulted, and I was still that stupid girl thinking the syndicate was just a rumor. A boogeyman. I sigh, sitting on her crumpled purple comforter, forever my messy friend. Truly, I'm amazed there aren't any pizza boxes on her desk. Lord knows how much she absolutely despised the little finger food served at parties our entire time at university. Then again, she hated her entire stay at university. And I suppose that's how we got along so well. I had worked hard, so hard, to get into Yale and Oxford, only for Daddy to tell me I was to go to Rainmore. Now I know why. God, we used to laugh so much at all those syndicate rumors, daring each other to traipse through the woods behind the campus at night without a flashlight. I smile at the memory of how lively we both were. Two naive and silly girls enjoying the better things in life, vacationing together, staying at hostels during summer holiday like a couple of regular people. Being her friend was, I'll admit it, being her friend was exhilarating. That's why her being back is such a surprise. But she seems to be doing so much better, especially with Jonas at her side. She looks so happy, even if downstairs she looks so frustrated, overwhelmed. Then again, being around all the people you despise is exhausting. I know it because I feel it, day in and day out, daubing an outrageous smile on my face all goddamn day until my cheeks feel like they're bleeding internally. But it's what they want, isn't it? The people ask, "How are you?" And you say, "Fine." Because if you truly said, "Well, I wish I woke up for the last time yesterday," that would make them uncomfortable, wouldn't it? So here I am, alive and simply doing what I can, keeping busy so I don't let my mind remember those blurry moments of my life before I became this. Back when my smiles were real and when I laughed, I felt it. Back when lethargy and depression were nothing but side effects of pure boredom. Back when anxiety and I were nothing but strangers passing each other on a lonely street. The door to her room flies open and Raven, gorgeous and different now, although still beautiful, comes in with her boyfriend Jonas, right behind her. He sets the cello case down carefully just as Raven spots me. And I do my best to smile. I really do. But when her face contorts in concern, I reach my hands out to her, and the tears flood my face, unable to keep them down any longer. She runs. To me. I try to catch my breath, but the tighter she holds me, the more I can't breathe. She doesn't say anything, can't say anything, just remains by my side and clutches me. I beg for a moment of her time, a morsel of my best friend's time, and she gives it when she has no reason to. She gives it, even when I gave up on her. Jonas goes to the walk-in, only leaving the door slightly ajar, I'm sure in case Raven needs him. And I decide it's time. It's time I tell someone why I've gained 50 pounds, why I'm wearing mulberry instead of my usual baby pink, why anyone's touch, even hers, sends me into an itching frenzy that causes hives that stretch across my skin. And who better to tell than the woman who went through a tragic ordeal, has the scars to prove it, and fights her demons with a smile on her face. Although my scars are internal, I make sure they never show. Happy, happy Sabrina, so pretty and pink. Doing my best to compose myself, I inhale deeply and let it out slowly. But first, I need to apologize to you, Raven. You were my first real friend for 2 years, and when you needed me, I tried to be there. At first, I did, but then life kept happening. It's not an excuse, but there was only so much I could do while you were trapped in the ICU. I kept rooting for you, kept hoping you'd reach out, and when you didn't, I was devastated. And then Axel told me you weren't coming back, that you were at Lornwood, and you were no longer the same. I tried to visit a few times, but I wasn't allowed because I wasn't immediate family, and so I mourned you instead of trying harder. I admit, guilt weighing on me. God, I don't deserve this moment with her. You deserved a better friend than I was, and I hope you can forgive me. She shakes her head as if I'm being ridiculous and tries to remove her hands from mine, but I grip them tighter. I'll deal with my hives later. 2 years ago, after graduation, I went home to visit the great Matilda Barclay. And there was this concert, that band you love that sings that song. I hum it for her and she smiles, nodding along. And I thought, what would Raven do? I laugh, but it's forced, and she knows it, wincing at the noise. So I went with a few friends. Or it was supposed to be a few friends. It turned out to be just one, and said the others had skipped out. It was going to be a fun night out of the house before I came back to the States and had to show up and be a big girl with my big girl job. So, we enter this venue, and we meet the band, and then go out to enjoy this concert. I had 3 drinks. And then I woke up at home, vomiting, disoriented. So I showered. I groan, still able to taste the bile from that morning. I was in the shower when I started burning. There. Her caramel eyes narrow, brows lift just a fragment, and her lips pursed together. A look of wrath and fury on her face, and God, she looks incredible. Like a goddess gearing up for a battle, ready to slay my enemies. It took a few months for it all to come back to me, but when it did, there was nothing to do. I had washed away the evidence, and it would be his word against mine. You know how men like that. They get away with things like that. I shake my head again before shifting my gaze to the ceiling and back to her caramel eyes, so full of concern and anger. Not at me, at what happened to me. I couldn't even tell my mother. You know, Tildy. I skipped out on this boring dinner we were to have with the Prime Minister and his wife, to go to a concert where I suck in a breath. Where I ended up as a fucking statistic. I sniff, one last tear dropping down my face, and I feel it as it makes a pathway and lands on my chest. And then I stopped drinking and stopped running and stopped exercising, and slowly but surely became a size 14. I'm sure you've noticed the weight gain. She smiles and lifts her hand to her face, starting at her chin like a swipe. And I know this word. Beautiful. I don't want to be beautiful anymore. I don't want anyone to find me attractive. I don't want to be looked upon or flirted with. I just want to be left alone. To hide. Most days I can barely leave my house. Nobody wanted to do negotiations with my father because I gained so much weight, and I thought I was safe, but now I break out in full sobs. Now I'm going to have to live with a silly, ugly, stupid boy. I screech out because that's the worst part for me. And he's an ogre, Ray. Oh my God, he grunts at me. This makes her tilt her head back and a silent laugh pours out of her. She's radiant, and if I think hard enough, I can remember what it sounds like. I swear it's his only form of communication. We've gone to 2 charity galas, and the most he's spoken to me was once to dance. That made page 7 of the Times, and the other was to ask me if I wanted another glass of champagne. When I replied I hadn't even had the first one, he grunted. I swear I can hear her cackling in my mind. So please, Raven, I'm begging you, please be my maid of honor because I cannot, and I will not walk down the aisle without you by my side. She wipes under her eyes from laughing at my misery, sniffs, simply nods, taking my hand in hers, and then places my hand on her cheek, where she nestles into it. And my heart breaks for my best friend. What they did to her. More tears well into my eyes, this time from relief and happiness. Really? You'll be there? Jonas comes out of the closet holding their designer luggage and leans on the handle. She looks at him and blinks, then holds up 3 fingers. He rolls his eyes.
Yeah, we'll be there, but you'll have to give her 2 more +1s.
I look at Raven and she waggles her brows with a deviant little smile on her face. Oh, you slut! I squeal excitedly for her. I may not want sex, but I am so happy for her. That she found love in such a hopeless, unromantic, dark era. Jonas shrugs.
It's not that uncommon.
Who is it? Jonas smirks.
I'm sure she'll tell you what she can later on when it's safe.
The word alerts me, but I understand I'm no longer privy to all her secrets like I once was. I'll have to earn her trust back, and I don't mind waiting. She deserves that. I can do that for her. She peers over at him again, and I can see all the love they have for each other in the mere way they look at each other. Devotion. They're set in stone. A pang of longing and envy hits me, but it's not malevolent. I want this for her. She deserves it. I just selfishly wanted it for myself too. Raven turns to face me and taps on my ring finger. Oh, New Year's Eve. He hasn't told me when or where exactly, but the ring has been sized to fit my sausage fingers. Her smile drops at my self-deprecation. But I do have a picture of it, I reply, ignoring her scowl, pulling my phone out from my clutch beside me, and I show her the picture of my ring, to which she nods with a broad smile. Before I can show her more, there's a knock at the door, and when Jonas opens it, he almost gets his handsome face punched in.
Whoa, man, what the fuck? Where is my woman?
I hear a familiar growl. I lean toward Raven. Do you see what I mean? An absolute Neanderthal. Daddy couldn't find me a nice, submissive man. He had to find me a brute that solely communicates and grunts and growls. I'm over here, Maxim. I call out, still finding it difficult not to call him Mr. Giordano, but with mixed company, I can settle for Maxim. He steps around Jonas and spots me on Raven's bed, her hands in mine and tears in my eyes. I'm sure my makeup is ruined. I must look a sight. God, the massive human bear sucks out all the air from the room. He's too massive, tall as fuck and broad-shouldered. There's just no other way to describe my future husband.
What did they do to you?
He practically bellows. Christ, he can't just speak like a normal human being. What?
You're all puffy.
The absolute gall of this arsehole. He steps closer, but Raven shoots up to her feet. Her entire 5'4" self looks ridiculously tiny compared to Maxim, but I appreciate her, literally, standing up for me. I get to my feet and wipe away whatever I can from my face. Nothing, darling. We were just catching up.
I thought you said she couldn't speak.
Doesn't mean her ears are broken, you overbearing oaf. He quirks a dark brow over his dark eyes, unamused, or maybe he is, and I simply don't care. God damn, he's handsome. There's stubble on his jaw from having worked all day, and then taking a flight to meet me here for Sophia's holiday party. His hair is also longer than when we first met, curling at the ends, but disheveled in a way that lets me know he's run his fingers through it one too many times. I can't help but wonder if he'd like it if I ran my fingers through it.
I'm an oaf now.
I'd call him a cockwomble, but oaf fits. Absolutely. You can't just barge in here like that. What if she had been naked?
And you're allowed to see her naked?
He questions, but there's amusement in his tone.
Nobody's allowed to see my girl naked except me.
Jonas growls, stepping between all of us, and yanking Raven out from between us, which is when I realize Maxim was towering over her to lean down to me. But she steps between us again and does her best to shove him. He doesn't move even a millimeter, and smirks down at her cruelly, which causes Jonas to grab her again and shove him behind her. I'll be right down. She's agreed to be my maid of honor, and you're ruining a happy moment for me, I argue.
I'm ruining it.
Something flashes in those dark eyes of his, and my belly swoops.
You disappeared, and I find you upstairs with some guy. My name is Jonas, and you expect me to be fine with finding my future wife in a room alone with him?
He was just here with her. I wasn't alone with him. Let me say goodbye. They're already leaving. I defend myself.
Say your goodbyes. We're networking downstairs, and I can't exactly be introduced without you there now, can I?
I sigh, turning to my best friend and pulling her in for a hug. I'll text you with more details. She nods and kisses my cheek. Jonas takes her from me, and they leave us in her room, the door clicking shut behind them.
So her you can touch?
He questions me, that fierce look still on his stupid, handsome face. Why are his lips so perfect and look so soft and inviting? I scrunch my eyebrows together and my mouth drops open. What are you going on about?
Every single date we've been on, every lame, mandatory outing you've forced me to attend, the most I get is a gloved hand to hold or your arm in the creases of my elbow, but her, you pulled her in for a hug and a kiss.
You are being barbaric, Mr. Giordano. He's not. He's right.
Oh, there you go with that shit again.
He stands to his full height, hand scrubbing down his face and stepping away from me, then turning to face me, putting a hand on his hip. God, he's freakishly tall, and his fingers are so long and thick, and his nose, even though you can tell it's been broken once or twice, it's so prominent and strong. Nothing on this man is unattractive. God, he even smells delicious. I shake my head, not letting myself be distracted, and gesture between us. Have you not noticed this is the longest conversation we've had since the day we signed our contract? God fucking forbid me to keep my space when I don't fucking know you. He rolls his eyes.
You don't want to get to know me.
You're right. I don't. I don't want to get to know the man who can barely force out a grunt when he speaks to me. I grunted him. Ugh. He rolls his eyes at me again because I know I'm being fucking ridiculous. And if you're jealous that my best friend kissed my cheek, well then you've forgotten there will be one day I'll be forced to kiss you as well. He tenses at this, my neck hurting from having to look up at his extensive height. Something akin to curiosity makes its way across his rogue face, and his beauty pisses me off even more. God, why am I like this? Why can't I just be old, wild Sabrina and take my soon-to-be fiancé for a test ride in my best friend's childhood bedroom?
Oh?
Our wedding day. Nothing more, nothing less. Terms you agreed to, Mr. Giordano. I'll see you downstairs. I try to storm off, but then he grabs me by my arm, swinging me around to face him and where the old, wild Sabrina would kiss him or slap him. I freeze. Let go of me now, Mr. Giordano, I order. But his arms grip me tighter, the palm of his hand so warm against mine, and my throat clogs up. Now, please, I say with a hoarse voice as calmly as I can manage. Dark eyes with a hint of green search mine, but when he sees I'm not giving more, he releases his hold with a frustrated grunt, and I can breathe again. Thank you. I inhale sharply, exhaling deeply.
Fix your face. I'll wait for you here and we'll go down together.
Without another word, I find myself in Raven's bathroom, still feeling the burn of his palm on my skin, reliving the way it felt like a jolt of electricity shooting up and down my arm. I fix whatever I can with makeup Raven left behind. Glad we're still the same complexion, her with her aversion to the sun, and me with a freak compulsion to always wear sunscreen and limit any swims in my pool to nighttime. I open the bathroom door, finding Maxim sitting on her bed, elbows propped on his knees, with his head bowed, and I plaster that smile on my face when he turns to me. Striking, handsome, dangerous. I can't help but compare how he looks like a ticking time bomb, and I feel like one. Ready? I ask, as if I didn't almost just have a breakdown 15 minutes ago when he simply touched my arm. For a second, I let myself relive it. I let myself remember the way the warmth of him seemed to seep through my skin. It didn't feel malicious. It felt like more. Too much more. He stands, buttoning his suit jacket tailor-made to fit what I'm sure is a very chiseled body beneath it. I mean, the man just screams, "I'll fuck you so hard you'll forget both our names." But I'm not worried about that. I'll never be worried about that. No matter if every time I have to be near him, I get those feelings in my clit. You know, the need to have it licked and nibbled on. Because even if I want it, I'm scared to close my eyes and see Kane's face instead. I'm scared Maxim's touching me will make me have a full meltdown, and I'll be thrown into Lornwood. I can't have that. I've just about perfected the strawberry lemon cupcake recipe I've been working on for weeks. New Year's Eve. We didn't exchange gifts for the holiday. I spent it in Chelsea with Mama and Derek, only texting Maxim not to forget to pick up my ring from the jeweler. Maxim proposes at a high-end restaurant with large windows so we can see the fireworks popping off at midnight. He bends the knee, holds out my ring in the velvet box, and I excitedly squeal a yes as tears bleed through my eye sockets. They aren't fake, either. It's a goodbye to my quiet, peaceful life. All I've been able to think about is the proper ingredients for that goddamn strawberry lemon cupcake. The strawberry to lemon ratio is grating on my nerves. Oh, and my cousin Simon's funeral we need to attend on Saturday. Maxim is officially my betrothed, which means he'll need to be seen with me more frequently. It's a death, really, to my former self. But haven't I mourned me already? Haven't I said goodbye to the last of me? Thank God I've already put the venue on hold since the ink dried on our contract. No way in hell I'd marry the devil of New York in a chapel.
Your glove.
I slip it off reluctantly. He slides my ring onto my finger, careful not to touch me, and I sigh happily at how marvelous she looks, ignoring the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. He's towering over me, and when I look up, he looks expectant. I almost snap at him to ask him what he wants, but I remember we're in a public place, and there are people cheering us on. He wraps his arms around me, and a shiver scatters all over my spine, straightening. "What are you doing?" I whisper, trying to calm my nerves, eyes bouncing from chocolate eye to chocolate eye, but I swear they darken even more as he bends lower, face only inches from mine.
Everyone is watching, amore. You should probably kiss me now.
I hold my breath, watching his rugged face coming even closer to mine, and when his firm but soft lips touch mine, I place my hand on his biceps. I pretend to let myself relax into the kiss, but when he licks the seam of my lips, I pull away. I'm sure Mr. Giordano is a phenomenal kisser, but all I can do is swallow down the bile. I jump up and down excitedly and point to my finger, knowing there's a photographer in the restaurant catching this amazing moment for us, because I set it up that way. Because none of this is real, except the ring on my finger and the bile I've swallowed down.
Chapter 3. Maxim. Present day. It's the first time I've ever seen my little ray of fucking sunshine fiancé wear anything but pink. Not even her gloves are pink. It's nice. She looks normal. As normal as one could be considering a fucking funeral at the start of the year. What a fucking waste of time. But I needed to show I was behind my future wife. Mostly, I'm here to meet new-to-me syndicate members, the few that showed up anyway. I knew this dead fucker was sick after how Simon left one of our girls almost bruised from the chest down at Pandemonium, our Chicago club, the one my cousin Callum runs. The sick fuck left bite marks all over her, but sick like this, murdering young girls, I didn't think he had it in him. Although he did give me the fucking creeps, so there's that. Sabrina doesn't cry, doesn't weep once, but there is tension around her eyes, a sort of vitriol that surrounds her, or maybe it's simply disgust. Raven is the first to nonchalantly throw her red rose into Simon's grave as he's lowered to the ground. My little syndicate princess then throws her white one with the same aloofness and follows her to stand behind a tree. I watch as Sabrina does something out of character, again, and reaches for her best friend, her soon-to-be maid of honor, and threads their gloved fingers together. There's a small smirk on her spooky friend's face, and it reminds me of those old dolls that would smile when you tip them. I stare out into the white abyss. Snippets of memories crowd my mind, but there was rain, not snow, and calla lilies instead of roses. I can still smell the wet soil of that day, my father's hand in mine as they lowered the coffin into the grave. Over 50 of my father's men stood around, the wives sniffling into their handkerchiefs and my own tears begging to fall. "Take this as a lesson, son." My father faces me just as the gravediggers begin to shovel the wet earth over my mother's casket. "Women will either make you more powerful, or they'll make you weaker, Maxim. I want you to remember this day, this moment, how you're feeling right now, because if a woman makes you stronger and more powerful, they will become a target. Never fall for a woman. It's not worth it. He sighs with a slight shake of his head. You focus on everything else, Maxim. School, moving forward, gaining power and money, anything but love. It'll cause nothing but devastation and ruin you, inside and out. My father was a prophet. He was never the same man again. I stare at Sabrina dressed in black as dark thoughts swirl in my mind and my mood blackens. No, I could never love her. I won't allow myself to. If she becomes a victim of my way of life, so be it. I've worked too hard to get to where I am, to ever allow myself to fall for her or any other woman, which is why I've remained abstinent and stayed away from women since the day we laid my mother to rest. Being seen with women, fine. Letting them kiss me, sure, but sex? No. I couldn't allow myself to get attached to or distracted by pussy. I had other means of taking care of those needs and urges, including a rigorous training schedule, fighting, and, above all, putting all of my efforts into what my father, my grandfather, his father before him built from the ground up. I only change the rules if they fit me and the modern way of this life. I'd also seen too many men lose themselves after heartache. I can't allow that to happen to me. However bleak it may seem, this life works for me. That kid, Jonas, joins them as they all stare off into the distance. Seeing now that this was truly a waste of time since none of the important syndicate members are around, barely a handful showed up for the piece of shit, I turn to David, Sabrina's poor excuse of a father, who proceeds to introduce me to some Elliot prick that looks like he just stepped off a plane from some sunny place. I shake his hand, then turn to David and excuse myself to be with Sabrina. I need to see what she finds so goddamn interesting about the white abyss. She's hardly spoken to me since the night I proposed with her pink ring, and it seems the closer we get to our nuptials, the more she's determined to stay away from me. So, did you pick a date for the wedding? Jonas asks, making light conversation once I reach them as if trying to change the subject a little too quickly.
April 16th.
Sabrina replies, news to me, forcing that smile back on her face. She sounds excited. All that eloquence in the cadence of her mezzo-soprano voice irks me. So much sunshine. I wonder if she ever grows weary of continually slapping it on. But is that the real Sabrina? Is she actually all sunshine and unicorn farts, or is there a deeper reason she froze on me at Monroe's holiday party? I can't imagine anyone getting close enough to hurt her, much less even putting their hands on her. Every camera feed I tune into is just her, singing terribly to some old alternative rock songs while she bakes. There's sometimes a string of intricately used curse words. I wonder if she'll use my kitchen to bake and sing terribly. The other cameras Nico installed in her home don't usually have a show for me. No, the woman reads in her library, works in her office, her bedroom is void of visitors, and she's so routine, it's almost robotic. If she didn't scream sing while baking, I would think she was an AI generation on my screen. She's a good girl, my Sabrina. We part ways from the syndicate members, leaving the snow-covered burial sites behind. She and I are in her Escalade that Parker is driving, facing opposite directions, looking out the window. It's almost too quiet in here. Nothing but the rumbling of the engine and the tires crunching over the snow on the paved pathway out to the 2-lane road. Her perfume is soft and delicate, like wildflowers and a berry I can't name, and it's all I think about as we drive back to the city. I want to smell it up close and personal, let it settle into my lungs while I shove her skirt up her lush thighs and dig myself so deep into her that her scent clings to my clothes when we part. I'm clutching my fist so tightly to prevent myself from reaching over and hauling her into my lap. When Parker drops me off first, I leave with a grunt when she says goodbye, knowing I'll begin to receive future texts for more tedious things we must do together and where to be sighted. We're up to once a week now since the proposal. I open the door to find Nico sitting in my living room, TV on as if this is his home. I make sure to sigh extra loudly at the sight of him, which is when he stands and joins me in the den. I grab the decanter that holds my Johnny Walker, pour it into 2 crystal tumblers, and then grab 2 ice spheres and drop them in. "Everything okay?" Nico asks, obviously notating I'm drinking well before 2 in the afternoon. I hand the handsome fucker a tumbler before I take a seat in my grandfather's favorite leather chair. It's old and has been reupholstered so many times, but it's been in the family for decades. "Apparently, I'm to be married on April 16th. I sigh, taking a sip of the amber liquid and letting it warm my throat. "Don't sound so happy, boss. You might break something." "Ha, ha," I reply sarcastically, taking another sip. "Any news for me?" I place my hand on the arm of the ancient chair and look over at my confidant, the only Russian man I've met with dark features but stark blue eyes. I've often wondered how many of his kills took that sight into the afterlife with them. He's a scary, good-looking fucker, for sure. Never has any issues with the women around us. Richie Black is creating a buzz for next week's fight. Richie Black, a big motherfucker and lethal also, a good acquaintance to have in your corner. I grunt at Nico, taking another sip of my whiskey. "Are you ready to fight him?" I let a shoulder lift and a shrug. "He makes the club good money." "That's an understatement. We've generated over $100,000 in ticket sales already." "It doesn't matter. I've been the reigning champion of my club for the last decade. The king, marrying a syndicate princess. I never lose and I never will. That's why marrying Sabrina and gaining access into the syndicate is a priority." Another few beats of silence pass between Nico and me. The money is and will always be my first priority. Between Eden, Inferno, and Purgatory, it's not an issue. "That's good. Who all is attending?" "Big names." I nod mindlessly. "And the new girl, Dana Harley? How is she?" "No complaints. She seems to be doing just fine," he assures me, and yes, Harley wears a blonde wig that's dyed pink and blue at the tips. It's something we encourage our dancers to do to protect their identities once they leave our club. It's a safety precaution we do at every single one of our clubs from Inferno to Pandemonium. We only accept new dancers every 4 months. That's how long the contracts are typically for. Usually within that time frame, they're able to save up as much as they need and move on to better things, or they re-sign a new contract for another 4 months. They don't have to worry about paying too high a rent, and we provide protection for them and the ones with kids. They live in an apartment building we rent out to them, and only a few rules apply, which are stated in their contract. 1. No Johns entering the building. 2. No hard drugs. 3. Keep everyone else's identity secret. 4. They must get on birth control and stay on it for the length of their contract, no exceptions. I don't necessarily have a soft spot for sex workers, but Nico does, seeing as that was how his mother was able to provide for him. Until she was murdered in cold blood by her pimp for choosing to pay rent and have food on the table for him when he was only 16. We took him in. He and I found his mother's pimp and took care of him. The following year, my mother died. So when I say Nico and I are brothers, I mean it. We've killed together and grieved together. Once my father retired and all 3 clubs were transferred to me 5 years ago, Nico made sure we made the necessary changes to how our sex workers were treated to make it safer for women like his mother. We already knew some of the dancers were doing shady shit before, getting into trouble. This way, we have a better handle on things. The girls are treated right, therefore they don't bite the hand that feeds. I take another sip from my tumbler, enjoying the silence, before Nico asks, "How's the fiancé?" I roll my eyes, remembering the way I slipped out of the Escalade with barely a goodbye escaping her lips. "I've never met a woman that doesn't talk my ear off." I wish I had that problem. I swallow another sip, looking at my oldest friend in the world. My consigliere is the only non-Italian-made man. I trust him with my life, which is why I stepped on toes and made him my advisor/enforcer. We grew up together, and yet for some reason I don't want to tell him what I see in Sabrina, how she keeps to herself, bringing cupcakes to the office every Thursday before their meetings, setting up the conference room so everyone in the office can have a cupcake, how that's the only time I see her genuinely smile, not like the ones she gives others that make it seem as though her cheeks must hurt from smiling like that all goddamn day. I don't tell him how, when they invite her out every Friday night, she comes up with a quick excuse, her favorite being she's going to see her mother over the weekend and then stays home baking, scream singing. I don't tell him that her room is vacant and void of the male species, not even a slight buzzing noise comes from her room. I don't mention the weird symbiotic relationship she has with her bodyguard, or the creepy silence they share either. Most of all, I don't tell him that there are times I've been watching her, and what sounds like a muffled scream comes from the tub when she's underneath the water and bubbles float up from where she's screaming her head off where no one can hear her, no one can see her. Only me. I don't want him to see that she's growing on me, that I want to know every secret she has, that I want to lock her away so I can study and dissect her like an insect, so I can see the real her, more than just what I catch on camera. She's a good girl, my Sabrina. It feels like a warning now. You think I'm doing the right thing, Nico? Marrying this girl? You feel like she's a valuable asset? I have no feelings regarding my future wife, Nikolai, which is neither here nor there. I lie. Fuck if I know. I know you're doing this for the money and to get into the syndicate meetings. I mean, have you met the mother? You can usually get a good sense of the daughter once you've met the mother. That's another fucking thing now. Having to fly out of the country in 2 weeks to stay in Chelsea to meet her mother. All I can hope is that I'm as good an actor as she is. Chapter 4. Parker. Miss Winters. She's doing that thing again, where she just stares out of the window, toes facing inward, hands in her lap, thumbs rotating around each other, worrying her plush bottom lip. We've been sitting in the Escalade outside of her family's jet for almost an hour now, and she hasn't moved, other than her thumbs. She asked me for a minute, and I obliged her with 50, but it's the second time her fiancé's stuck his bruised face out of the plane and stared at us. Miss Winters, I repeat myself, doing my damnedest not to reach over and touch her like I want to, like every cell in my being is dying to do. I want to break whatever demons are raging on in her mind, take them for myself. Hell, I have so many already, but what's one more? If they're hers, I'll take them all on. She deadpans to face me, green eyes the color of moss blink at me, as though the fog in her mind is barely clearing up, still gnawing that bottom lip of hers. God, she's so beautiful. She was beautiful before, just so goddamn annoying and loud. Now there's this. I don't know how to articulate it. She's lost in her mind a lot, but when she's clear, she's lethal. Lethal in court, her words, her demeanor. She's incredible to watch, and I'm the luckiest bastard that gets paid to do so. Giordano has arrived and is on the plane. They're waiting for us. She blinks as if she's trying to make sense of what I've said. Her head lifts in a subtle nod.
Yes. Thank you, Parker.
I love the way my name sounds on her lips. Are you ready?
It's showtime again, isn't it?
She blinks again, looking down at her gloved hands, then back at the plane wistfully, reaching into her bag and putting on her sunglasses. The exhaustion etched across her pretty face makes her look older, wiser, like she's kept so many secrets they're all weighing her down. It makes me want to put the Escalade in drive and make a run for it just so she'd feel free, even if only for a little while. She used to laugh a lot. I can feel that same exhaustion from here, and it bothers the hell out of me. Just for the weekend, I assure her, and then, because I know her, what's the lie? The corners of her mouth lift slightly, but it's enough to be a genuine smile. I love that I can do that for her.
Work call?
I grin. Work call sounds fine. I get out round in the vehicle to open her door, but Maxim, the giant, beats me to it. About goddamn time. Do you know how long we've been waiting? Maxim growls, one eye still partially bruised from his fight last weekend. I can't wait to see Matilda's face when she takes in her soon-to-be son-in-law in such a state.
Charming as always, Mr. Giordano. And yes, 51 minutes.
Sabrina replies.
I had a work call.
She lies as I grab her luggage from the back.
It ran a little longer than I liked, but you should understand how that goes.
He makes a face before turning around that tells me he doesn't believe her one bit. He's either intuitive or is starting to notice her tells. I'm not sure which one bothers me more. We board the jet, me sitting beside her in the luxurious seat, Maxim on the other side of the cabin facing us. The plane takes off, and as soon as we're in the air, Sabrina puts her hair in a messy knot on her head and reaches down to grab her trusty briefcase.
Oh, no.
She sighs, searching in every pocket. I hold in my grin and pull out her extra glasses case from the inside pocket of my suit jacket, ironically next to my gun. Maxim stares with narrowed eyes as she takes them from me, and I hide my smirk.
Honestly, Parker, I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you.
She says, opening the black Armani case and slipping the light pink cat-eye see-through frames on. They're large on her pretty face, but she makes them look good. Except she hands them to me. I reach into my top suit pocket and fish out the microfiber square, clean them for her, and give them back.
Thank you. Please. It's showtime.
It's what she says a lot these days. She pulls her lap desk out of another bag and folds her shapely legs up, crossing them to hold the lap desk. She puts her tablet and other stationary items on top and silently begins to work, tapping her pen against her lips and then writing in her loopy cursive. She goes back and forth between her notes to typing on the screen, getting lost in legal jargon. I have to remind her to take sips of her water bottle, otherwise she'll go hours without any. Mentally, I've gone from being her guard to being her caretaker. I don't mind it. So, you wear glasses? Maxim says from across the cabin.
Only while reading smaller print. A lot of these prenups have very fine print, and I need to be able to read them.
She replies, not even looking in his direction. It's a lie. She has astigmatism and was not a candidate for LASIK. She wears contacts, but not on long flights because they dry up badly and make her eyes burn. But that's information she's only shared with me and Matilda. That's all right. I keep her safe. I keep her secrets. I like it that way. Again, he looks at her as if trying to figure her out. Then, good to know my future wife wears glasses. Imagine someone asks me to get them for you and I had no fucking clue you wore them.
Thankfully, Parker here knows where they are. And thankfully, I'll only be your wife on paper, Mr. Giordano.
It's a very real ring on your finger, and for the last fucking time, it's Maxim. Quit with the Giordano shit. I prefer her to call him by his familial name, which makes it less real for me, but I don't say that. I simply watch as she highlights a passage and then types something into her tablet. She hands it to me. I read over it, tell her it looks fine, and hand it back. I don't know jack shit about law, but I learned it from her. Well, I let her explain most of it to me, so when she passes something by me, I can either nod or make some kind of face to let her know it doesn't make sense to me. I have what I like to call an honorary degree from Sabrina Winters University. I graduated top of my class. Well, almost. There are a few other things I need to learn to get my master's. Then I want to go back and get my PhD. By this point, Maxim looks either irritated as hell or like he's going to be sick, and I want to laugh. The flight attendant comes back out, asking if we'd like a drink. When he orders 2 fingers of Johnny Walker Blue, the attendant replies they don't have alcohol on board. Sabrina, finally acknowledging him completely, looks taken aback by his appearance.
Christ, you look ghastly. I'm so glad this is how you decided to introduce yourself to my mother. Best foot forward and all.
Why is there no alcohol on this plane?
I don't allow alcohol.
Are you in recovery? She barely flinches at the brass in his tone. I doubt he sees it, but I did. I sit up a little straighter and square my shoulders.
Sure, you could say that.
What is it? Poor little princess couldn't handle her liquor and had to go to rehab one too many times? I should punch the fucker, but it isn't my place. Not now, anyway. But when the time comes, I'll be ready. Sabrina blinks at him, no sign of frustration or irritation. She's choosing her battles. Handing me her glasses to clean again, she just looks up at the flight attendant and smiles that perfect fucking smile I fucking hate. The same one she's been throwing on for the last 2 years. I still don't fully know what happened after that fuckface dropped her off, claiming she was drunk as fuck at the front door of her mother's house. I just know whatever happened changed my little Spitfire into a dwindling ember. I hand her back the glasses as she says,
Macy, see if my father has a bottle in his bedroom, would you? Lower left cabinet by the bed.
Macy, a little older lady with not much going on in the appearance department, more church mouse than anything, comes back not 5 minutes later, bottle and tumbler in hand, also placing a smile on her face, but the awkward tension is still in the air. She serves Maxim the amber liquid and then goes back to her place. Sabrina bends again and searches for her headphones in her bag. She places them over her ears, and I hand her her phone back so she can play the low classical melodies she's been into lately, because, yes, she left her phone behind with her glasses as well, and I pocketed it all for her for when she needed the damn thing. As smart a beauty as she is, she's also forgetful as fuck, but that's okay. I got her. Sabrina works diligently for 2 hours straight, and the longer she works, the more Maxim glowers at her, especially when she hands me her glasses to clean every 30 minutes like clockwork. When she's done, she packs everything up neatly. I get up and grab her favorite throw blanket and pillow from the overhead compartment and hand them to her. She thanks me, not taking off her headphones. She lays the seat down and turns on her side. I'm guessing she sees the way Maxim is glaring at her, practically seething. She decides to face me instead.
Ogre,
she mouths, and I contain my smirk. We land just a few hours later, and when she wakes up, she heads to the restroom to freshen up. She comes back, sans glasses, and hands them to me. I clean them again before I pocket them. I keep them safe. As soon as we arrive in Kensington, where the Barclays usually stay when Matilda is absorbed in writing a book to get away from the usual city noises and people coming to visit, it feels like coming home. Vast fields of green everywhere, fenced-in cows, goats, that type of stuff. While it ain't Georgia, it's pretty fucking gorgeous. I like it better than their house in Chelsea. They also got another place in Wales, but this practical mansion is my favorite. It takes me almost 2 hours to run the entire grounds in the mornings. There's a little pond, and the groundskeeper Howard and his wife, Beverly, live in a small cottage towards the back of the property. They always invite me in for tea and breakfast when I'm done. Looking in the rearview mirror, I see Maxim still looks grim, but a lot less pale now that we're no longer in the sky, and Sabrina is tense again. I know she's mentally preparing herself for all the questions. It's been a while since we've been back, and I watch in the rearview mirror as she plays with the tips of her gloves. Maxim notices it too, but doesn't say anything, just goes back to staring out the window, only side-eyeing her every now and then. She's oblivious to him in a lot of ways, mostly the way he looks at her with slight interest, probably picking apart her every move and tick. I pull up to the wrought iron gate of the Barclay estate, type in the code, patiently wait for the gate to open, and drive through.
How is she today?
Matilda asks when she finds me in the kitchen grabbing a water bottle from the fridge when she comes back from giving them a tour of the place. She's got renovations going on, and I can hear the construction workers going on about their business. I lean against the fridge, uncapping the bottle, taking a long sip before answering her. What do I say to the woman who employed me to watch over her daughter after her daughter's best friend was brutally attacked and left for dead on the safest college campus this side of the Mississippi? That even though there are times she's slipped away from me, I've still been able to track her, except for the one time she sent me out and I went all over London trying to find minty pads only to find out they don't exist. And when I finally get back to Chelsea, she was being dropped off drunk as fuck, and then she's fine. A little tired from the flight, as can be expected. Matilda nods, contemplating my words.
And the fiancé? He's a bit dreary, isn't he?
I grin. You thought the same about me when you hired me.
Yes, but your qualifications surpassed your gloomy appearance. Besides, My daughter needed the best of the best, and that's exactly what you are, savage. Never doubt my faith in you.
It's high praise coming from a woman like Matilda, but she's seen the changes in Sabrina as well. Not the same as I have, but then again, a good mother knows, which makes me feel guilty as shit. If only she knew.
You'll keep an eye on her still, won't you, Parker?
Yes, ma'am. At this point, I'd work for free. Between what they've been paying me for the last 4 years, it would be doable.
Good. She needs you, and she's going to need you. I know he isn't a part of the syndicate. Thank whatever God there is for that small mercy. But this man, I looked into him, you know.
I arch a brow. Yeah.
My old Sabrina could handle a man like that, then leave him heartbroken and shattered to pieces, then easily walk through those pieces and on to the next.
And now, she shakes her head softly, her signature honey blonde hair moving along with every shake.
Now I just don't know anymore.
Her voice is sad and low as she looks out the kitchen window, then moves toward the stove with a sigh.
Tea?
With a dash of diabetes, I smirk.
You are devilishly handsome, Parker. I hope you know that. If I were 20 years younger...
She trails off, flirting shamelessly like older women do, and I grin. If you were now Mrs. Barkley, I wink, innocently flirting back, because at the end of the day, somehow Matilda Barkley knows I only have eyes for her daughter. Matilda turns a bright pink and chuckles out a type of titter you only hear in schoolgirls, and I don't mind ruffling her old posh feathers. She clears her throat.
Now, Parker, you know I'm very happily married.
I know. Your hair's been in disarray since you came back from Derek's office. Kiss me if I'm right, Tildy, but is that a paperclip in your hair? She reaches up, and sure enough, she pulls a paperclip out of her gold tresses. She leans over, I bend, and she places a kiss on my cheek.
Cheeky badger. Come, let's get your dreadful sweet iced tea.
Chapter 5. Maxim. One bed. Her mother chose this weekend to renovate not one but all of the guest bedrooms, and being a modern woman, has decided we'll be just fine if we sleep together. I grin, grateful to simply be off the plane and on ground again. It's unnatural to fly. Half the flight I had to hold in my vomit, not wanting to look weak in front of that hick. The other half I had to watch the way Parker watches Sabrina. Maybe she doesn't have feelings for him, but he definitely feels something for her. Doesn't matter. She belongs to me now. After introductions, but before making it up to her bedroom, I'm given a tour of their country home by Matilda, Sabrina's mother. I hate to say it, but she's pleasant. Nothing like Sabrina. Or maybe she's everything like Sabrina, and I just don't give a flying fuck enough to actually get to know my future wife. But Sabrina hasn't made any moves to get to know me either, so there's that. Matilda was kind enough not to mention the bruise around my eye, and I'm grateful for that.
I'm smaller. You take the bed, I'll take the sofa.
Sabrina says, rummaging through one of her bags. I can't help but watch her heart-shaped ass as she bends lower, deeper, to get to the bottom of whatever's in there. It's a weekend trip. We'll be leaving Sunday morning, and this woman packed 2 suitcases full of possibly everything in her closet. She opens the door to her bedroom and, you guessed it, pink. From the walls to the comforter on the 4-poster king-size bed to the shaggy rugs on the hardwood flooring is a light pink. Christ, it's like she decided to drown her sorrows in Pepto-Bismol and spewed it everywhere. I kick off my shoes, unfasten my belt, and when I'm about to drop trow, she yelps and turns around.
What are you doing?
I'm going to nap before this ridiculous dinner with your parents.
Can you at least wait until I leave the room?
I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. Why? You like what you see? Afraid I'll have my way with you on this Barbie bed?
Barbie bed?
I gesture about the room. All the pink. It's like you called the makers of Pepto and said, yes, please, come over and shit all over the place. It's just like you. Princess?
Don't call me that.
She snaps, standing ramrod straight, and for some reason my dick stirs at her bratty attitude. Why?
Because I'm asking you not to.
I let my tired eyes peruse her from the pink polish on her toes, her dainty ankles, strong calves up her thick-set thighs, hips wider than her shoulders, her stomach with that soft swell, her ample chest, clavicles, chin, full lips, and that adorable Cupid's bow, rounded cheeks, the beauty mark, green, cat eyes, the way her hair frames her face. No, not a princess. A goddess. All the air seems to leave the room, and even though she's 10 feet away from me, she's too close. I swallow thickly, my mouth suddenly too dry. Fine. She goes back to what she's doing, and I swear I hear her mutter,
Beast.
under her breath. She finally finds what she needs and heads to the door, leaving me to myself. I put my alarm on for an hour before the aforementioned dinner time, then undress quickly, diving under the covers into the dreamlike mattress. Fuck, I'm going to need one of these for the penthouse when we get back to New York. The scent of laundry detergent and something else, something floral yet fruity, hits me. I breathe in the familiar scent, rolling my eyes when I realize it's the same scent that follows Sabrina around, the same scent that was permeating in my nostrils the entire 7-hour flight from New York to here. I don't let myself think about it. I just close my eyes and let sleep take me, inhaling just a little deeper.
Mr. Giordano.
Tap, tap, tap. I grumble something along the lines of, "Not yet," and turn to burrow myself deeper under the blanket. Tap, tap, tap.
Maxim.
Ah, Christ, I'm fucking exhausted and sore everywhere. My lips roll inward. Persistent she-devil. I shove the blanket down, gripping it tightly at my abdomen, and I open my eyes to stare at the crystal chandelier above me, because, of course, the Princess of Kensington would have a goddamn sparkly chandelier in her bedroom. What? Sabrina stiffens, standing to her full height in a fluffy pink robe, her hair tightly tucked into a matching towel. She looks tiny. She's sans makeup, and she looks so tender, youthful. She looks exactly her age, not a wrinkle in sight, no acne, no worry lines. I swallow thickly. I can't think about that.
Didn't mean to upset you. I tried waking you earlier, but when you turned away in your sleep, I decided to shower first to give you a bit more time to rest. Dinner is in an hour. Is that enough time for you to freshen up? I can tell Mama to push it back if you need more time.
The gentility in her cadence makes my hostility toward her waver, but not completely. I inhale sharply. No, that's more than enough time for me to get ready. She steps away as I sit up, clutching her. Her hands are bare, naked, gloveless. I let my gaze drift to her face, and she looks so much smaller now that I'm sitting up, and she clutches her bathrobe tighter across her chest, so much so that her knuckles turn white as if she's afraid I'll try to tear it off her curvy body. She clears her throat, eyes everywhere but my face.
Perfect. I'll get ready whilst you shower, and then we can go downstairs together.
She goes to the walk-in closet, and I tear myself away from the bed, stretching my arms high, then wide, yawning without a care. When I open my eyes, I see her standing just at the threshold of her closet, watching me. I'm tempted to send a wink her way to ruffle her pristine little feathers, but if I'm honest, she looks more scared than intrigued. That's a first for me. Usually women look at me and their eyes dilate with lust or desire, not fear. I head to the ensuite, catching the bruising around my eye has gone down even more with the nap I had. Then I stare at all the different knobs behind the glass of the walk-in shower and step right the fuck back out into the room, stilled as I catch Sabrina in nothing but a white satin thong, high on the curve of her waist, just below her belly button, and a matching bra, staring at her reflection in the full-length mirror, each curve on display for my greedy eyes. Little zings zap around in my brain like sparks shooting straight down to my dick. I shake them away, not allowing myself to think of her as attractive. That's the last thing I need to think about my bride-to-be. She said it herself, we're nothing but a farce, names on a piece of paper, nothing more, nothing less. So I smirk instead at the knowledge that it seems she does own something that isn't pink. Other than that fucking black dress she showed up in to the world's poorest excuse of a funeral. I wonder what she sees in herself. Kitten eyes snap to mine, yelping as she dives for her robe. Once she has it on and tied it in place, her eyes are glued to my feet.
Is something the matter?
Yeah, there's 40 fucking knobs in the goddamn thing. How do I work it? Her eyes lift and widen.
Oh, sorry.
She rushes past me a little too quickly, that scent of her infiltrating me as she powers by. I follow her as she starts pointing to all the different knobs.
Heat, cold, power. If you'd like to turn on the body spray jets, it's this one.
She mumbles nervously and my nose scrunches. Is she afraid of me?
This button out here warms the floor for you when you step out. I recommend turning it on at least a minute or two before doing so. I also took the liberty of ordering the things on your preference list Jonathan gave me. They're all there.
Of course she did. My fiancée might be a bit of a bitch, but she is zealous. I stare at the corner of the shower where the marble shelves are. It's a state-of-the-art kind of shower, the kind that's in my penthouse, only flipped. I should have just played with the knobs and figured it all out. I grunt at her, which causes her to leave me with an aggravated sigh. When I saunter out of the bathroom, she's sitting in her vanity, hair in champagne waves falling to the middle of her back, held back by some stretchy, fuzzy pink thing around her face. Her eyes are already lined and cat-eyed, lips glossy, and I stare without wanting to while she applies powder or contour or blush or some shit. The dust of the powder bounces off her cheeks, creating a soft glow, so feminine. I should have jerked off in the shower. I blink when her eyes land on me in her reflection, and I have to look away, then look around sheepishly for my suitcase. Not finding it, I ask, "Where's my luggage?"
Oh, I put it away in the closet to the left.
I head there even though I'm right where I hesitantly want to be. I open the fucking suitcase, pulling out casual slacks, a blue button-up, and undergarments. I dry myself properly, hang the towel on the doorknob, then step into my boxer briefs, socks, and trousers. I step out with my undershirt, shirt, and socks in hand, and Sabrina brushes past me.
Are you finished in here?
I've already seen you, you know. You don't have to hide. This time I watch as the pink crawls up her neck to the apple of her cheeks, unable to meet my gaze.
I prefer you forgot that.
I won't. It's the entire reason I should have fisted my cock until I came all over the fucking tiled walls of the shower. Without answering her, I bend to put my socks on, and while I button up my shirt that stayed crisp in my valise, all I can think is she's undressed in there. Picturing her champagne hair cascading down her back and shoulders, probably framing her ample breasts perfectly, deadly curves in her bra and panties looking so fucking virginal. My dick roars to life again, just as the closet door clicks open and she steps out, and Christ, I don't ever think I've ever had my heart beat so slowly in my ribcage my entire life. Black wedge boots stop just above her ankles. Baby pink sweater dress that clings to every fucking curve swoops down at her neckline like a loose turtleneck, hiding her breasts, and it stops just below her knees, showing off her shapely calves. I was right about her hair cascading around her in golden waves, parted in the middle, framing her heart-shaped face.
Oops.
She mumbles, reaching back into the closet, and I see the material of the dress stretch across her ass as she bends forward, grabbing a purse and a pristine snow-white coat. I swallow, hurrying to step into my casual Italian loafers, grab my black double-breasted overcoat, and follow her out of her room, chills rushing up my forearms with each click of her booted heels against the marble floors beneath our feet. Matilda and Derek wait for us at the base of the curved white oak staircase, Derek rushing to put a coat on his wife. Sabrina puts her forearm to the side, the one where her coat is carelessly draped over, and it hits my abdomen. Withholding my eye roll, I take it from her and help her into it like an actual gentleman, careful not to touch her, of course. I catch a scarred face with mixed-matched eyes by the entryway to the den, suit still so fucking crisp and edgy. He puts a tumbler full of clear liquid to his lips and swallows, maintaining eye contact, pursing his lips as he swallows. Sabrina tightens her coat by the waist, the fur trim pushing out like an extra dress, a little Russian doll. Parker takes a step forward, hiding his little smirk well.
"Oh, Parker, are you joining us tonight?"
Sabrina asks. He shakes his head once. "Not tonight, Miss Winters."
"Oh, next time?"
"Sure, Miss Winters." She slightly bobs her head, mouths something to him, and he blinks at her in return. I don't fucking like it.
"Oh, I told you, he was defending my honor, Mum. Truly, you should have seen it. The man swung, and, oh, it was so quick the way my Maxim swung back. Oh, I've never seen anything so manly."
I'll say one thing about my betrothed. She's a damn good liar. She has Matilda practically swooning in my direction as I take another swig of the amber liquid in my crystal tumbler. I grin, chuckling at how goddamn easy it was for Sabrina to make her parents like me. So, fuck it. I can play along. Yeah, well, nobody tries to touch my woman and gets away with it. This causes my future mother-in-law to squeal happily in her seat and begin fanning herself.
"Your woman."
She chuckles, scrunching her nose at her daughter.
"Oh, I love it. Goodbye, feminism. He's practically barbaric, Tink."
The Italian restaurant we're currently in reminds me of the finest ones New York has to offer. The lighting is low but not too dim. The tables are covered in white tablecloths with red suede runners and candlelit centerpieces. There are crystal chandeliers above each table and a string quartet softly playing somewhere. The building itself is older, but the architecture reminds me of something you'd see in an old Victorian-era film.
"Oh, this is such great fodder."
Matilda smiles. Fodder?
"Yes, darling."
Sabrina squirms in her seat and then drags her gaze to mine.
"Remember I told you Mom writes books? She's been a bestseller for the past decade."
No, I don't remember because I don't know anything. Also, I can respect a woman that leaves her shit husband and makes something of herself. There are too many strong women out there not making enough of a fucking ruckus. Then again, the wives of the capos are silent and swift in their kills. You have to be in our world. Can't get too much attention poised our way. Flicking my gaze back to Matilda, I ask, "Oh, so this is how you add scenarios to your books?"
"At times. Sometimes I people watch. Sometimes I hole myself up until I have an entire chapter written. Sometimes I get bloody wasted and type, letting it flow through me. And when I wake up with a blaring headache, I'll sift through what I typed, and sometimes I'll just listen to other stories and steal them."
Matilda says with a grin and rough voice at the end, making her look a bit like a villain. Sabrina giggles and the sound prickles the bottom of my skull. Her wide smile is directed at me and the little scrunch of her nose makes my chest feel like it's being squeezed. She makes a motion toward her mother, taking a sip from her glass of water.
"She's an evil genius, my mother."
Evil? No. Genius? Absolutely. Derek smirks, putting a hand over his wife's. When they look at each other, it's with a palpable longing. But I will say my wife is amazing, always surprising me, keeping me on my toes. It takes the older couple a moment for them to tear their gaze away from the other, lost in their own world.
"Well, let's get on with the planning, shall we?"
Sabrina sits up straight like a doll come to life.
"Planning? Your engagement party, Sabrina love. Please tell me you didn't think we'd skip over that now, did you?" "Oh, I'm not so sure. With mine and Maxim's schedule, I'm not sure if we'd be able to fly back in time. He's so busy and I have so many clients."
Matilda's happy moment seems to crumble, and where I shouldn't feel anything, I shouldn't care, I feel bad for her. I took what should be a happy occasion away from them. Fuck. I'm sure we could find the time. Sabrina's eyes flash at me as if I've done something wrong, but there goes that fucking uncanny grin again, every tooth white and shiny and perfect. Matilda gasps and claps her hands together.
Wonderful! Derek! Something small, Mama, please. Please.
Her voice is small and it irks me. Is she ashamed of marrying me?
No, yes, of course, Tink. You give me a list of names you're okay with having there, and I'll keep to it. No funny business, I promise. I'd also need to get Raven out here. I can't have my engagement party without my maid of honor.
Creepy goth Barbie. Wonderful. But what can I say? The man that'll most likely be my best man is Nico, and that's because he'll be carrying, which reminds me, I pull my phone out at the table, excusing myself and typing out a quick message to him to put cameras in her bedroom and bathroom, mostly where the tub is located while we're away. I want to determine if I did hear her screaming underwater or if it was a wrong assumption. But if she is screaming underwater, I want to know why. I darken my screen and shove my phone back into my front pocket as the conversation ebbs and flows between us, and the more I watch Matilda and Derek interact, the more I can see there's a story behind their affections. I'll make sure to ask Sabrina later when we're alone in her Barbie bedroom tonight. When we get back to Kensington, Sabrina practically flies up the staircase after saying goodnight to her parents, and I follow, taking the steps two at a time. Immediately upon entering her room, I see the light on under the door to the bathroom. I go to the walk-in to undress and hang my suit back up, stepping out at the same time as her. I inhale slowly as I take her in. Tiny sleep shorts that showcase her sturdy thighs, camisole that hugs the dips of her waist, braless so her nipples are peaked. Before I can even think about what color they are, my phone rings, distracting me at the right moment. She fidgets, then darts to the sofa bed. I try to ignore the ringing in my pocket and help her pull it out, but she makes a shooing motion with her hands, dismissing me. Okay, then. I look down at my screen to see it's Nico. Yeah. Hey, boss, sorry to interrupt. What time is it there? Just after 11? Oh, how are the in-laws? Fine. What's going on? Cops tried to raid before the fight tonight. Did they have a warrant? No, but I'm thinking they'll try to have one soon. And the club? Everything's legit. As far as they're concerned, they're just exotic dancers. None of the licenses are out. All of our keepers are up to date on their certifications. The cop? Same one as always, Donahue. What the fuck is up his ass this time? I demand, watching my fiancée bend over the length of the sofa bed, fighting the need to help her. Well, I don't want to make it a big deal, and I am keeping my eyes on it. That new girl, Harley, she looked really fucking nervous. You think she's hiding from him? Yeah, I'll ask around to see what the other girls know. Do that. Her background check was clear. There should be no reason a cop is looking for her if her record is clean. I was thinking the same thing. All right, boss. I'll see you when you get back. I hang up, darkening my screen and putting it in the drawer of the nightstand by my gun. I head to the bathroom, wash my face, and begin brushing my teeth as Sabrina is looking around for something, bending over in those sweet little silk baby pink shorts. Damn it. I avert my gaze.
Oh, no.
She mumbles, placing her naked hands on her hips and looking around. She digs into an empty suitcase, which I was sure was full of clothes for every season and the rain. Apparently not. She's looking for something important. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing.
She mumbles mindlessly, turning to go to the walk-in in search of whatever it is she needs. It's when she looks up and sees me in just my boxer briefs, brushing my teeth, that she seems momentarily stunned by all the tattoos on my body. Her cheeks turn a rose shade. She looks away.
Is that how you sleep?
I smirk. No, I'm usually naked, but this isn't my house. Why? You like what you see? She hums in disapproval, finally disappearing into the closet. I spit, rinse, and go back to watching her. She seems determined to find this thing. She kneels, going through her other suitcase. Nothing. It's empty. She holds her breath. 2, 3, 4. and out. There's a light knocking on the door and she turns on her heels to answer, but I beat her to it. I open the damn thing to find her bodyguard standing just outside the threshold. "What do you want?" Parker looks over my shoulder and finds her standing behind me. "Miss Winters, I have your, blanket. I had it washed." She smiles widely, but it's not like the smiles at dinner. It's full of relief and gratitude.
Thank you, Parker. I thought I forgot it. On the sofa, please.
He nods and tries to take a step inside, but I hold a hand out to take the gray blanket from him. Why? I don't fucking know. All I know is the less he's around my fiancé, the better.
Mr. Giordano.
God, I fucking hate that. "Now you don't even want me to touch your fucking blanket?" I growl, not taking my eyes off Parker.
No, I don't.
She doesn't meet my gaze, but her thumb taps to each of her fingers, counting them over and over again, then cursing herself when I see she's noticed that I notice. What is she hiding? Why is she nervous? Is it me? Fine. I step to the side and allow Parker to walk through the threshold, where he strides to the sofa and neatly places it over the sheets and comforter already there, folding the corner like I assume she likes, so she can simply slip into it and fall straight to sleep. He lowers his voice, and my ears strain to hear, but I can't. Whatever he says causes her cheeks to flush with heat again. Her eyes swiftly dart to me and back. Parker steps around me, leaving, and closes the door behind him. You know I have to ask now, don't you?
You really don't.
What's with the blanket, Sabrina? She shivers at the sound of her name on my lips. Mentally, I pound my chest in pride like a fucking Neanderthal.
I just like my things, okay?
I eye the blanket, then her, then I the blanket again. It's not pink.
They didn't have it in pink.
That's probably the only truth she's told today. She goes to the bathroom to take out her contacts. Another lie. I bet she really does need the glasses. I go to the pull-out before she comes back and notice the blanket is heavy. I get into the king-size Pepto-Bismol bed and make myself comfortable. She walks back out and heads straight to the sofa bed. It's weighted.
Yes. Good night.
She replies, scooting as deep into the middle of the mattress as she can, tugging it around her like a protective barrier, turning on her side and closing her eyes. What's your parents' story? I ask, turning out the light, and big fucking surprise, she has a pink nightlight in the fucking corner. I do my best to ignore the agitation building within me. It's fine. I can pretend it's the city lights of the skyline pouring in through the windows of my penthouse. She makes a noise in the back of her throat like I'm unaware I shouldn't interrupt a woman when she's trying to sleep. I had a mother. I remember. I'm pretty sure it's included in the fine print of the Geneva Convention or the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt shut the fuck up when a woman is sleepy and let her rest. I hear her sigh from where she's curled up under that heavy-ass blanket.
Mum and Derek were sweethearts from what Americans call 7th grade until their senior year of high school. Unfortunately, my mother was arranged to marry my father when she was just 20. But the contract had been signed when she was 17.
I thought the syndicate didn't allow divorces. It's quiet for a few heartbeats, but then...
When my brother died in a drowning accident, Daddy Dearest no longer had an heir to take his place as a legacy within the syndicate's American chapter. So the divorce was granted. She came back here and, well, it only took them 3 months to get married after the divorce was finalized. Derek was there for us in a way my father wasn't. Helped her a lot through the grieving process.
Who helped you? I ask. I close my eyes, willing myself not to think of the hardest loss I ever felt. My father could die today, and I wouldn't feel his loss half as bad as I did my mother's. When she doesn't reply after a few seconds, I simply say, I'm sorry for your loss, and it's actually sincere.
Yeah, me too.
She replies sleepily, soft snores sounding off, letting me know she's out. It feels like I barely slept a wink when I wake up to soft whimpers. They're not harsh or loud or frightening noises, but then I hear a soothing, "Shh, Sabrina, you're safe. It's okay." I slowly grab my gun from the nightstand, unlock the safety, and point the gun at the form looming over her. What the fuck are you doing in here? I growl at Parker, who ignores me. I stand and prowl over, gun still pointed at him, but he stays steady, mumbling more calming words as she twitches and then stops, rolling back on her side, and he tucks her back in, putting the weighted blanket firmly around her. He stands to his full height, facing me, then walks straight into my gun, daring me. I respect it. I do. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that if you're going to aim a gun at someone, you better mean it. Answer the question, and I'll let you fucking go. You and I both know I don't have to use it to kill you. The soft glow of the nightlight shows when the corner of his lips lift for half a second. She has bad dreams when she doesn't sleep in her bed in Brooklyn Heights, that's all. I quirk a dark brow. Bad dreams, huh? He raises his chin in response. A word to the wise? I tighten my grip on the gun. And how do you know so much about her dreams, huh? You sneak in her bed when she's sleeping? His eyes flick to the weapon, then back up to my face. Never mind then. I'll let you figure it out on your own. For now, she's asleep. Don't touch her. I wouldn't dream of it. I grunt. A total lie, because I dream of it a lot. I dream of feeling her thighs squeeze my hips when she comes, what noises she'd make. I dream of feeling her pressed against me, soft lips against mine while I swallow every moan. I'll never admit to that, though. He turns on his heels and goes back the way he came. When we're married, she'll be my responsibility. I don't know why the fuck I just said that, but it does stop him in his tracks, fingertips on the doorknob. He doesn't bother looking over his shoulder at me, just dips his head a little lower, tattoos racing up his neck and into the short, dirty blonde hair on his skull. Be honest with yourself, Giordano. She'll need me more than ever once you're married, he says, opening the door and shuffling out. The door closes behind him so quietly that there's not even a soft click. I sit my ass on the edge of the mattress, putting the gun back in its place, then resting my elbows on my knees, scrubbing a hand down my face. Fuck.
Chapter 6. Sabrina. By the time I get downstairs in the morning, Maxim is already having breakfast with Mama and Derek. I don't know if I should be relieved or annoyed that he's gotten on with them so well, but I don't let it bother me. There you are, darling. Mama smiles my way, putting her teacup to her lips. I slide my fingers through my hair, pushing it back only for it to curtain forward again and fall around my shoulders. Morning, Mum. Derek. I greet, putting food on my plate and thanking Poppy, the new girl who gets a little too close to Maxim, her heavy breast on his arm when she serves him more coffee. A ripple of jealousy flares through me, but I remind myself that he's a gorgeous man. Women will continuously throw themselves at him, and this is nothing but an agreement. I shouldn't care. I won't care. I should get used to it. It does surprise me, though, when Maxim shifts his shoulder down to get her to stop touching him, but she only leans a little farther, following his movements. Christ. All she needs is a breathy giggle and to call me Sabrina Shan to look like a softcore porn anime character or written by a man in a mystery novel. I roll my eyes and inwardly sigh when Mum peeps at what she's doing and her eyes flick to mine as if she's saying, Aren't you going to put a stop to this? Poppy, if you could please get your breasts off my betrothed's arm, go back to your quarters, pack up your things, and leave for the remainder of your life, I would kindly appreciate that. I say calmly, placing a napkin in my lap. Poppy snaps up, breasts breasting softly in her quick jerk-up. Her blue eyes go wide and thin, pink lips part in bewilderment, dainty hand flying to her large bosom. Miss, I would never—
Except you would, and you did.
Maxim interrupts her, lifting his fork full of eggs to his mouth, nonchalantly taking a bite. Really, Poppy, it's one thing to lie to your employers, but it's another to disrespect me so blatantly in front of my family. I chastise, invoking the old Sabrina. I agree, Mum says, eyes bouncing between me and Maxim. Pack your things, Miss Avondale. You're dismissed. I'll forward your wages through the postal service. She turns her attention back to me as Poppy runs away sobbing. Really, Mum? You had to hire sex on stilts? I'm surprised you didn't hand her fishnet stockings and a leather skirt. Maxim chokes on his eggs, to which I ignore fully while serving myself some. She came highly recommended by the temp agency. All of her prior employers wrote high praise in their letters of recommendation. I deadpan, lift my fist to my face, and make a jerking motion towards my mouth in a very vulgar fashion. I'm sure they did. Maxim gulps down his coffee, choking once again. Derek's goes flying out of his mouth like spittle, landing on the table. His face goes red, and he makes a guttural humph noise into his napkin. I can hear Parker chuckling behind me. Must you be so crass in front of company before breakfast? She scolds, lifting the kettle, delicately adding more tea to her porcelain cup as I add sugar to my coffee. I lift my mug, peering at her over the cup. Funny you should ask. Mama clears her throat, obviously tired of my antics and telling me to shut the fuck up. Now that that's been settled and taken care of, I made an appointment at Eau Claire's. It's my turn to choke on my coffee. Eau Claire's is not only by appointment only, but they make the most beautiful dresses that cost upwards of £50,000 just for said appointment. It's where I always thought I'd get my fairy tale dress made as a child. Mum, that's not necessary. I'll get something by Vera Wang, off the rack. Mum gasps, as if I've just told her I have a malignant brain tumor, and closes her hand into a fist. You're being silly. Now, I've made all the proper arrangements. You won't be leaving until this evening, so we shall go and see Madame Eau Claire, and we shall have you the finest dress made this year. But Mox, he'll be alone. I don't want a handmade dress to be wasted on this bloody farce of a marriage. A ring is one thing. A dress? A dress I wanted to hand down for generations? It makes me feel sick. I mean, I knew the only thing I'd be good to my father for was being a prized mare. But even then, no. Before everything, I'd at least hope to like my fiancé. Or rather, be able to at least have a full conversation with him that isn't just grunts and sighs. Broody cockwomble. This marriage isn't worthy of a dress made by Eau Claire, since I'll be burning it as soon as I take it off. Unlike this heavy ring I have to wear daily. I peek down at it. Pink and beautiful and sleek and brilliant. A constant reminder of all the things I once was. I should have asked for a brown diamond. That's how I feel inside. Brown, murky, dirty. I should have worn my gloves so I wouldn't have to look at it. But it would have seemed odd to wear them around Mum's house. It isn't dirty. Just me. I'm the tainted one. Maxim leans back in his chair and cocks his head to the side to look at me. He looks so unbothered, so bored.
I have work things to take care of. I'll be fine here, Sabrina. Go with your mother. Have fun.
He says, just as his phone begins to ring. He stands, throwing his napkin beside his empty plate on the table.
Breakfast was wonderful. Thank you.
He shakes his phone at us, proving the very important man has to take a very important call, leaving me to fend for myself. Parker would never.
Excuse me.
He grunts, answering the call in Russian. Mama hums in delight in Maxim's direction, and waves him off with a twinge of her finger before turning to me. Honestly, Sabrina, off the rack. I raised you better than that. My mother tiffs before taking a long sip of her tea, still shaking her head as if it's the most ridiculous thing she's heard all year. A hostess opens the glass door for us to enter Eau Claire's. The building is old and gorgeous, and the inside is even more spectacular. And the only thing I can think is, I shouldn't be here. Madame Eau Claire's time will be wasted. Sabrina! She chimes, rounding the corner of the glass case that holds bridal trinkets and vintage veils. Her French accent is rich and her voice sultry. She's a petite woman with soft features, brown eyes, brown hair, and tiny black-rimmed glasses that are so vintage they remind me of the early 90s, but they suit the woman. She is nothing less than fabulous. When she takes in my new appearance, her eyes widen just a bit as her hands come together, and a small clap rings out around the studio. At least 20 unfinished dresses hang from retail rods, varying from champagne to cream to ivory to blinding white. I won't be wearing those. You have grown so much. You were my height when I saw you last. Oh, still so beautiful. Her kindness warms my heart, and I'm surprised she remembers me from when she made Mama's dress 10 years ago. Madame Miclair, c'est tellement agréable de te revoir. It's so nice to see you again. She leans in and air kisses one cheek and then the other. Such a wonderful contrast to people always trying to shake my hand or give hugs. It's tiring having to dodge them all. Her attentions turn towards my mother, who begins to speak fluidly in rapid-fire French. I make my way to the racks holding bridal gowns fit for royalty. They're all unfinished, all waiting to become Eau Claire's new masterpiece. To find a home where they'll be put on a body that loves them. To be oohed and awed, and then stuffed in a box for 20 or so years, and be worn by the next generation. Except there won't be a next generation. My hand stops on one that's white with light pink mesh that's supposed to blend with your skin tone, making it seem as though the lace clings to your body like paint until it flares around your feet. My heart sinks, my belly turns, and the urge to sob locks itself in my throat. I smooth my hand over my belly and swallow down every emotion I can manage. Still, the weight seems to climb and settle between my shoulder blades, diving deep and lodging itself into me like tar. Just another thing adding to the tumor that is me. A champagne dress, not white. Oh, darling, that will look fantastic, my mother drawls. Oh, apparently I said all of that out loud. A corset, ball gown that sparkles, but I want a second dress for the reception so I can dance with my best friend. Mermaid. Well, this isn't a fairy tale. It is my wedding. Beaded crystals. I'm spewing now, nothing but word vomiting. Madame Eau Claire holds up a finger and begins nodding. Oui, chère. She quickly goes to the racks of fabric and tulle, her assistant behind her, jotting down whatever she's saying on a sketch pad in quick succession. Except she isn't jotting anything down at all. She's drawing a rough draft of my dress. With your figure, this will be the dress of the century. Oh, I haven't been this excited in a very long time. She gives orders in French to her assistant, whose name I still haven't gotten, but soon I'm on a step stool in front of the mirrors, getting my measurements taken while my mother watches in awe. I hold my breath, thinking of anything but the way this woman's tiny, nimble fingers touch me, lifting my arms when I'm told, taking the smallest breaths when she wraps the measuring tape around my breasts. When was the last time I got properly measured for a bra? And for the wedding night? Madame Eau Claire waggles her eyebrows at me and my mother smirks. Oh, I blush. I shake my head. I don't think... But then I see their brows furrowed in confusion. It's then I remember I'm supposed to be a blushing bride. I'm supposed to be wanting to fuck my husband, have him tear my panties off with his teeth, to be ravaged in a manner so unholy it would make my ancestors recoil and clutch their pearls. Or be very, very proud of me. I hold in my shudder, not even at the thought of Maxim touching me, but being touched in general. Could I ever withstand his touch? Could I train my mind to like it, like I've trained myself over these last 2 years? I can listen to loud music now, as long as it's in my earbuds and not reverberating all around me. Yes, I grin. Every color you have. Be daring. Have fun with this, Madame Eau Claire. Designed to your heart's content. Madame Eau Claire gasps in exhilaration. I've made her day, maybe her whole month. I won't ever wear whatever skimpy thread she designs, but that doesn't matter. It's just money. The whole reason I'm in this mess. I keep my mind on that, not on the hives that begin appearing along my skin every time Sophie, Eau Claire's assistant, touches me. I wonder, for a very long while, if I would be happier had I been born without money. If I had to fight tooth and nail to be where I am professionally, To have to live with a roommate or several, instead of already owning a mansion at the age of 18. I wonder if that night would have still happened to me. When my eyes finally focus again, a half-started dress with a corset is being shoved at me to try on. So I do. I undress, and Sophie, Eau Claire's assistant, helps me tie it in the back. I come out and a tiara is placed atop my head with a veil attached. I remember the statistics. The answer is, I would be miserable. And yes, that most likely would have still happened to me. I smile wide. So wide my cheeks hurt, as jewels are placed on me. My hair is lifted, showcasing my neck. The women coo and ah and oh, but all I can see is what I've allowed myself to become, a shell of the woman I used to be, sheltered in diamonds and gold. I hate the woman staring back at me. I think of Raven at this moment for some reason. I swear I can feel her with me, like I've manifested her, a silent, resilient presence looming in the back of the room, telling me to hold on just a little longer. And so my smile hurts, my stomach is churning, and the corset is too tight, and my hands tremble, and I smile through it all. I bear the weight of the gold and the diamonds and the finest fabrics money can buy because who am I to complain about the life I've been given? Look at what my best friend went through. Her trauma was more severe than mine, and not only did she stand tall at the end, but she took the life of one of the men who hurt her. So I smile as I hear Madame Eau Claire apologize to my mother that the cost of fabric will be more due to my curves. A size 14. Up from a size 4 in just 2.5 years. No easy feat, I assure you. Where I'm considered mid-size in the US, here I'm considered plus size, which is just bogus. My mind drifts to the recipe I found for chocolate cupcakes with a decadent raspberry cream cheese frosting. I let myself mentally go to my kitchen in my home and prepare the ingredients, taking them from their place in my pantry, setting them on the counter, and soon I'm imagining myself mixing them all together. But that's what got me here in the first place. Losing myself to baking. The art of it. The science behind it. Perfecting one recipe after the other. My home gym collecting dust as I did so. That needs to change. 20,000 non-refundable deposit pounds, which is only a fourth of what I'll be paying total for my 2 dresses and my undergarments, and lunch at a quiet bistro later. Parker's driving us back to Kensington. Staring out the window at all the snow-covered everything, I wonder if he ever gets bored being my bodyguard. But then I remember, Mum has lined his pockets, not to mention his Christmas bonuses, free meals and uniforms, and the fact he pretty much lives with me. All the petrol in every and any vehicle he drives me around in is also paid by us, including vacations. So what does he do with the money? I know he's taking care of his siblings, mostly his baby sister Rory. But what else? Is he hoarding it like a dragon? He hasn't asked for a night off, ever. He also hasn't taken a vacation in over 2 years. Not since. I tense, my eyes darting to find his mix-matched ones already staring at me in the rearview mirror. A scarred, dark blonde brow hitches as if to ask me if I'm okay, if today was too much. I find myself giving him a curt nod, ignoring the way the pinker parts of me felt his stare. Was he thinking of that night, too? I haven't dared to ask how I came home that night, but the snippets I do remember all point to being in Kane's front leather seat. When I refused to get into a vehicle with leather seats, then went into full panic attack the first time Parker practically forced me into one, he made sure any future vehicles only had suede or whatever other material they put on car seats. Does he know? Does he pity me? Is that why he hasn't taken a holiday? The SUV comes to a stop. Parker steps out to open the door for Mother first, then helps me down, holding one gloved hand. The warmth is there, always there when he touches me, even through the gloves. I ignore that feeling as my eyes catch the flutter of the blinds in the upstairs window, opening briefly, then snapping closed. I sigh in contempt. Great. I get to ride with growly McGrumpertons on the flight home. By the time I get into the house, he's already waiting for me at the base of the stairs, glaring in my direction.
Have fun?
We did, thank you. I bite out through my smile. I'm going to need Botox soon.
Chapter 7. Maxim.
Here.
Sabrina says, handing me a prescription bottle as Matilda's driver takes us all back to the small airfield. What's this? I ask, taking it from her to read the label.
It's an antihistamine.
I arch a brow in question. I don't have any allergies. I can tell she's doing her best to keep her face neutral and not roll her eyes at me.
It's for your motion sickness. If you take it now, it'll start taking effect by the time we hit 200 miles per hour.
She digs into her bag and then hands me a tiny water bottle. Well, in her hands it's small. In mine, it's tiny, akin to a sip. How did she know? She hasn't looked at me once since she got back from dress shopping with her mother when I stared out of her bedroom window as Parker took the liberty to take her hand and help her down, like a fucking gentleman. I pop a pill and drink the water in one gulp, placing the empty bottle in the cup holder between us before resuming my gaze out of the window. At 25,000 feet in the air, she falls asleep. During some turbulence, her head falls to the side and rests on Parker's arm. He catches me glowering and smirks. I think I got a good hand in with Tildy, I say, making his smirk drop. Pretty sure she'll agree you're no longer needed once the marriage certificate is signed. And you'll see Sabrina will hate you for it. He muses, his southern drawl barely noticeable. I wonder if it's fake, a show, like her pretty smile with all her teeth showing. She doesn't want you, don't trust you, won't trust your people. Without me, she'll find a way to leave, Maxim. I'm a non-negotiable. You're just the man she's being forced to marry to save her dad and the only thing she actually worked hard to achieve. Her legacy. I read the contract, all of it. You keep thinking you'll keep her safe, but we both know once that license is signed, there's a target on her back. Your men answer to you, I answer to her. That's the difference here, and that's exactly who and what she'll need. The wars I fought rage on in different countries. Yours follow you around and hers are in her mind. Do you think she'll see some random Russian or Italian and believe she'll just go to them if she's in danger of her own free will? He shakes his head at me. We both know when she signs that license, she signs her death warrant. All you want is your money back. All I want is for her to live. And you call what she does now living? Better than fighting in a ring for money you don't need, getting drunk to fill whatever void you got. His defined jaw clenches, muscle ticking, and mine does the same. She's just trying to survive the only way she knows how. You love her, I blurt. I should have taken that second pill. His eyes retreat from mine and settle down to the top of her head, still resting on him, his gaze softening. My feelings for her don't matter. All that matters is she stays alive in your world until you get your money, and I think we both know that without me, she won't survive it. It feels like doom befalls the cabin of the plane as we hit another pocket of turbulence. My fingers clutch the armrests tightly, knuckles going white. Fuck, I hate flying. The only time I have to do it is when I meet the familias in Italy or the different Bratva chapters in Serbia, and I have to do it all over again for our engagement party next week. What's wrong? Need some alcohol? Fuck you, I spit. He chuckles darkly, keeping a smug smirk on his face. If you haven't yet, look up my credentials. I'm sure you have a cyberpunk in your merry band of criminals that can do just that. Parker Savage Hayes. It's a dig, but I don't let it bother me. I've heard it my entire life, but I do dig back. Your parents must have hated you if they made your middle name Savage. There's that fucking chuckle again. Young, dumb, and full of cum when they had me. Just two hicks raised in a farming town with nothing better to do than get drunk and fuck. I wish he'd shut up already. My stomach is threatening to reject my lunch just as the plane stops shaking. God damn it. It's been 3 days since we landed in New York, and she hasn't reached out to me. Not even through my assistant, Johnny, to tell me we have to be seen together. So I pick up my second phone and swipe over to the app for the cameras in her home in Brooklyn Heights. Parker sits at the end of a long table meant to hold 8 people, or more if extended by leaf, reading the newspaper like a domicile husband, while Sabrina walks around in an oversized sweatshirt that hangs off one shoulder, champagne hair up in a messy knot on her head. Her hands are on her knees, and she's having what seems to be a standoff with one lone cupcake, down to eye level with it. She picks up the plate and steadily walks over to Parker and sets it down in front of him. He peers up at her over the edge of the newspaper, folds it, and tosses it down on the table. From the inside jacket pocket of his suit, he plucks out a switchblade, flips it open, and cuts the cupcake straight down the middle. He inspects it as though he's a judge on one of those baking shows, while Sabrina fidgets nervously, playing with the hem of her sleeves. He cuts it again into quarters, then picks a half up and takes a large bite, then another, and finishes the entire thing. Sabrina shrieks and does a little dance, and I can't help my grin.
Oh my God, finally!
She squeals, going back to the small island and grabbing one for herself.
Months of trying to get this one right.
Did you update your measurements? He asks, getting up to grab another from the kitchen island.
Of course.
Not understanding why I want to be part of the celebration, I pick up my phone and call her. She looks down at the screen when she sees my name pop up and lets it ring while she chews. I silence the screen I'm watching her from so she doesn't hear an echo. Answer the fucking phone, princess.
Hello?
She says around another bite of cupcake. What are you doing? It comes out rougher than I intended. She swallows.
I just perfected a recipe I've been working on for months. Strawberry lemon.
My mouth waters. I have a weakness, a sweet tooth, and that sounds delicious. I doubt I can ask her to save me one, but there is no triumph without try. Congratulations, I say sincerely with a smile on my face as I watch a genuine smile spread across hers, but then it drops as suddenly as it began, and I can see the walls going back up with a shake of her head.
Thank you. Can I ask why you called? Is everything all right?
Yes, I needed to tell you. Shit, I should have thought this through. I watch as she places the phone down on the counter and puts me on speaker while she goes to the fridge, grabs a carton of milk, then pours herself a glass. Needed to ask what time we'll be leaving Friday evening.
Same time as last time.
We left an hour late last time. She pauses.
That's my fault. I'll be sure to not lollygag. Well, if that was the only purpose of your call, I assure you, while I'm ever so pleased to hear your grunts, this could have been handled via text or email. Have a good evening, Mr. Giordano.
She hangs up on me and goes back to devouring the cupcake, souring my mood. I call her back immediately. Her eyes roll.
Yes?
Save me a cupcake. I'd like to try this perfected dessert. She stays quiet for a moment, shifting awkwardly from foot to foot.
Are you at your penthouse?
I am. I'm not. I'm in my office at Eden, but I can be at my penthouse before she gets there.
I'll have Parker drive me. I can be there in 30.
It is the first time I have ever raced home. I look around my place. It's a large, open floor plan, spacious with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the skyline, seeing as the building is just outside of Manhattan. Sleek, minimal black furniture is placed intricately and out of the way. It's not uninviting, it's just not cozy. The kitchen is full of new high-tech appliances, including my espresso machine, the only appliance I actually use other than the microwave that heats up my prepped meals. High protein, low carb, unless I need to carb load. The countertops are bare, and I can't help but compare them to her countertops that are so busy. Will she bake here, or will she keep going to her house so she doesn't mess it up? I don't know why, but the thought of her not baking here, dirtying up the counters, singing, puts a dark cloud over my head. I've been watching her too closely. I tell myself it's to see if Parker tries anything, having had Nico add more cameras in her home, but it's more of the same. If she cries out at night, Parker soothes her without touching her, stands around for a while, and then goes back to his room once she's okay. Every now and then his hands turn into fists, like he's trying to stop himself from climbing into bed with her. I shoot a quick text to Jonathan to purchase the best baking instruments on the market and have them delivered to my home. The buzzer to my door rings, and I go to open the door and almost laugh. Sabrina's hair is up in a messy knot above her head, and she's in a white puffer coat that makes her look like a giant marshmallow. She holds out a glass container to me, holding 4 cupcakes. To fuck with her, I grunt while taking it from her gloved hand. She frowns, looking almost annoyed that she expected more and I gave her less. She should get used to that.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
She turns, but I grab the elbow of her puffer, or what I think is the elbow, and turn her around. Would you like a tour of the place? See where you'll be staying? My future bride hesitates, pulling the corner of her bottom lip between her teeth. Her brows go up, then together in contemplation.
Sure.
She doesn't take her coat off, just follows me up the stairs, but she does linger as she eyes it all. I get to the second bedroom on the left, open the door, and turn the light on to a soft glow. The space is large, with a king-size bed, a nightstand on either side, a dresser with 8 drawers, and a small ottoman chest she can use to put her blankets in. This will be your bedroom. I'm right across the hall.
And Parker?
Her voice is small as she stands at the threshold, clutching her puffer with her gloved hands as though it's colder in here than it is outside. I hold in my scoff. The room next to yours, I answer.
Thank you.
She says, taking a step out of her bedroom and back into the hallway.
I should go. Parker is waiting for me.
I grunt, and it makes her walk away faster. Is she afraid of me? Afraid of being alone with me? She reaches the base of the stairs quickly and doesn't wait for me to open my front door. She just rushes out and is down the hall and in the elevator before I can even muster a goodbye. When she turns to push the button on the elevator, I swear tears are swimming in her red-rimmed eyes, making the green pop. A bit of disgust forms in the pit of my stomach. She's beautiful, yes, but there's only one word I can form in my mind when I see her. Weak. Chapter 8. Parker. Chelsea, England. Her hold on the doorframe is tight. Her other hand, from where I can see, is on her stomach. I think she's about to vomit, but I doubt I'll be good for anything. Her hair is already partially up and out of her face, and I can't exactly touch her or she'll panic. Her shoulders bob up and down in short, panting breaths, and the satin cream dress she wears is held up by nothing but flimsy straps, clinging to her curves perfectly. It would take nothing to rip it and have those glorious tits of hers spill free, but this isn't the time, and she's not mine. My hands tremble at the need to settle her, to soothe, to let her know she isn't alone. So I say the only thing I can think of that might help. Showtime. I watch her shoulders square back, and God, when she stands to her full height and turns to look at me, I have to hold my breath for fear of telling her how fucking beautiful she is right now. Her makeup is done to perfection, with winged eyes and red lips. That dress, fuck, the neckline hangs low but covers just enough of her cleavage. The satin clings to her pearled nipples, poking through, down to the soft swell of her stomach and her hips. She's a wet dream come to life. My heart stammers in my chest from lack of oxygen, but God damn, a man can only be so strong. I never meant to fall for her. But somewhere in her headstrong silence and then watching her closer, forced to be around her due to that night, that fucking one time I wasn't there, I learned her. Every mannerism, every laugh, every fake fucking smile she plasters on her flawless face just so I can tell what she's actually feeling. I can't believe I missed the girl that gave me hell and told me to bug her off. The girl that drove me insane with her loud music and laughter. And yes, maybe I fell for this version of her, but the other version was just as good. Young and naive and silly, and both versions drive me up the wall, but this version of her, hollow-eyed and devoid of life, it hurts me. The fat diamond on her finger sparkles as she smooths down the front of her dress, the light glinting off it from how much her hands tremble that it tears my heart. Where are you, Sabrina Winters? It's times like these I know I'll be fisting my cocked thoughts of her later, then feeling absolutely fucking guilty for thinking of my employer like this. She's almost 11 years younger than me anyway. I'm far too old for her. But then I remember how many times I caught her getting fucked or riding some lucky bastard while her tits bounced, and she'd either lock her eyes on me until she came or kick me out of the room altogether. Or when I pulled her off some fuckhead's lap, my own cock raging to fuck her the way she needed to get fucked so she'd act right. The corner of her lips lift and a small smile in her brows shoot up.
Seems like it is.
I look down at her naked, small hands. Gloves?
Mama said my ring should be out today.
She'll break out in hives. They'll be so bad she won't even be able to shower. Shit. I'll send one of the maids out for calamine lotion and oat milk for a bath when this is all over. I don't think that's a good idea. You'll be touching a lot of people today. Keep the ring over the glove? She shudders, contemplating my words. I can see the shift in her gaze, her mind working, and slowly she begins to shake her head.
They'll clash with my dress. Silk and lace, yes, but satin and lace? No. It's best I just deal with it later.
I give one curt nod in her direction when the door to her bedroom opens and Raven walks through the threshold wearing the same dress but in black, along with her boyfriend Jonas. She walks past me with a smile on her face, then stands in front of Sabrina. Her gloved hands lift, the lace stopping at her wrists as if standing in solidarity with Sabrina, and a part of me mentally thanks her. Are you ready? She signs, but Jonas interprets. They're waiting for us. Sabrina nods and goes to her dresser, plucking out a pair of gloves that match Raven's, although cream-colored instead of black. She tugs off the large ring, puts on her gloves, and then shoves the ring back into place. It's like a dagger to the heart. We go down in twos. I follow Miss Winters and Jonas trails behind Raven. I keep my eyes on Sabrina the entire time during her engagement party. Who she speaks to, who she introduces Maxim to, who she avoids, and when she clings to Maxim a little too tightly when some fuck gets a little too close to her. Maxim tucks her under his arm, hand on her hip, fingers digging into the satin, only letting his grip loosen when it looks like she's fine.
She's doing great tonight,
Matilda says softly from beside me, champagne flute in her manicured hand, her own large and ostentatious ring sparkling hard enough to blind a pilot flying a plane. Is she? I ask, hands at my sides. It took me a while to get used to this, being a part of the furniture. I mean, I'm practically a sconce on the wall or a lamp in the room. There's a buffet of food all along the sidebars, catered to Sabrina's favorite foods, but she hasn't eaten it all. Raven somewhat sticks by her side, or tries to at least, but when people begin to realize she doesn't talk or won't talk to them, and Jonas is answering all their questions, they seem to gravitate elsewhere, and now both women are looking overstimulated and exhausted. They're a bit of a pitiful duo. Jonas and Raven disappear into a coat closet when they think no one is watching, and I smirk. The party lasts another hour, and once everyone is gone, even Raven and Jonas have opted to stay in a hotel so they can visit his sister in the morning before they leave back to the States. Apparently, his mom, Elena, is great friends with Tildy, and I've met her a few times before. Granted, they were both drunk on expensive wine and dancing in the rain to Fleetwood Mac. I had to carry them both inside, soaked, but having the time of their lives. I get the things I had the maid bring for me and take them upstairs, telling them to get the rest of the oat milk and bring it up quickly. After our last visit, Matilda hired more workers, so they worked diligently this past week. Now that the guest rooms have been remodeled, Maxim and Sabrina are staying in separate rooms. I knock on her door twice, softly, so she knows it's me, and she opens the door.
Please.
Wide-eyed, hair a mess like she's tugged on it too many times, she screams in a panicked whisper, and I rush into her room, closing the door behind me.
The zipper is stuck on the side. I can't get it off.
The hives are everywhere, mostly where people touched her. She's barely breathing, but doing her best to try to breathe through her nose. It's not working. She's gonna pass out. I'm gonna have to touch you.
I don't care. Please, just get it off. Parker, I can't breathe.
I dip my fingers into the hole where the zipper is caught on the teeth and whisper a sorry before tearing it apart. Her skin is softer, finer than silk where I touch, and just as I tear it off, there's a thunder and a footsteps and a slam of the bedroom door. What the fuck is going on here? Get me a bath started, hot, and that bag. I jerk my chin to the bag of items as I run to get Sabrina's robe before she starts hyperventilating. I put it up like a curtain, keeping my eyes averted to the side until I hear the dress fall to the floor. Dump the liters of oat milk into it. The maids are bringing more. It'll cool the water down until it's lukewarm. Hurry! He eyes me wearily, but I don't give a fuck. One of us has to take care of her, and he sure as fuck ain't the one to do it. He's a useless, judgmental sumbitch.
Parker.
Shh, I know. Her arms slip into the sleeves of her robe, and she wraps it around herself, tying the knot at her waist. The hives have started crawling up her delicate skin to her neck. They're not as bad as they can get, and that's a blessing in itself. The maids are quick, rushing in and dumping the milk into the bath as Maxim watches wide-eyed. What the fuck is wrong with her? Nothing. Because she's flawless. She's perfect. This is just a small setback. I guide her to the bathroom by the elbow, the only spot where I'm allowed to touch, and turn my back while she disrobes. She then gets in with a hiss, the water and milk mixture sloshing a bit. After a few deep but choppy breaths, I calmly ask, "Decent?"
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Parker.
I nod, even though she can't see me and I can't see her, but I stride off, shoving Maxim out with me by his arm, and I close the door behind me. We stand toe to toe. He may be an inch or two taller than me, but that ain't shit. He looks as bothered as I feel unhinged. What was that? Her skin was fucking nasty. It takes everything in me not to throttle him. She has an issue with being touched, and she was touched a lot today. She has an issue with being touched. She can barely tolerate being out of her house or loud noises or crowds. I quirk a brow. Isn't that what you wanted? A marriage on paper? What I didn't want was a weak wife. Get out, Maxim. You think I'll just let you be in here with her naked in the other room? What's wrong? Afraid I'll touch your gorgeous little wife, make her come on my fingers, lips, tongue, and cock, all while you're sleeping across the hall? He grabs the lapels of my suit and gets in my face. What I won't be is made a fool of, real or fake. And I'll still be there through it all. I grin maliciously. Taking care of her because you keep thinking there's something wrong with her, and all I see is someone that's fighting tooth and nail to stay above water. She isn't like us, Max. She wasn't raised like us, playing with guns before we learned to walk or talk. But the woman I knew before the one you see now would have clawed your eyes out for even breathing her way. So she can't handle being touched. So what? It means the wrong man touches her and the kitten you see turns into a feral street cat. You just haven't earned seeing that side of her. He lets go of me. Put your hands on my woman when we're married, and I'll record it when I gut you like a pig and show her the video of you squealing for your miserable fucking life. He turns to leave, and when his hand is on the doorknob, I ask, "Then who will take care of her?" He sniffs, and without looking back at me, he says, "I will." And I fucking doubt that. I dab the cotton ball into the calamine lotion and tap it on her back where she can't reach, then blow on it so it dries a little quicker, mesmerized by the goosebumps that rise on her skin. She turns her head to the side so I can only see her angelic profile.
He's right, you know.
What's that? She faces forward again, probably to hide from me.
I'm weak.
I hate that she heard that asshat say that. I hate that she tries to hide her emotions from me, but I can read her more easily than I can read a book. It's in the way her shoulders curl inward and her spine bows forward, in the way she tenses instead of relaxing while exhaling. I know her. You're not weak, Sabrina. You're finding your way back from whatever it is you went through that you won't tell me, your mom, or your therapist about.
What do I have to complain about, Parker? Look at my life. It's perfect. Anyone would kill to take my place.
Her voice quakes a bit, but she clears the emotion out of it quickly like she's ashamed I know she has a heart. Would they?
Poor little rich girl.
She hums and I let her oversized t-shirt roll down. The bath got her hives under control, and hopefully by the time she showers this shit off in the morning, they'll be gone. Money doesn't mean you're safe from the cruelty this world has to offer, Miss Winters. Look at Raven. She turns to face me.
Look at Raven, indeed.
She trails off, and I hate when she does that. She slips away from me, and just when I think she's going to get up and walk away from me, she sits to face me, and her eyes find mine again. Green, like fields of tall grass in spring after the perfect storm drenched them. There's a sadness in her eyes that makes me sad, too.
I have to do something about myself, Parker. I'm not getting better. I'm getting worse. I'm so fucking fat.
Stop it, Sabrina. I don't mean to demean your way of thinking, but it doesn't do you any good to say things like that about yourself. And then, because I don't have a lick of sense, when I'm staring into those eyes of hers, I say, if you could only see what I see, and if I had the chance to fuck you in front of a mirror until you did, I would. I'd show you just how beautiful you fucking are. She rolls her eyes. I am the equivalent of a gay best friend. She used to look at me with desire. Lust would fill her eyes, making them dilate every time she would look at me, and now it's like I barely catch glimpses of it. I need to get the fuck out of this zone, and fast. I get up and away from her. Tomorrow morning, let's go for a run. She narrows her eyes at me until she's squinting.
You're serious?
I nod once. I am.
Fine.
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 She says with a childish tone, like she wants to stick her tongue out at me. She could. I'd just suck it into my mouth. I close the door to her room with a grin on my face. I slip out of bed at 5 a.m. and do a few sets of push-ups and sit-ups, burpees, and squats to get my blood going after a few stretches. By the time I hear her door open, I open mine, glistening with sweat. Her pupils dilate and her nostrils flare when she sees me shirtless, her eyes roaming all over my sweat-slicked body, landing on the bullet scars on my chest, then down the valley of my abs, stopping just below my navel, then back up to my face as her cheeks turn pink. Fuck yeah, I still got it. She's wearing a beanie and baby pink sweats that hide her body, but I've already seen it. Before, after. She could gain another 40 pounds and she'd still be the sexiest woman alive to me. I'd still think her flawless as long as her health wasn't in jeopardy. But that's what I'm here for, and she not so subtly asked for help. I can do that. Ready? She nods, tearing her gaze from mine, and looks around nervously.
I might be bad at it.
We'll go at your pace. I ain't in a rush. We leave in 4 hours anyway. We're just going around the block twice. Green eyes turn into large jade saucers.
Twice?
Mm-hmm, I reply while leading us down the grand marble staircase and out the front door. I make her stretch while I do, and then, come on, Hellcat, let's go. The faster we do this, the faster we can get some breakfast.
I do like breakfast.
I grin, taking off in a slow jog. I know. It takes us half an hour to get around the block twice. I'm proud of you, I say, handing her a bottle of water and pulling the hem of my sweatshirt to wipe off the non-existent sweat off my brow. Sabrina gulps down the water as she stares at my abs, and I pretend not to notice. Come on, let's get you fed.
Oh, darling, are you running again? I noticed you lost 1 kilo or 2.
Tildy says when we walk into the dining room. Maxim is already seated beside his future mother-in-law, eating and sipping on his coffee. I'm surprised the motherfucker doesn't have a pinky out while holding his little coffee cup. Sabrina watches what I pile onto my plate, mostly proteins, and copies me.
Yeah. Just, getting wedding ready.
She lies, sitting beside Maxim, and I take my plate to the kitchen where the staff eats. Because that's what I am. The fucking help. We're back in Brooklyn Heights. A week has gone by without us having to physically talk to Maxim or be around him, and we've been jogging every other morning. She surprises me by saying we were going to visit Raven now that they've moved in just 2 doors down after our jog. Her smile falters when she sees her therapist open the door.
Dr. Archer?
Sabrina? His dark brows shoot up in surprise. What are you doing here? I don't see patients at my residence.
I'm so sorry. I could have sworn Raven was moving in here.
You're here for Raven?
Oh my God, you're the third?
I am.
I thought you were at Sophia's holiday party because Raven was a patient, and you know her parents. Not because you're the... Oh my God. I'm going to have to find a new therapist. I don't want to find a new therapist.
Damon shakes his head. He's a handsome fucker, I'll give Raven that. Between Jonas, Maverick, and now Damon, I can see she has a type. Tall, brooding brunettes. Nonsense. I don't talk about my patients. Well, I don't talk about who they are, anyway. That's a HIPAA violation. Besides, I wouldn't want a setback from all the progress we've made. Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief.
Is she home?
He nods and opens the door for us to come in. She's downstairs in the gym. I'll go get her for you. We stand around for a few minutes, but Raven spots us. She's covered in sweat and her lips are bruised, so I guess I know what took so long for them to come back. Her hands fly up, but in Damon's direction, where he's still standing close to her.
Tell her I'd hug her, but I'm disgusting.
Damon smiles, then interprets.
That's why I'm here. I was wondering if you'd like an extra workout partner? I'd probably be a terrible one, but with the wedding coming.
She keeps using that excuse.
I want to look good in my gown. The only wedding gown I'll ever wear, and I want to feel good about myself.
Raven looks like she wants to cry, like she can read Sabrina, like I can, but then grins and nods enthusiastically. She lifts her hands again, turning to Damon to ask if he's busy so he can interpret for her every now and then, but I speak up. I can. She looks surprised to see I can read her hands. I can only imagine Sabrina's wince since I'm still standing behind her before she says,
No, Parker. I'd like to be alone with just Raven, please.
She lifts her gaze to Raven's. I know what she's not saying. She doesn't want to be seen shirtless or sweaty. She doesn't want to be seen. And I can't help but feel a little rejected, but I fix myself quickly when Sabrina says,
I've been taking an ASL course online. I'm not proficient yet, but I can decipher most things.
Raven's grin widens from ear to ear and crooks her finger at my girl to follow her, asking Damon if he doesn't mind bringing down a few more water bottles later. He nods and leads me to the living area to wait for him, but I follow him to the kitchen instead and take a seat at one of the bar stools by the island. So, who do you know that's deaf or mute? My baby sister. It's the truth. Between the money I receive monthly from the Army and my wages, it was enough to cover Rory's cochlear implant 2 years ago. She's in her last year of college now, but Damon doesn't need to know all of that. Let's just say my parents weren't only young when they had me, but my mother kept having children despite not being able to care for any of us. I was the oldest of 6. Going into the military was my ticket out of that small town and a meal ticket for them. The more dangerous the missions, the more my siblings ate good. I was just lucky some rich British lady was looking for a bodyguard for her daughter right as I was honorably discharged with a Purple Heart. Now, my little brother Dayton is a doctor due to the Army paying for his education. My 2 youngest twin brothers, Sean and Luke, are in the Air Force. My little sister Crystal is a fighter pilot in the Navy, and my baby sister Rory is in school for her degree in literature because she couldn't join the military due to her disability. They all escaped Waco, so to speak, and that's all that fucking matters. Damon doesn't press for more, and I'm grateful for it. But I meant what I said to Maxim. Sabrina isn't like us. Had I not been thrown in juvie after getting caught red-handed during a burglary so I could feed my siblings, I wouldn't have been set straight. Dad did what he could till he realized he was a 23-year-old man with 6 fucking kids. Got a job out on the oil rigs in Galveston, and at first the money was coming through. Then it wasn't. I was 15 when I learned I had 3 more half-siblings from his actual wife. My mother somehow became the mistress. She bled for him, that man. Had his kids, loved him from the time she was 16 to the day she died last year. But the way she handled her heartbreak wasn't the best. When Dad was home, she was perfect, lucid, like she'd never touched a drug a day in her life. As soon as he'd leave, I shake the memories away, fists clutching on my knees. Penny for your thoughts? Damon asks. I shake my head. Don't really have any, I lie. Damon gives one curt nod, going back to whatever he's cooking that smells fucking delicious. I sit there for a minute, not liking that I can't watch Sabrina. What if Raven touches her and she freaks out?
He's right, you know. I'm weak.
I get that she doesn't want to be improper around me in a sports bra and her leggings, or for me to watch her grunt and break out in a sweat like a man, but I'm proud of her. Every step she's taken this past week, including limiting her food intake, eating healthier, and not snacking as much. I will say I kind of miss her little hums of happiness when she bites into a cupcake every night after dinner, since now she only eats one on the days she runs in the mornings with me. She's doing great, you know. I can't tell you much, but she's working through a lot. It soothes me a bit. I thank Damon, whose eyes go back to his hands that are busy chopping up vegetables. After 30 minutes, Jonas and Maverick show up. It's guy handshakes all around, and then Jonas greets Damon with a kiss before going down to the basement gym. Sabrina comes up not 5 minutes later, sweaty and a little pink. I stand from where I've been sitting, and we say our goodbyes. Sabrina and I step out into the new flurry of snow falling, lightly landing on her as we make our way 2 doors down to our place. When she looks at me, green eyes bright like healthy blades of grass down by the bayou, I swear my brain glitches. Snow clings to her lashes and taps her cheekbones before melting from her overheated body. I hope she doesn't get sick. Not even because she's a nightmare when she's sick, but because she doesn't tell anyone, doesn't complain, won't see a doctor until she absolutely has to, until I call one to do a home visit. It's like some days she's just waiting for one really terrible bout of pneumonia to take her away so she doesn't have to. I don't want to think about that. We find Maxim on her stoop, glaring at her. Where have you been? I've been standing out here for an hour and you haven't picked up your phone. I wait for that spitfire of hers to rise, for her to say something sassy. I pray for it even.
I forgot my phone. We were at Raven's. They just moved in. Not that I owe you an explanation, but I was safe. I'm sure that's why you're growling. You were worried about my safety?
There she is. I grin inwardly. There's my girl.
Chapter 9. Sabrina. Like bloody hell, I'm going to your club tonight, I gripe, following Parker through the threshold. As always, the house is spotless. A soft echo in the foyer as I kick off my shoes and throw off my coat and beanie. I'll get it later. Fuck, I'm already sore and I'm still sweaty. I need a cupcake.
It's a charity event.
I roll my eyes. Big bad gangsters holding a charity. I doubt it. Tell me, what is it? Toy guns for tots?
Didn't know you were funny.
He chuckles darkly, but I can tell it's sarcastic. You don't know anything about me, Maxim, I say, making my way to the kitchen to find Parker already at the coffee maker. Bless him. You're an angel, Parker. Behind me, Maxim grunts. I turn to face him. You're still here? I said no.
It's a boxing match. The money goes to rings around New York so underprivileged kids can learn basic self-defense, stuff they don't teach in schools.
Give me a number and I'll write you a check. I'll even phone Raven and she'll be more than happy to write one as well. But I'm not going.
The other capos are going to be there. I need to be able to introduce you as my soon-to-be wife.
What's the catch? I ask, grabbing the mug of coffee Parker is holding out to me and taking a sip. Perfect. Every time. See? He's an angel. With the body of a demon, that man. Nothing but sweet, sweet temptation. Christ, that first morning before our run, when he opened his door shirtless and sweat was slowly rolling down his defined pecs and down the valley of a very defined abdomen, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Saliva had pooled under my tongue. The need to lick up around his Adonis belt had caused those sleeping pink parts of me to perk up and do that thing again. And when he spoke in that slight southern drawl, that was somewhere between a purr and a low whisper. It was the first time in a long time I thought about climbing him and sitting on his face so I could feel him purr against my clit. I'm sure Maxim would be a lot more attractive if he weren't so ghastly. I realize he still hasn't answered me, but his eyes do follow my tongue when I lick off the bit of whipped cream on my upper lip. Can't you take one of the escorts to this thing? I promise you're not hurting my feelings. Take any of your whores, all of your whores, your entire harem.
Christ, Sabrina, this is a wives thing. You should want to be there for this. Isn't charity your thing?
I'm not your wife yet, Maxim. And I also believe I said I would write you a check.
And I said the other capos are going to be there with their wives. It's a perfect opportunity for you to become friendly with them.
I already have friends.
Who? Parker? The living dead girl?
He spits condescendingly. Motherfucker. Her name is Raven, and don't be rude. Even silent, she's livelier than you.
Fine, Raven, whatever.
You still haven't told me what the catch is. He inhales sharply, then looks up at the ceiling as if searching for patience. He does that a lot around me. It tickles me.
Only Parker, your parents, my second, and us know this is an arranged marriage. You would need to seem very in love with me, and I you. So wear a long-sleeved dress because I will have my hand on your hip and I will be touching you.
That's considerate, but still. I take another sip of my coffee as if contemplating it, then brush by him. Pass.
God damn it, Sabrina.
Trust me, Mr. Giordano. I'm not very good with large crowds. And I believe the last thing you want for anyone to see is your soon-to-be weak wife.
Fucking hell, Sabrina.
He growls, grabbing me by the elbow. My hot coffee sloshes between us, landing on my hand and wrist. I drop the mug, and it shatters on impact. Ouch! What happens next is so fucking fast I can't help but stare with wide eyes. Parker has him by the collar of his pristine button-up, and his gun under Maxim's jaw. But he doesn't even look fazed. His brows are drawn up in concern, but his eyes are on me as I shake off my hand, flexing my fingers. It burns, but thankfully there was enough cream in there to have cooled it down. Not enough, but some. I pretend not to hear when Parker whispers,
See? Not even safe from you.
Let him go, Savage. I'm fine. Nothing a little cortisol won't fix. I sigh, sad that I can't enjoy my coffee any longer. I'll think about it, Maxim. This is obviously important to you. And what kind of wife would I be if I can't put away my own feelings to make my husband look good? This is one of those events I'll be forced to attend annually, I'm guessing. He clears his throat, but I'm no longer looking at him, making my way to the kitchen to grab paper towels to clean up the mess.
Yeah.
I'll need a list of dates for the future. I don't like things to be thrust upon me like this. I need a few days to be able to get into the headspace you'll need me in. I throw away the soaked towels and go back to pick up the broken mug, careful not to cut myself on the smaller shards.
That can be organized.
I can feel his eyes boring holes into the side of my head, but I ignore him, keeping myself focused on the task at hand. Parker comes to help me, sweeping up the small pieces into a dustpan. I still don't meet Maxim's stare. I simply supervise with a hand on my hip and watch Parker. Watch the way his strong, long, tatted fingers move so gracefully to clean a mess he didn't cause. That's a mouthful, isn't it? I hold in my sigh, hold the way my fingers tremble in need of touching him, to thank him, to embrace him. The prickling feeling in my stomach tells me to find a way out of this marriage contract, so he and I can be alone forever. Together. But that's selfish of me, too. Weak. He needs and deserves a woman that can more than tolerate a touch to the elbow. He needs a woman that will love him as fiercely and as passionately as he is quiet. And that's not me. Will never be me. I'm too damaged. Too broken. Too much. I'm so much, I won't be enough for him. I won't be the good things he deserves. There's a part of me that believes the before me would have made him happy. Before me could stand it when he would tug me off some guy's lap by the middle, reveled in the way his strong, thick forearms were always so warm. And now I swear every time he looks at me there's a dash of pity in those mixed-match eyes of his. I finally released that sigh in the direction of the man that deserves my ire, my fiancé, still not daring myself to look at him. How can I? Every time I look at him, I think about that penthouse, cold, devoid of color and feeling. Like the diamond on my ring, it's sleek and pretty, cut to mirror the life we'll share. Cold, devoid of feeling. Just another shiny, pretty thing that hides what really goes on. I couldn't help the overwhelming sensation of foreboding and doom that filled me when I'd walked through it when I dropped off his cupcakes. It was the same feeling that flooded me the day my father told me about the agreement. I had to leave. I had to get out. I had to run before the anxiety thwarted outwards and I caused unfettered havoc and broke every expensive, brilliant thing in his penthouse. Which wasn't much. I don't know what he saw when our gazes clashed as I pressed the button for the elevator to go down. Weak. I decided then and there this man will never have access to me. Not my mind, not my heart, nor my body. He can think whatever he wants about me. Other than $3.3 million, I don't owe this man a goddamn thing. But the one cleaning up the mess on the floor? Parker? He deserves it all. Trust me, I've called my mother countless times to try and have him fired, but he simply takes the phone away from me, greets my mother, lets her know I'm trying to rid myself of him haughtily, rolls his eyes at me, hangs up the phone, then leaves and comes back with the most absurd cupcake he can find. He's infuriating. One of the many reasons I love him. Need him. I snap my eyes back to Maxim when I realize I haven't responded and sigh. Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Please have Jonathan contact Lily so she can fit them into my calendar. I'll do the same and have Lily send it to Jonathan.
Sabrina.
I wave my scorched hand in the air to shut him the fuck up. I ask you to keep your hands to yourself when you're around me. As you can see, I am a weak woman, and unfortunately, my weak skin burns easily. You can go now, Mr. Giordano. I need to tend to this before it blisters. I start moving away from him into the dark stairway.
You'll be there tonight?
Unfortunately, I call back from the landing, then continue up. I roll my eyes when the front door slams and enter my bedroom. Cockwombles. The dress I choose is black velvet, full length, and hangs off my shoulders, going into a sweetheart neckline with a slit running up my left thigh to the crease that meets my hip, the rest of it hugging my curves. It isn't long-sleeved, as my fiancé suggested for me to wear, but I am wearing matching gloves that go all the way up and past my elbows. All areas covered in touching regards. The necklace I'm wearing is rose gold, and a single pink diamond pendant hangs from it. I chose to wear my hair in a 1950s glam style, with the left side pulled back by a pink Swarovski crystal clip, the rest falling in waves. Winged eyes, pink lips. On the outside, I'm flawless. On the inside, I'm rioting. Nerves wreck me, ebbing and flowing, waiting to disintegrate me into a ball of chaos. Parker waits for me at the bottom of the stairs. He's not coming with me, which is probably why I feel like this. He spends Valentine's Day having dinner with his little sister Rory. He tried to get out of it, but I wouldn't let him. I adore Rory, and they need to spend time together. There's a knock on the front door, and Parker holds out his elbow, which I take. Before either of us can open the door, he surprises me by kissing my temple. The act is so small, and what should have me crawling under the table makes me gasp. I tilt my head back to look up at him, those mixed-matched eyes making my heart pound.
I'm a phone call away.
I know.
You aren't weak, Hellcat.
I think I'm more upset that I didn't bake today. He grins, those incisors of his a little too large, but goddamn, he's a beautiful man.
Bake for me tomorrow.
I nod once. Is Rory staying here tonight?
Yeah.
And then there's another knock on the door.
I put earplugs in your clutch, in case you need them.
I smile up at him when another knock sounds. God, that man is relentless. I suppose it's showtime, I rasp, breathing in his mouth-watering scent of rainwater and spice. Give Rory my love. He lets me go, and I feel the loss of his warm hand around me when he opens the door. Maxim stands there, eyes bouncing between us, thumb rubbing his plump lower lip. The brooding asshole would be attractive if he wasn't so himself. Without a word, it feels like I'm being exchanged as Parker helps me into my coat. The door to the SUV is being held open for us by a tall, lean man in a suit. He has dark hair and frigid, bright blue eyes, and Maxim introduces him as Nico. He holds out his hand and I shake it, only for Maxim to take my hand to help me into the large SUV I'm assuming is bulletproof. Thank God for my coat because the seats are leather. I lean outwards, facing the window, watching as we leave Brooklyn Heights and cross the lit bridge. I really don't want to go.
Sabrina?
His dark voice breaks the silence, but I don't turn to look at him. I don't want to look at him.
Weak.
The word bounces in my brain from left to right, up and down in wild zigzags, pinging against whatever empty corners there are like a logo on a sleeping computer monitor.
I want to apologize about earlier. I wasn't thinking.
I do my best not to clutch the skirt of my dress so it doesn't crease. This dress was not made to be sat in for too long. I'm mostly hoping there's a corner away from the noise I can stand in. If not, I'll use the wax earplugs Parker put in my clutch. My nerves are eating me alive right now, and it feels like little ants are crawling all over me, and I want to go home. Hearing Maxim trying to apologize does nothing but grate on those nerves, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread. It's fine, Mr. Giordano.
It's not fine. I didn't mean to hurt you.
While it sounds sincere, I just can't do this right now. I can't listen to his silk voice murmuring so close to me. I can't stand it. Can't stand being in this car with him. Can't stand how close to me he's sitting. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if he keeps talking. Can we just drop it? I have to mentally prepare for this. Is it going to be loud?
Yes. Very.
I inhale as deeply as I can, then close my eyes. I'm a perfect social butterfly. I'm so in love with my fiancé. He is perfect. He loves me. We're so excited to be getting married. We can't wait. Why, yes, we can't wait to have children. We want 4. I love him. I love him. I love him. I'm obsessed with my fiancé. I can't get enough of him. He adores me. He treats me like I've hung the moon. I don't shudder when he touches me. I love his touches. I'm perfect. He's perfect. I chant this in my head over and over and over again, preparing for when the car lurches to a stop. My eyes open, and we're in front of an old building in the meatpacking district. The lights outside seem to glitter, and there's a queue of people standing outside along a red carpet. My fiancé loves me. I can withstand his touches. The door opens, and Maxim gets out, holding his hand to me. I clasp my hand around it as I drop down onto the street. I'm perfect. He's perfect. I adore him. I love his touches. I smile radiantly as cameras flash in our faces. I grab the skirt of my dress as I walk, pushing myself forward, one foot in front of the other. Heel, toe, heel, toe. Flawless. Feminine. I am bright, shiny, and pink. The doors to Eden open and my smile widens. It's showtime.
Chapter 10. Maxim. 6 hours prior. Fuck, I am an asshole.
As you can see, I'm a weak woman, and unfortunately my skin burns easily. You can go now, Mr. Giordano.
She starts moving away from me and to the dark stairway. It doesn't escape me that she heard what I said to Parker that evening in her room at her mother's home while she was in the oat milk bath. I wasn't going to come. I wasn't going to ask her for this, but after finding out all of the heads of the chapters and their wives will be there tonight to meet my future wife at the annual Valentine's Day match, I tucked my tail between my legs and came to ask her for this favor. because why wouldn't I be spending Valentine's Day with my future bride? And then I burned her. You'll be there tonight?
Unfortunately.
She calls back softly from the landing and continues on her way upstairs, away from me, always doing her best to get and stay away from me. I've never had this issue before. Most of the issues I have from women involve them trying to make more conversation so they can stick around. This is fucking confusing and fucking frustrating. Not to mention, every time I try, it fucking blows up in my face. I couldn't just pick a nice, meek, submissive girl, could I? No. I had to choose the most aggravating one in all of New York and London. I turned to leave, but instead I faced Parker's glare. I'm sure you can find your way out, he growls, bending to clean up the rest of the shards on the ground. I don't answer, just leave with a door slam. I feel sick inside. Guilt, shame. I've never hurt a woman in my life. How'd it go? Nico asks when I climb into the passenger side of the SUV. Fantastic. I burned her. I choke out, telling him everything that happened, my anger rising. Then she resorted to treating me like I'm nothing. She's fucking infuriating. You need to apologize, boss. You don't think I tried? She wouldn't even look at me. At this point, I don't even know if she's scared of me or just hates my guts. And now I make her go somewhere that's out of her comfort zone to make me look good. Nico sucks in his cheeks, bright eyes still on the road. So try again. I scoff. You know what she asked me to do? What? Send her a list of all the things I'll need her to do for me so she can have her assistant pencil me in so I don't have to talk to her about it. She can just show up and then leave. She's kind of a savage little thing. Did she do it all posh and professional? I sigh, gripping my knees. Yes, that's kinda hot. I punch him in the arm and it makes him swerve. Ouch, boss, fuck, I'm driving. Don't talk about my fiancée like that. Heard, but seriously, I can't wait to meet her. He sounds a little too eager and that irks me. I go back to my phone, pulling up the ticket sales. Over 100,000 so far. 75% goes to our charity, the other 25% goes to the staff attending tonight. The rest of my day goes as planned, doing numbers with inventory for the bar, talking to the chefs about tonight's menu, making sure the girls upstairs were okay. Believe it or not, tonight is one of their busiest nights. I have 10 extra men as security to make sure they're safe tonight, since I'll be in the basement. Once I get to the floor beneath the casino, I make sure the chairs meant for Sabrina and me are not too close to anyone else so she doesn't get overwhelmed. The last thing I need is for her to freak out and embarrass me in front of the capos. I groan. I just had to get the twitchiest woman in all of New York. I shoot off a text to her. Me, I'll be picking you up at 7. We'll have dinner here with the other heads. She leaves me on red and then responds with a thumbs up emoji an hour later. At 5:30, I leave the club, get to my penthouse, shower and get dressed, then leave before 6 to beat traffic. When we pull up to her house, I get out and stride to her front door. I knock 3 times, remembering this morning when I came over to ask her to come with me and she didn't answer the door, wouldn't answer the phone. I checked the cameras to verify she wasn't in the office, to find it empty as well as her house. My first thought was that she ran. I stayed in the fucking cold for almost an hour before she and Parker were making their way to me, walking just a little too close together. I need to find a way to insert a tracker in her or something. I knock on the door again, hearing whispers behind it, and when Sabrina opens the door, there the fucker is again, standing too close to her. He's dressed casually, jeans, Henley, boots. He looks cozy and she looks... My heart catches in my chest. She looks good. Parker helps her into a pink faux fur coat, but before he covers her up, I get to see her ample chest and the dress she's wearing, along with the long gloves that go over her elbow. She doesn't greet me, just inhales sharply, and once we're in the SUV, she turns toward the window, seemingly lost in thought. I make eye contact with Nico in the rearview mirror, and he makes a face, silently telling me to apologize again. And so I try to, Until she basically asks me to shut up so she can meditate, to mentally prepare herself because I am nothing but an inconvenience to her. I feel like an inconvenience to her. My eyes crash with Nico's and he shrugs. I sit back in my seat and look out at the black water, the lights of the Brooklyn Bridge glittering against it, silently sending a prayer that this all goes well. Her thumbs are rolling over each other, eyes closed, lips moving rapidly as though she's also chanting a prayer to whatever god she worships, if any. We park. Nico opens my door. I slide out, and as soon as her hand lands in mine and her pink heels touch the ground, her eyes open, her lips part, and her brilliant smile stops my heart. She looks like magic. Like I was transported back in time and I'm looking at a silver screen star walking on the red carpet to a premiere. The cameras flash and her eyes blink slowly. I have to touch her. I have to make sure she's real. I slip my hand to the small of her back and lead her to the entrance, to the hostess to take our coats. I stand beside her to help her out of hers. I take this moment to inhale her scent as I take off her coat. The creaminess of her skin seems to glow under the lighting, and I'm so tempted to touch, to see if it's as soft as it looks. But I keep my hands to myself, only letting them drop to the small of her back as I lead her through the casino toward the back where the restaurant is, where everyone is most likely waiting for us. I was hoping to give you a rundown on everyone here tonight earlier at your house, and then in the car while we were on our way here, so you had time to ask questions, but...
I graduated high school with my associate's degree, survived Rainmore University, and passed my bar exam the first time I took it. Just give me the rundown and then leave me the fuck alone for the rest of the evening, unless it's absolutely necessary for you to speak to me. I saw the list you sent Lily. I'll see you on our wedding day after this.
She says under her breath. Fine. Samantha, the redhead, is married to Vincenzo Rossi. She is 20 years younger than him and only 1 year older than his eldest daughter.
That's atrocious.
Don't talk about that because she was his eldest daughter's best friend.
Okay. I love that trope in books.
What?
Nothing.
She says with a broad smile.
Who else?
Next is Viviana, brunette, large chest. She's married to Bernardino Bianchi. She's in her early 30s.
Bibi and Vivi. Got it. Next?
Angelina, blonde, married to Lorenzo Albertini. Whatever you do, don't look at her face for too long. She had a facelift recently and it doesn't look right. Very uncanny valley. She hums as we pass the threshold to the restaurant. Francesca, also blonde but only has weird lips, is married to Angelo Gallo. She huffs at my description of Franny.
Anyone else?
No.
Samantha Rossi, redhead. Vivi Bianchi with huge titties. Angie Albertini drinks martinis. And Franny Gallo's got new lips.
She sings softly, then peeks over her shoulder at me.
Anything else?
I let myself get lost in the different shades of green and dashes of gold in her eyes for a moment. That's it, I reply as we reach the table where they're waiting for us.
Maxim!
Angelina is the first to see us, standing to greet me like we're family. In a way, we are. She was my mother's best friend, and I grew up with her being something of an aunt to me. The husk in her Long Island accent doesn't match the youth in her face. I go to receive the kiss she plants on my cheek, doing my best not to wipe away the excess lipstick with the back of my hand.
And who is this?
She asks in Italian, holding her hand out to the blonde bombshell beside me. My future wife, Sabrina Winters, I introduce to the table.
Hello, Miss Angie. Maxim has told me so much about you.
Angie's dark eyebrows that don't match her hair rise to her forehead.
Well, all good things, I hope. Oh, yes, ma'am. He told me you organize a quarterly drive for the Children's Hospital in Long Island. I'd very much love to know more about that. Oh, and Mrs. Rossi, congratulations on the nuptials. You'll have to tell me who helped plan your wedding. Maxim showed me pictures and I just adored the venue. Oh, and Miss Francesca, congratulations on your new grandchild. A boy, was it?
Franny, also surprised, seems to glow under the reminder she just became a grandmother for the 13th time.
Oh, I'd love to see pictures when you have a moment. Also, I'm not sure if Maxim told you, but we are needing a flower girl or two. He said you have 2 granddaughters? Victoria and Vanessa, am I correct? Yes, that's correct.
Franny replies, nodding, already glowing under Sabrina's spell.
Oh, that's lovely. I hope you don't mind us borrowing them, but, well, it is going to be such a special day for us, and, if you don't mind, we would love it if you could help us.
Francesca looks all too happy to be included in the wedding somehow, looking around the table at the wives and then back to Sabrina.
I'll let their mothers know. You are too wonderful, Franny, thank you.
Sabrina turns to face the last woman.
And Vivian, it is so nice to meet you. Maxim also told me you're about to be a grandmother for the first time. Tell me, boy or girl?
She asks as I pull a chair out for her and she takes her seat.
Thank you, darling.
She says darling as if she's said it 1,000,000 times before, like it's so fucking easy for her to use a term of endearment when it comes to me, like it's simply second nature. Vivian seems to bristle under excitement about getting to talk about her upcoming grandchild, and I stare in awe at the woman beside me as I take my seat. I told her absolutely fucking nothing other than the superficial shit, and when she told me to give her the rundown, she was only humoring me.
What kind of wife would I be if I didn't put my feelings aside and make my husband look good?
What kind of husband will I be? She can't stand my presence, can barely look at me. I doubt she'll want me at important social gatherings she'll have to attend. Will she go without me? I don't like the way the bottom of my heart frowns at that question. The men around the table seem to watch the women instantly fall in love with the fresh meat I've thrown in their direction as they talk over one another, and soon small giggles are heard as they're reaching over the table to ask about her ring, if she can remove the glove so they can see. When she does, I wince at the pink burn marring her pale skin. I want to reach out and take it and press my lips to it, to kiss it better, to take back the pain I caused.
Oh, Sabrina, what happened?
They ask, and my heart thunders loudly.
Oh, I'm so clumsy. I was wearing my fuzzy socks while dancing in the kitchen, waiting on the timer, but these specific socks didn't have any grip. I slipped, caught myself on the edge, but the tips of my fingers also caught my coffee, and well...
She sighs as if to say that's that, then brings her hands together like she's saying a prayer and continues with...
But Maxim was such a darling. Cleaned up the mess, helped me clean it, ice it, and then put ointment on it for me. My Maxie.
She turns, scrunches her nose in my direction, and puts her gloved hand in mine. I take it, running my fingers along her silk-covered ones.
Always taking such great care of me. After he scolds me, of course.
She laughs with a shake of her head, and the ladies laugh with her. They turn in my direction with adoration in their eyes, falling in love with the idea of Maxim and Sabrina. What the fuck? The lies this woman can spout so easily, too easily. The conversation continues to flow as the waiters make their way to us, taking our orders and filing out. With the women gabbing, Lorenzo leans over to me. You found a good one, capo. I shrug, watching as Sabrina once again lets the women ooh and ah at her pink diamond, before shoving the glove back on.
You said you slipped in the kitchen? Do you cook?
Francesca asks. She's my little baker. I grin and Sabrina flushes a cute little pink. Just the other day, she made these amazing strawberry lemon cupcakes. It was the perfect amount of sweet and tart. The frosting on top had... What was it, cara mia?
Swiss meringue.
She answers with an adoring smile. I can't tell if it's real or fake. I hate that. I ate 4 in a row. I answer, honestly. I devoured them. Gone. I make a sweeping motion with my hand and keep my gaze on my fiancé before saying, unfortunately, my beautiful fiancé was already in bed. I don't specify whether it was my or her bed. Otherwise, I'd have asked her to bake more. But she's a hard-working woman. She needs her beauty rest. More adoration between the wives. I swear their eyes have never sparkled this much while looking my way.
Oh, Sabrina, you and I should talk more about you baking for the next drive.
Angie replies. All too soon our plates come out, everyone with their classic Italian dishes, and my fiancé chose salmon with a Greek salad. I stare at it and she stares at my baked ziti. I quirk a brow, but instead of asking for a bite of mine like a real couple would, she digs into her plate, protein first. She does a little dance in her seat and I feel the corner of my lips tug up involuntarily at the little hint of happiness. Hungry?
Starving.
She replies, and under her breath she mutters,
My appetite was ruined this morning.
The girls break out into more conversation, more laughter. Even the men are included, and she has them all charmed, all of them eating out of the palm of her little gloved hand.
Oh, my Maxie this.
And
My Maxie that.
they eat it the fuck up. She makes me sound like I should be a runner for a Nobel Prize, telling exaggerated stories of our visits to England, how much her mother just adores me. She has them all captivated, impressed, laughing. She even looks relaxed, even though the tension around her eyes says otherwise. I doubt they see it. My future bride is the epitome of a beautiful liar. We finish our meals and head downstairs through my private entrance to the elevator, but when she sees we'll all be riding down the elevator together, she fumbles in her footsteps just a bit, just enough for me to notice the way her chest rises and falls and her nose flares for a twitch. I let my hand slip from her elbow down to her hand and I tug her to me, whirling her around so her little hand, heavy with my, catered to her ring, lands on my chest. I lower my lips to below her ear. Her floral scent invades my senses, and I let myself believe that she's actually in love with me, that we're a real couple, that every little story she has told tonight happened exactly as she said and not the truth, that I'm the fucking villain. I'm the nightmare in each one of her lies. Relax, I whisper and hang back for just a moment, letting the hand in hers slide up to the small of her back. One of her arms immediately goes up to the nape of my neck, the other to my chest. Incline your head to me a hair. That's it. Now it looks like we're kissing. The women in the elevator squeal in excitement when Sabrina lets out a moan. It's not from me kissing her. It's from invading her space, being too close. A shiver shifts through her, and I can feel how delicate it is, as though she's holding it back, keeping it inside for herself, containing it like she contains everything else from the public eye. I take pride that she can't hide it from me. Not when I'm this close to her. The doors to my private elevator close, and she shoves me off. She's visibly trembling, panting, holding one hand to the soft swell of her stomach, the small pouch there I want to lay my hand on and feel her womanly everything, so soft and feminine, and my heart stops with one look into her glossy eyes.
I need a moment.
She breathes, her shaking recedes into nothing but small vibrations. Did I do that? Did I help? My stomach flips at the thought that maybe I did. Maybe I'm not such an asshole. Maybe I can make it better. The flip in my stomach turns into a weird pain that crawls and nestles into the bottom corner of my heart when I realize I want to be the one that makes it better. Sabrina, I croak.
I just don't want them to also think your future wife is weak.
She says softly and looks away from me before clearing her throat.
I won't take but a moment. I just need to prepare. Is that all right?
I nod. Sea-green, glassy eyes filled with unshed tears of momentary panic crash with mine again.
Will it be louder down there?
Much, I hear myself rasp. I shouldn't have said that in a decibel where she could hear it. I shouldn't have said it at all, because for the first time I can see those invisible demons dancing behind her eyes. I can see her will to fight them is so strong. She wants to run, she wants to leave and never come back. She takes a shaky breath, her gloved hands smoothing down the front of her black dress. She blinks at the ground, then nods once curtly while exhaling.
Thank God Parker put clear earplugs in my clutch.
Of course he did. She opens the tiny thing, fishes one out and then the other, shoving them in while her eyes are closed, then snaps it shut. Her eyes find mine and soon we're in the elevator a foot apart. But when the doors open, her shoulders square back and her chin is high and the smile is back. I shake my head, not letting myself fixate on whatever is happening in my chest, only focusing on the night ahead. This event is one I usually take pride in. The money goes to 20 different boxing clubs around all of New York City. I step into the ring and take the microphone to begin my announcements, thanking everyone for purchasing tickets and for their donations, letting them know their contributions have helped us raise over $112,000. Sabrina smiles and claps when appropriate, and soon I'm taking my seat beside her. The first round of ring girls comes out in tiny Cupid costumes that are no more than red lingerie and little pink wings. I watch as she averts her gaze down to her hands, and I let my own eyes wander to the way her dress cups her breasts, pushing each swell up into the perfect handful, then back up to the profile of her face. The ring girl steps out and she finally looks at the entertainment for the evening again. Why? Does she not think she's as beautiful as them? Her father's voice from the day he told her she'd been arranged to marry me rings in my head, louder than the roar of the crowd behind us. You've gained a few pounds. Once more she claps when necessary, grimaces and winces, animated until another ring girl pops through, and yet my eyes stay on her. On the way her clavicle closest to me has one little freckle, beckoning me to lean over and kiss it, daring me to seek if she has more beneath her dress. I'm glued to the way her chest slowly rises and falls, her fingers tapping to her thumb, counting. She pulls her phone out and updates something on her notes app, typing as she gnaws on her lower lip in concentration. Fuck, the way her lip slowly glides through her teeth makes me want to take it for myself, to gnaw on it, suck it between my lips, and then dive my tongue into her mouth to taste her completely, to devour her. Our only kiss had been when I proposed. It would have lasted longer had I not run my tongue against the seam of her lips, wanting access, desperately wanting entry. It was just that they were so warm. So soft against mine, I forgot for a second that she doesn't want me, will never love me. What's that? I ask, leaning toward her, taking in what she's typing down. Ingredients. I scan them, taking note of what she'll need in our pantry for when she moves in with me in just 61 days.
Chocolate raspberry molten cupcake recipe.
She answers mindlessly, still thumbing through and typing out measurements as if she's baking them in her mind already, finding the perfect amount of everything like she did the ones she brought me.
Well, it's for a cake, but I'm sure I can do it for cupcakes.
My little baker. Sounds delicious. I mean it.
I hope so.
Before I can tell her that I'd like to try some, that I can't wait to come home and find her baking in my kitchen, I'm saved by the bell. The fight resumes, and she respectfully puts her phone away and goes back to going through the motions, back to ignoring me, back to grimacing and clapping when appropriate. Can she feel me watching her, every movement she makes? I try to tear my eyes away from her, but it feels impossible. I've never been so fixated on a woman in my life, have never been transfixed on the way her top lip is only slightly smaller than her bottom lip, the way her hair glows pink under the flash of the red lights every now and then, on the way, when she gets a little too close to me, I get a faint whiff of her perfume and I just want to take her in my arms and inhale it deeper. Christ, what the fuck is happening to me? It ends, and I get back into the ring with the winning fighter, Marcelo, who was once a teen that used these profits from donations to get off the streets and go on to open his own boxing club. He raises his fist into the air as he sways slightly, announcing that once again, due to their generous donations, we have gathered enough to award each boxing club around New York City $15,000 each, which is enough to train 30 children at each establishment. This is a charity my father began over 20 years ago, and I continued it, seeing as that's how I met Nico, and I will resume to uphold it until the day my child... My eyes crash with Sabrina's.
I won't be giving you heirs.
My heart drops. Our legacy will die with me. The ride back to Brooklyn Heights is quiet. I choose to break the silence. How did you know so much about them?
You have your ways, I have mine.
She replies coolly, unattached, still gazing out of the window as we come to a lurching stop in front of her row mansion that's lit up from the inside. I really gotta tell Nico to stop braking so goddamn hard. She doesn't wait for either me or him to get out and open her door, doing it herself and hopping out as fast as she can.
Have a good evening, Mr. Giordano. I'll see you on April 16th.
Like hell she will. For the next 3 weeks, I insert myself in her routine, disrupting the shit out of it. I want to ruin her peace. I want to invade her thoughts. I want her to dream about me fucking up her entire world. I want to be her sweetest nightmare. She glares at me over her coffee mug across from the table when I take her out to lunch. She gives me the bare minimum, that fake fucking smile plastered on her face. If I show up unannounced, she has to make time for me because isn't her Maxie so romantic? Isn't her Maxie just so charming to show up out of nowhere, uninvited, to take her out to lunch, to pick her up for dinner? I don't know why I need to insert myself so much where I'm not wanted so badly, and just when I think I'm wearing her down, her walls slam back up. If I ask personal questions, she fills her mouth with food or shuts down completely or tells me she needs to work. And that's when she realizes she thinks she has a new excuse, to have lunch in her office. She's too busy to eat. Lies. I've been consistently watching her on the cameras I had Nico install in her office, so I hear every conversation she has. I hear when and where she's going out to lunch and what time. So I bring lunch to her. I bring dinner to her, along with roses, until her assistant Lily kindly tells me she's been taking home the roses because Sabrina prefers chrysanthemums and orchids, so I bring her those instead. But again, those walls slam higher the closer we get to the wedding. If I have an outing we need to show up to, she makes me call Jonathan while I sit in front of her so he can call Lily, her assistant, to pencil me in on her calendar. Once the ping comes through on her phone, she actively looks at it while pursing her lips and tisks. She then calls Lily, who calls Jonathan, who calls me, to confirm. She's the most fucking infuriating woman I've ever met in my life. I may as well be one lone soldier catapulting nothing but goddamn cupcakes and butterflies into a castle wall, and yet that insatiable, gnawing feeling wants her to be worth it. Chapter 11. Parker. There's a crash from upstairs. Even though there's no scream yet, I run up there anyway, taking the stairs 2 at a time. We're supposed to be leaving for England in 3 hours, and something tells me she's not ready. I fling the door open to her room, and a very annoyed Sabrina is standing at the doorway of her ensuite, angrily brushing her teeth. The white foam and her saliva drip from her bottom lip onto her tank top as she stares at me incredulously. That shouldn't be so hot. What the fuck was that? She spits, rinses her mouth, and then points to what I heard. Her scale is halfway in the wall, hanging from a hole it created when she flung it from across the room. Deadly aim, this one. I roll my lips inward to keep from laughing.
Don't laugh, the bloody thing is broken, savage. So I fixed it. Granted, I was aiming for the window, but I kind of like it there now that I look at it. Like abstract art. Savage, it said I gained 4 pounds. That's ridiculous.
What I'd kill to be able to take her in my arms and kiss away the angry look on her sweet little face.
Do I look like I've gained 4 pounds?
She turns slowly from one side to the other. I let my eyes feast on the sliver of skin of her tummy when she raises her arms and her tank rides up. No, but muscle weighs more than fat. Could also be water weight.
I can't afford to have water weight. I'm going to try the gown Madame Auclair has intricately constructed for me with her bare hands, Parker.
What I'd kill to have her call me anything but my name. Love, darling, baby. It's a fucking pipe dream at this point. It's also the last drag, the last week before she becomes Mrs. Maxim Giordano. She hasn't seen him but periodically, and only for the tabloids. Her face is thinner, her waist is more tapered, and yes, maybe she's gained a few pounds, but she's squatting half of her body weight thanks to Raven, Jonas, and me getting her into a strength and conditioning regimen. All she's done is enhance her curves. She's not boxy or manly. She just looks healthier and more lethal. The cut of her jaw is now more defined, her cheekbones more pronounced, giving her face this sort of don't fuck with me edge, which she'll need once she marries that asshole. I get giddy when she ignores his texts and calls. I know, childish, but there's something that makes my dick rock hard when she's covered in sweat and he calls, interrupting the music from her playlist playing low in the background, and she ignores it, putting her phone on Do Not Disturb mode. There's also something visceral that happens to me when she's holding a kettlebell in her arms and she squats low and her ass spreads. Her leggings get deep in her ass and she shoots up, driving down on her heels. Her thighs are also more defined. When she bends over, I can see the faint outline of her hammies, and all I want to fucking do is tear her Lululemons apart and tongue fuck her pussy while she's bent over anything. I want to smell her while she's glistening with sweat. Call me a sick man, but I want the saltiness of it to be drowned out by the sweetness of her cunt. God, I want this woman to sit her ass on my face and suffocate me. Every time I think about it, only one song comes to mind, and I whistle it constantly now. Gory, gory, what a wonderful way to die. Look, you're down 2 dress sizes from the last fitting, right? I say when I realize I haven't said a damn thing in who knows how long because I've been distracted by thoughts of the way her skin glistens and she gets pink in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have 2 hours we can kill before we head out. Lots of time for cardio. I waggle my brows in her direction.
No.
Come on. You know you want to. It won't take that long. 30 minutes tops. It'll feel so fucking good. Don't you want that? I mean, I could make it hurt, but we can go slow this time. I promise. One last time. 1 minute and you're done.
Bugger off, savage. I'm exhausted.
But you're fucking beautiful. Ready? She groans my way but raises her arms and gets into a fighting stance. The punching bag Mav and Jonas installed for her on the heavyweight stand sways lightly back and forth from the last round. Go! She jabs. Her punch is barely making a move, but she's going, never giving up. Her damp tank top clings to her like a second skin. It was only a week ago she finally let me see her without a hoodie or a sweatshirt while she worked out. I had to avert my eyes because I kept getting hard while we were in Raven's basement. I finally had to leave and jerk off, finding my release in less than 3 minutes, then flushed it down the toilet. Not a proud moment for me, especially when the guys all have knowing smirks on their faces. I was a fucking Special Forces sniper, did 2 fucking tours. I've been stabbed, shot, left for dead. But this woman walks around with a sports bra and yoga pants and she kills me. I practically come in my pants at the thought of tasting her. It doesn't help that she smells so fucking good all the time. If she doesn't smell all floral, she smells like warm sugar and cinnamon. Fuck, I want her on my tongue. 30 seconds. She no longer looks at her footwork. She's steady and trusts herself. She's getting stronger, better, breathes deeper and easier. 20. Her core tightens. Her punch is slamming harder. I know my baby's exhausted, but she's my little fighter. 10. She's grunting, making noises to get me so fucking dizzy. I count down for her. She doesn't let up. 3, 2, 1. She stops, slowly putting her arms down, delicious, ample chest heaving. Sweat trails from under her breasts to her navel to the parts that make her a woman, and I am infatuated. She turns to me, red-faced and beautiful, green eyes gleaming.
I did it.
I nod. You did, for 45 minutes.
You said only 30.
But I knew you could go longer, and you did. How do you feel? She squints at me, eyeing me up and down, then purses her lips together.
Betrayed.
Unwrap so you can get showered and we can get coffee on the way to the jet. She does as she's told, throwing away the boxing tape.
Just chamomile. I want to sleep on the plane. We'll have too much to do once we land.
All right.
Thank you, Parker, for everything. I know I don't say it enough, but there's a part of me that really believes I wouldn't still be here if it weren't for your patience. I know I'm a nightmare and a bit of a bitch, but I'm working on it, trying to. I'm doing my best.
She corrects herself. Truth is, she can be as bitchy to me as she likes. I fucking love her Spitfire. Mostly 'cause it's not ever really aimed at me. It's aimed at her fiancé. I fucking love it. She gets home all angry and starts baking for me or working out. I'm fine with either. I follow her out into the living room and we go our separate ways. I need to make sure I fist my dick before our 6-hour flight, or I'll have another awkward boner to deal with on the plane.
What in the goddamn fuck are you doing here?
She growls as we enter the cabin of the jet, finding Maxim on his laptop, whiskey to his right with a firm, smug smirk on his face. My future mother-in-law called me this morning. Imagine my surprise when she asked if I would be arriving in the morning as well.
You aren't needed on this trip, Mr. Giordano. I'm just getting my dress. You can go.
Or I can stay, and it's Maxim.
It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding.
The smirk on his face sliding right off. You know, you've said that so much these last few weeks it's lost its charm. And yet it still makes me smile.
Trust me, the last thing I'm trying to do is charm you. Get off the plane, please, Mr. Giordano. You're holding us up, and I really can't miss this appointment.
I think I'm staying. I watch Sabrina's metaphorical hackles rise.
Get off my fucking plane! I don't want you here!
Her chest heaves. The flight attendant scurries into the cockpit.
I don't want to look at you. I don't want to hear you grunt. I don't want to smell you or feel you watching me. I don't want to smell the whiskey or have to stand it on your breath when you grunt at me. I don't want you here.
She grabs a bottle of Johnny Blue and flings it at him, which he catches before it hits his head. See? Good aim, my girl.
Take the fucking liquor as my wedding gift to you and go. Please. You are not wanted, nor are you needed on this trip, Mr. Giordano.
It's silent. Dead silent. The kind of silence that makes the little hairs on your arm stand on end, letting you know danger is near. I slide my hand in my waistband by my gun holster, ready for anything. Maxim looks grim as he takes her in, dark eyes perusing her as he puts the bottle down. I almost feel bad for the guy. Almost. I know what he's thinking. Had she been anyone else, had his right hand been there instead of me, there would have been 2 guns pointed at her head for the blatant disrespect. I can feel his anger from here, and I can see how hard she's trying not to shake. But not from fear. From her own anger, turmoil. From having to hide how she really feels at all times and now letting just a small sliver show. Oh, my little Hellcat's still in there clawing her way out slowly but surely. Sorry we're late. Oh, shit. Are we interrupting something? We hear from the door of the plane as Jonas and Raven step through. No, Maxim says, slamming shut his laptop, standing, buttoning his suit jacket, and then taking a final sip of the amber liquid in his glass tumbler, sucking his teeth as he swallows. I was just leaving. He brushes past Sabrina. He lands a chaste, whiskey-soaked kiss on her cheek. Have a safe trip, princess. He turns and strides past Raven and Jonas with nothing more than a head nod and steps out to the staircase. She wipes the kiss away with the back of her fist, but I know it's not enough for her. She feels it like an imprint. That's what she told me touch does to her. It feels filthy until she can clean it off. It's why I don't allow myself to touch her. I never want her to associate my touch with feeling dirty, and still, I want to brand her skin with my kisses, my tongue, my touch, my cum. Whatever happened to her, I want to remove whatever essence happened and replace it with me. I want her to be as consumed by me as I am by her.
Excuse me,
she says to us and goes to the bathroom and comes back out with a smile on her face. No one believes it. Raven and Sabrina fall asleep side by side facing each other. They look like a yin and yang symbol. It's the only way I can describe it. Sabrina with her blonde hair under her pink blanket and Raven with her dark hair under her purple blanket. Raven, being empathetic to Sabrina's needs, wears little black lace gloves and they're intertwined with Sabrina's pink ones. It's a beautiful thing when my girl lets you in. I want in. I want all the way in. I want to breathe her in until my lungs feel full, feel her warmth or give her mine when she's cold. I want every thought in that beautiful mind of hers. I want all the things I shouldn't. I want to own and consume her, heart, body, mind, and soul. You know, it's not too late to tell her how you feel, Jonas says from beside me. I shake my head. Contract's been signed. I hate this for you, man. Yeah, I hate it for me too. I've never seen her so stressed. Granted, I'm hardly allowed access to her private time, but she hardly had time to step foot in the gym or go running with me in the morning this week. She's been eating like a bird, just grazing here and there. Green eyes look empty, and the closer we get to her wedding date, the more she's been tapping her fingers to her thumbs, doubling up on her gloves, and every call she makes, whether it's friends or family or the wedding planner, she gets off it huffing and puffing. Her nightly fits are back, worse than before. I've had to climb in behind her and soothe her. While I love the way her body fits next to mine, feeling like a puzzle piece put in the right place, all I could do was speak to her softly, biding my time until she stopped shaking or murmuring. I find her in the kitchen 2 days before the wedding, sitting on the countertop reading her Kindle. The entire kitchen looks like a bakery threw up. That's another thing. She hasn't had time to bake. The only thing that keeps her from going insane, and she hasn't done it in a while. There's burnt cupcakes sitting on the stove and frosting on her cheek, including a stream of runoff mascara telling me she took the time to cry. She's not even reading, she's staring blankly at the e-reader. Not a muscle in her body moves. I can't even see the rise and fall of her chest. She looks catatonic. Miss Winters? Nothing. Fuck, she's scaring me. Brina? Nothing. Baby? She blinks. Miss Winters. Her head pops up and she looks at me, eyes finally focusing.
Hey.
You baking? Green eyes scan the room, then she shakes her head.
No. It was a failed mission.
She jokes, but it's not in her. There's no life in her, no emotion.
I really have to move in with him, don't I?
Afraid so.
I don't want that.
Neither do I. It's 1 year, Miss Winters. Her eyes snap to mine, and God, she looks beautiful. Dazed and a little lost, but nonetheless as beautiful as the first day I saw her.
It's a marriage contract, Savage. It's for life.
I shake my head, having been thinking about this for the past 6 months. 1 year. He gets his money plus 10%. You don't owe him anything else. Her brows scrunch together.
I won't owe him anything else.
I'm called from the second floor by a panicking Tildy dressed in a pale pink gown. What is it?
She's asking for you.
They're all outside of the bridal room, and Raven looks anxious, a little helpless when her eyes connect to mine. She's wearing her maid of honor dress, a pale pink slinky thing that fits her well. What happened? I ask her, and her hands fly up too quickly.
They've finished her hair and makeup, and it was time to put on her dress, but she froze. She's paralyzed. I've never seen her like this before. I don't know how to help her. I'm so worried. She asks for you, almost screaming your name. You have to help her.
Raven sniffs. I give her a nod as I knock on the door, stride in without waiting for an answer, and shut it behind me. She's standing behind a chair, the top of it reaching her waist, in a white satin robe. Her hands grip the antique wood, breathing erratically. Brina. But that doesn't bring her back to me. Baby. She looks up, red-rimmed eyes locking on mine, and I swear, my heart stops beating as she stands to her full height.
Savage.
She says my name like a plea, and I run to her, my blushing bride. But this blush isn't due to happiness, and she's not mine. I catch her in my arms as she falters, and a sob escapes her chest, but there are no tears. God, she's fucking shaking so hard like she's been caught in a blizzard for days.
Say it for me because I don't think I can.
I know what she's asking for, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not while she's letting me hold her. Not when she's finally in my arms. My heart is breaking because I know it's me who should be on that altar, and I can't bring myself to give her away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. I'll share her before I ever let her go. I'd rather own half of her heart than none at all. Her breathing grows more labored, and I put her hand on my chest, reveling in the way it's so smooth, so soft, so small in mine before I flatten it. You feel me? Breathe with me, baby. Follow it. I'm here.
I can't breathe.
You're the most beautiful bride I've ever seen. I choke out to distract her from her panic attack, pressing a soft kiss to her lips, and I don't tear away from her. You're gonna wow them all, and you're gonna fucking say those vows, and you're gonna kill it. Another kiss, and I keep my lips close to hers, not breaking away, because if I do, I know I'll never get another chance. You give me one look, baby, and I'll take you away. I swear it. I'll find a way out of this, but for now, you're gonna be my fighter.
Savage, I can't.
You can, baby. You have to. I run my fingers through the silk of her hair and clutch her tighter as each shard of her heart plunges into mine, but I'll take that pain and swallow it whole. It's just 1 year, remember? Then you can walk away. He'll have his money and I'll take you away, far, far away from here.
You promise?
On my life, I'll keep you safe. I'm not leaving. I have your back. I've always got your back, baby girl.
Say it, Parker. You have to, because I can't.
She sobs silently. My heart contracts and I swallow down my heartache. With tears threatening to release, I rasp out, "It's showtime." The skirt of her ball gown glitters and shimmers in the light, and though her veil covers her face and shoulders, I can feel her trembling beside me. I walk her from the bridal suite down to the bottom floor where her bastard of a father waits for her. 1 foot in front of the other, Bree. She lets go of me with a whimper. The music begins, a cello version of Can't Help Falling in Love. Raven is playing along with the pianist. Her father takes her from me and my blood rushes to my ears. She makes it down the aisle holding her bouquet full of flowers meant for prosperity, love, strength, and baby's breath. There goes my girl, a glittering train in her wake, taking wobbly steps towards the man that's taken her from me, the only one that has a real chance of stealing her heart from my grasp. And I'll have front row tickets. The music stops. Raven resumes her place on the altar, and when Maxim raises the veil, I know with the look that slashes across his face, he'll never let her go. My soul leaves my body and disintegrates at my feet. Chapter 12. Maxim. I've heard stories of men who take one look at their brides walking down the aisle and completely fall apart for them. It's the happiest day of their lives, so overcome by emotions they can't contain them. I will have no such issues. Being essentially thrown off Sabrina's family jet was the single most humiliating thing to have ever happened to me. Ever. Well, except that time I had a gun pointed at some asshole's head, pulled the trigger, and I'd forgotten to refill the magazine. Then again, I was only 17 at the time, and I always double-check now. It's never happened again. I hadn't heard a word from her since that fiasco on the plane, and had I not checked the cameras to find her sitting on her deep berry suede love seat in her home periodically, motionless and reading, I never even would have known she was home. "Son," Aristide Giordano, my father, says from his wheelchair in the corner. Dark eyes clash with even darker eyes through the reflection of the full-length mirror in the groom's suite as I put on the gold generational cufflinks, the kind that are passed down on this specific milestone. Polished, shiny, more glitter, more gold. There is more wealth in one single link than your kidney is worth. My hair has been tapered and styled into a pompadour with hair products. My beard was shaved completely, and not one hair was missed. I raise a dark brow in question at my father as I reach for my suit jacket, throw it on, then fix the lapels. "Yes?" "The heads tell me you're enthralled with your bride-to-be." He talks a little too loud in perfect Italian, my father, due to his hearing loss and illness. He had me at 32, only 2 years after he wed my mother, who was 12 years his junior, a marriage that was arranged between the Pacan at the time, her father, Dmitry Sokolov, and my grandfather, Alessio Giordano. It was to stop the constant bloodshed between the Bratva and the Mafia. After my would-have-been uncles murdered each other, giving me the title of king and peacemaker between the two clans. It is a heavy crown, one my father wore until his illness made him almost immobile and wheelchair-bound. Yet the title will not be fully passed down to me until he dies, which will probably be sooner rather than later with the way his health is declining so rapidly. He's looking a lot less pale than usual today, most likely from the blood transfusion from earlier since he landed late last night. "Everyone out," I say loudly to those in the room with us. It takes them less than 60 seconds, and then we're alone. I inhale sharply, ready to spew some lie to the great man in the room. Although sickly, with a blanket that covers his useless legs, he still carries that weight, that air about him that tells you this man is still dangerous. And he is. I've seen him pull a trigger from the very armrest of that damn wheelchair. I let them see what I want them to see. Nothing more, nothing less. Just another contract. I told you this. Remember what I told you, son. Women, yes, will either make you stronger or weaker, and if they make you stronger, they'll become a target. I quote him, to which he frowns. But what about her? Would I make Sabrina stronger? Weaker? Will there be more of a target on my back because she's marrying me? I took her from a syndicate prince, didn't I? That Kane guy? As much as I want to deny it, I know Sabrina is safer with Parker than without him. After all, he seems to know her better than she knows herself most days. "Your mother was a great woman, Maxim," my father says, disrupting my thoughts. "I know. Loved by both the Cosa Nostra and the Bratva. She was," his voice breaks, "the most incredible woman I have ever known. We hated each other, did you know that? She hardly spoke English when we were married. She hated having been forced to marry me, and I didn't want her. I wanted to keep fucking whoever pleased my eye for the evening. I thought a wife would only slow me down." He trails off, and I can see the memories dancing behind his eyes. He shakes his head, and I don't interrupt him, seeing as this is the most he's ever talked about her. "But then we were forced to live together, and I found that I lived for the moments she cursed me in Russian. And then, all too soon, I simply lived for her." I can hear his lungs rattle from where I stand. "I was distracted from my duties and matters at hand, simply living to make my wife and my son happy, and it caught up to me. But she knew the snakes and the vermin in my gardens, could spot them a mile away. A queen rises from ashes and helps eradicate those that mean her king harm." He takes another wet breath in. "Your bride, you either keep her close when she makes you stronger, or you keep her at arm's length, and when she meets the familias who are expecting your return soon, they will need to believe this marriage you have brought upon yourself, and vice versa, Maxim. They'll need to believe you love her, since you rejected the offers for their daughters over and over again. For you'll be blood by bond, and the familias, they don't forget." That is exactly why I told Sabrina she had to seem in love with me the night of the charity fight. The heads here talked to the heads back in Italy. She passed that test with flying colors, obviously, and made it seem as though I was also smitten with her as well. Two unlikely beings, a lawyer and a crime boss, in love. She even made me believe she liked me, at least a little bit. But I realized the day of the plane incident that she truly couldn't stand me. She doesn't want this marriage today any more than she wanted it the day her father told her. I haven't made her feel welcomed or wanted either. She wants nothing to do with me. She doesn't want the notoriety that will come with being my wife. Not my touch, not my kiss, not my money, not my air, not even my protection, and it's all my fault. Even though I watch her closely through screens, I don't know who my wife really is. Brilliant, of course, a beautiful liar, but not much else. There's a knock on the door, and I realize I've merely been staring at my father. I seem to do that a lot when I think of Sabrina, and I see what my father means. She's already a distraction. If I ever fall in love with this woman, I can't love her alone. I have duties to uphold. I have too much on my shoulders. This metaphorical crown thrust upon me at only 30 is so goddamn heavy. I feel at times my skull is cracking wide open. Parker flashes through my mind just as another knock comes through. The way he loves her and how she seems to tolerate him. "Hey, cousin, everyone is seated. The priest is ready." "1 second. I call out to Callum, my only cousin and head of the Chicago chapter, but keep my eyes steady on the man who's fading quickly before me. It's a contract meant to bind us to the syndicate and nothing more. He quirks a brow. "Il sindacato." I nod. "Ottimo." Very well. And then, "I trust you, son, with more than just my very life." His empire, he doesn't say. The one that dies with me. I blink, and before I open the door of the groom's suite and incline my head at Nico to let him know I'm ready, my father decides to leave me with a nugget of wisdom. "If you fall for her, or you don't, be prepared to lose her. That's what this world is, Maxim. We are born alone, and we die alone." Again, Parker flashes through my mind. "All that matters is that she stays alive in your world until you get your money, and I think we both know that without me, she won't survive it." $675,423.53. That's how much this venue that hosts up to 500 people cost us to rent for the weekend. It's a gorgeous, enormous 3-story rustic lodge we rented for our 300 guests to stay, bordering New York and Canada. There's a large lake outside the venue where we're supposed to marry with a mountain backdrop. Perfect for pictures. Then everyone will head inside the venue for the reception, which is decorated to absolute perfection. It's a beautiful day, even with heavy clouds overhead that either promise a storm later or snow on that mountain. As I make my way down the hallway, Giovanni, my father's second and Callum's father, wheels him down to the elevator while Nico and I go down the grand staircase that splits the bridal suite from the groom's suite. At the base of the stairs is where the reception will be. I have no idea how Sabrina pulled this off. It looks like I stepped into a fairy tale. While the walls are oak, there are large champagne, cream, and what I found out is called rose-pink drapes along the floor-to-ceiling windows. It all ebbs and flows together, along with the twinkling lights hung from each wooden pillar that holds up the ceiling. It takes Nico and I 6 full minutes to walk from the base of the stairs outside, past the seated guests, and to my place at the altar, also impeccably decorated with an archway. The priest waits patiently, and then Raven comes by, taking her seat by the pianist. She looks like a little Grim Reaper cosplaying as a Barbie today, and when she inclines her head at me in a nod, I look at all the faces staring back at me. I smile at Tildy and Derek, then find my father in the front seat on my side beside the rest of the heads and their wives. There's an empty seat beside him, with a picture frame holding my mother's photo. My father crosses himself, kisses his fingers, and gently places them on her photograph. It all points to Sabrina. Of course, she would do something small and thoughtful like that. I swallow down my emotions before I can even start to wonder if my mother would have loved my wife-to-be. I don't have to wonder. I feel like I already know the answer. I feel Nico get a little closer. "You ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Raven begins to play something slow and mournful on her cello. The pianist with her is our flower girls, Franny's granddaughters, whose names I can't remember, though I'm sure Sabrina does, begin to pace themselves like they were taught during rehearsals this morning. A soft breeze picks up the petals, and they dance along the aisle before settling on the ground again, just as the melody Raven is playing switches to Can't Help Falling in Love, and Father Ricci tells everyone to rise. Sabrina's hidden by trees at first, as she rounds the bend over a small bridge above a babbling brook, and then she's there, heading straight to me. Even though her father is beside her and the veil hides her face, all I see is her. As they reach the aisle, I watch her shoulders square back, then I assume her chin lifts defiantly. There's a tiara of some sort on her head, the sleeves go off her shoulder into a sweetheart neckline. The glittering corset holds her breasts up and tapers down her waist. The ball gown skirt shimmers in the rays of sunlight peeking through the overcast. Little gloves hold a delicate but large bouquet. Women in the audience gasp as she begins her descent. My heart thumps with each step she takes, slow and maddening. Thump, thump, thump. Her father hands her to me, and I lift her veil. The thump, the thump, the thump. That slow beat of my heart becomes an erratic jolt, blood pumping to every part of me so quickly I feel lightheaded. Ruby red lips, winged cat eyes, and her usual brown lashes are black and sooty. Every frown line she usually has when she's with me is gone. Her lips spread into a nervous smile, and her nose does one single twitch. If I didn't know how much she hates me, I'd think she was actually happy. If you fall for her, or you don't, be prepared to lose her. I silently vow, here and now, that only over my dead body will anyone ever harm her. I look up to see Parker standing in the back where he thinks he's unseen, face twisted and full of agony. Where I should feel good, feel pride, I don't. I give him a small nod and he leaves. I take her by the elbow, and we're in our respective places before my family's priest. And so it goes. Too soon she's slipping off her gloves. Her hands are so tiny and mine so soft, elegant fingers, manicured nails, dainty, breakable wrists, and I'm pleased to see the burn is gone. It didn't mar her skin that looked so fair compared to the tan of my complexion. I, Maxim Romeo Giordano, take you, Sabrina Melanie Winters, as my lawfully wedded wife. I vow to love and honor you, cherish and respect you, in sickness and in health. I vow from this day forward to protect you, be devoted to you, accept you as you are, support you, and eat your cupcakes until death do us part. I slide the ring on her finger, now soldered with a matching wedding band that accentuates the large pink diamond in the center. The crowd laughs and she smiles brilliantly at me, but it's anything but funny. It's real. To me.
I, Sabrina Melanie Winters, take you, Maxim Romeo Giordano, as my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, to love, to cherish and respect, in sickness and in health. I vow from this day forward to tolerate your grunts and be with you in your silence.
My heart seizes.
To support you and feed you cupcakes until death do us part.
She slips the black titanium ring on my finger. Though there are still chuckles, more sniffles are coming from the crowd. By the power vested in me by God and the state of New York, I now pronounce you man and wife. Maxim, you may kiss your bride. I tug her to me, wrap one arm around her middle, which feels and looks smaller than when we first met, and pull her up as I bend forward and press my lips to hers eagerly as the chorus for Love Me Like You Do plays from the speakers. This time, she doesn't fight me. She relaxes into my hold and opens her mouth when I desperately lick the seam of her lips, granting me access. I almost fall to my knees, a shiver skittering between my shoulder blades and down my spine, delivering what feels like tiny explosions to every nerve ending imaginable. I am undone. Sabrina Melanie Giordano, my bride, tastes like everything and nothing, of mint and berries and the first frost of the year. She tastes of thunder and snowstorms, of falling stars and New Year's Eve fireworks in the night sky, and my heart can't comprehend exactly what's happening as our tongues twist and collide. Sparks run through my system, and I know my soul doesn't know whether to jump ship or stay here to be consumed by her. But most of all, out of all the mint and the nothing and the everything, Sabrina Winters tastes like mine. I pull away, but not before delivering another small peck to her lips, committing the way she tastes and feels in my arms, along with the way her cheeks have blushed away, to the darkest recess of my mind, branding my brain with this very sight of her. My wife, my blushing bride, mine. And that terrifies me. But not enough to ever let her go. "Boss," Nico says to me as we watch my bride take pictures with her family. The photographer is an artsy thing, bohemian or whatever hipsters are called these days. I can't take my eyes off of my wife. She glitters and shimmers every time she moves. The ring on her finger sparkles, catching my eye along with her smile. I'm not the only one watching her. Parker stands by, back stiff, but he looks crushed. "You know how you had me dig into Sabrina's father?" "Yeah." He clears his throat while he lowers his voice and faces me. "The Winters family is, low in the brotherhood." I deadpan away from Sabrina's glittering form to look at my consigliere, feeling my lip curl up in disgust. "What do you mean?" "They have royalty kinda levels at the top." He makes a motion with his hand. "You got the Prescotts, the Monroes, the Andersons." He puts his other hand beneath the other. "Then you have the Mickelsons, Morettis, Hamiltons, Winns, and Hoovers." He places his top hand beneath. "The Winters, Chens, Clearys, Jacobsons, and Rathborns. Actually, scratch that. The Jacobson kid died 3 years ago. Car accident, and the only Rathborn left was the daughter, Paris, died in the same car accident." He stays quiet for another second, and then, "Boss?" "Yeah." "That's only the Northeast American chapter." "You notice a lot of deaths in Massachusetts lately?" I ask him. He eyes me up and down, then blinks. "I heard a rumor there was a killer at the RMU campus last year, never caught, because the MOs were inconsistent, but there hasn't been a death on that campus since the Reardon kid died in December. Suicide. But I looked at the autopsy report. Time of death doesn't correlate with the time his body dropped from the bell tower." I make eye contact with my bride over Nico's shoulder as she lifts a hand and summons me over, the ire rising. "I did this for fucking nothing, didn't I?" "I wouldn't say nothing, but you will have to push a little harder to be in those meetings and meet the ones you're trying to. Also, from what I'm hearing, the last Prescott alive, Jackson, Stephen Prescott's brother, mostly just mooched off of Stephen. He has no idea how to run the company." That had been a freak turn of events. Stephen Prescott was found dead in a hotel with drugs in his system. Turns out the old geezer liked to party pretty fucking hard. Although every time I look at the little creepy creature my wife calls her best friend and her trio of misfit toys, I can't help but think there's so much more to the story, given Raven's stepbrother went missing the same night her stepfather was found dead with multiple stab wounds to the face, neck, chest, and abdominal cavities in their home. No murder weapon. No surveillance, just a body. I peer over at Raven, her men looming over her like a pack of rabid dogs, waiting to tear that dress off her. Sure, they look pleasant, all dressed up in rich garbs, speaking to everyone who stops to talk to them, but the girl, she looks like a killer. It's in the eyes. There's a darkness in them that reminds me of Sabrina's. Suddenly I'm met with profound curiosity if my wife knows any of what happened. "What secrets do you keep, mia sposa?" I pat Nico on the shoulder with a grim thanks and make my way to where my bride and my in-laws are waiting for me to take pictures together on the happiest day of our lives.
At last,
Sabrina puts her hand in mine and the warmth of her skin seeps through the material of her glove as I tug her to me to dance the first dance at our wedding as husband and wife. She seems to be in good spirits, calm, and not at all timid, like she's been preparing herself for this day for years. I can't wait to fuck this up.
My love has come along.
My hand lands on the flare of her hip as I hold her close, her ample chest flush against my rib cage, and her free hand goes to my bicep. God, she smells so fucking good. I could breathe her in for a millennia.
My lonely days are over.
Her head tilts to the side and I watch the goosebumps rise on her flawless skin. I learned something new today, Princess.
And life is like a song.
I spin her, and when she twirls back to me, I clutch her tighter, and a little gasp catches in her throat. Your father has failed to make a name for himself within the Brotherhood, hasn't he, Princess?
At last, the skies above are blue.
Verdant eyes like sea glass stare up at me, and when my heart begs to beat erratically, I let out a growl, unwilling to let myself feel anything, only let us sidestep to the next few words of the song. No, not a princess. Less than. A duchess.
I found a dream that I could speak to.
I almost want to laugh at the words of this fucking song. How fucking ridiculous.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She breathes, struggling a little in my hold, but I don't let her escape.
A dream that I can call my own.
No? Tell me why no one in the syndicate bothered to look twice in your direction, nor made negotiations for your hand, Why can't your father pay back his debt, having to arrange for you to pay it off for him? You should be dripping in gold, little wife, so why aren't you?
I found a thrill to rest my cheek to.
Another spin, and I wish her skirt wasn't so fucking big so she could feel my grip through it. Another small struggle, she only trembles in my hold, fumbling through the dance, and I use that as an excuse to keep her close, lowering my head so she can hear me better, just as Etta James sings.
A thrill that I have never known.
Not only are you weak, my gorgeous bride, but it seems you're also as useless as your father. I lay a kiss beneath her ear and our guests swoon, cheering us on as I feel her throat bob against my lips. A soft whimper escapes her and the sound goes straight to my cock.
Oh, you smile. You smile.
I watch as that stupid fucking smile, which I now know is nothing but a goddamn mask, slips back onto her face. All for them, never for me. It's all a fucking show for this woman. This world is nothing but a stage to her.
And then the spell was cast. Seems we finally agreed on something, Mr. Giordano.
And though that smile is plastered on so tightly, though she looks up at me like a bride adoring her new husband, it doesn't reach her eyes. It never reaches her eyes. I may as well be holding a corpse bride being held together by nothing but pink twine and diamonds.
And here we are, in heaven. For you are mine.
The words she said to her father the day in his office when he told her she would be marrying me ring loudly in my head.
If you are to go destitute, it will be my husband you ask for cash. After all, I'll no longer be your puppet.
Does this make me my pretty new bride's master? I spin her one last time and then dip her, and when Etta James sings the final,
At last,
I kiss my bride who tastes of nothing and everything, of mint and berries and beautiful sultry lies, brutally, so she can taste my disdain for her. She's breathless and pink when we part. The flush of her skin does something to me I don't like. God damn this woman. I stand straight and hold her for a second longer before twirling her straight into her good-for-nothing father's arms for their beloved dance, because my wife, as good as she is at lying, she's perfect at maintaining her image. She may hate me, but she hates that man more for giving her to me.
Chapter 13. Sabrina. Weak and useless. That's what he called me. Let's not forget that I've been demoted from princess to duchess, either. Standard, I suppose, for him to think of me like that when I've given him nothing else to go off. I'm skittish and rude, and I want nothing to do with him, seeing as the man irks me to no end. How else am I supposed to act toward him? God, the wedding had been so beautiful, lavish and opulent, until it wasn't. Not to mention, we're now on a flight to our surprise honeymoon, which his father planned for us, to their familial villa in Italy. Maxim is dead asleep in the solitary bedroom towards the back of the plane, and usually I would be too. But my flight blanket isn't on his family jet. Parker isn't here either. Not even Nico. Just me and my husband. I'm in hell. I stare out of the window at the black abyss below us. Not a twinkle of light as we fly over the Atlantic. Just a light gray cloud every now and then. My eyes feel heavy after today's events, but I can't allow myself to sleep. I don't have any of my medications. When I said it was a surprise, I meant his father didn't tell a single fucking soul, and we both had to pretend to be fucking happy about it. Nothing is packed. We left our 300 guests behind, and our car, driven by his father's second, wouldn't allow either of us to stop at either home to retrieve anything. I can feel the weight of this like it's sitting on my chest, slowly crushing me from the inside out. I tap my fingers to my thumb. 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tears prickle the back of my eyes, and all I want to do is scream in the hottest shower ever felt by womankind. But it's in the bedroom, and my husband is in there. Not to mention, he'll hear me. Everyone will. I bend my legs, bringing my knees to my chest, draping my arms over them, and rest my head on my forearms. It was either this, or marrying Cain, and I already know what he's capable of. Maxim is just a big, rude ogre, the lesser of two evils. My mind drifts to the bed where Maxim is currently sleeping in. There was a large duvet over it, and it looked rather heavy. I snort. I'd rather jump out of this perfectly good airplane than disturb him. I laugh silently so the tears don't accidentally leak out. God, I'm exhausted. This is what delirium must be like. I look up to tell Parker, because he seems to like my dark humor, but he's not there. That feels so fucking bleak. My thoughts drift to earlier, to what he said in the dressing room. Not only had he called me baby, but he promised to take me away when the year was over. Once Maxim gets his money, plus interest, there really isn't a reason for me to stick around. I groan inwardly. Parker's lips had been so soft, better than I had ever imagined. I was so taken aback by his kiss, I forgot I was panicking. Never in 1,000 years had I thought my feelings for him would be reciprocated. And now I'm married. I can't help the tear that slips free. And then I laugh. What a fucking clusterfuck. For 4 fucking years I've been in love with that man. God, the first day he'd been assigned to me, it felt like someone had splashed a bucket of ice water on my face. I felt his cold stare like a shock to my system, down to my clit, and then to my toes and back up. My silent protector had rejected every single one of my advances, and the only time I could get him to react in any way toward me was by being a prissy brat, or by letting him find me in the most compromising positions. I felt a thrill every time. But soon, I noticed he was watching, letting me fuck, letting me ride, and only pulling me off either right before I came or right after. His glare on mine was unblinking and unwavering. The best was when he watched me being devoured. I could keep my eyes on his and pretend it was Savage's tongue fucking me. I swear one time he licked his lips almost so inconspicuously. I thought it had been a fragment of my imagination. I came so hard I saw 2 of him. But after today, I know it wasn't. Somewhere along the line, his tone towards me softened, His stare wasn't as harsh. Well, he's still a moody bastard. He'd somehow become my moody bastard, even though he wasn't mine, technically. And now it's too fucking late.
I'll take you far, far away from here.
I can't stop the tears, and I can't stop my cackling at how fucking incredulously ridiculous this all is. If I had just tried a little harder to get over what happened to me. No, that's a fucked thought, huh? Just get over it?
What's so funny?
I yelp at Maxim's solemn tone jarring me out of my thoughts. I peer back at him. I'm fucking married! I cackle, holding my sides that are now starting to hurt, and notice his lips curl up in a smirk. I'm married! I gasp for air. Infamous devil of New York! Another gasp, and I swipe at my eye. And the man that's supposed to protect me! My cheeks hurt. Isn't here. This is the most ridiculous fucking thing ever. I choke out. I married a man that can't stand me, and the only one that understands me. I shake my head, chuckling. I must look deranged. Maxim drops his smile at the mention of Parker. I am utterly alone on the night of my wedding, not a friend in sight. My smile falls, and I clear my throat. Not even my blanket. I wipe the tears off my face. Eyes darker than soil squint at me and blink once. I can see the pity in his eyes, and I fucking loathe it.
Why don't you go get some sleep? I have work to do.
I shake my head. I wasn't able to get my medication due to this spontaneous trip. If I have a fit in my sleep, I don't want to cause an emergency landing when we're so close to Italy already.
It's that bad?
I don't know how to answer him, so I reply honestly with a shrug. It can be. I sigh, planting my feet on the carpeted floor of the plane, lean forward, then place my elbows on my knees. Would you like to give me the rundown? I have a feeling that your father didn't do this out of the goodness of his heart. I motion at the seat beside me. I would have had his assistant Jonathan send me all the information I needed like I did when meeting the capos, but, again, this was a surprise for us both. Jonas barely had enough time to get my clutch that had my phone, and he threw it to Raven, who tossed it to me like a wild form of hot potato. He blinks and clears his throat, then hesitantly sits down beside me. He's wearing his slacks and a white V-neck shirt. At least he's comfortable. I'm still in my wedding gown.
The four heads of the Cosa Nostra you met at Eden report back to the four heads of the original familias. My father now reports to me from Italy. He went there when he semi-retired due to his health. They act as a sort of council.
At least Jonathan did make me aware of his father's decline. Cirrhosis of the liver. And now the rest of his organs are simply beginning to fail. He's refused a transplant, wanting to be with his wife as soon as possible. It's kind of romantic. And the Bratva?
Imagine myself as the middleman. Both sides report to me.
I hum and mindlessly nod. Weary is the crown and all that. He thrums his long fingers against the arm of the seat. The solitaire diamond on his black titanium ring glints back at me. He looks a bit nervous and a bit troubled. What is it?
I turned down all of their daughters over the years.
That's surprising. Why? He shrugs and does that Robert De Niro frown.
My father had just gotten sick. I was taking over and the timing wasn't right. I also had no interest in marriage, but due to this, you and I have to pretend to be so in love they forgive me for rejecting them all.
I rub circles at my temples. Lucky me. Seems you'll have to put your disdain for me aside, dear husband.
Only in company, wife.
The way he says it, with a bit of a growl, sends a weird blooming feeling to my core.
How's your Italian?
I peer over at his large form and ask for directions to the bathroom in the most terrible Italian I can muster, to get a rise out of him, but he merely blinks my way. Okay then.
It'll have to do,
he replies, pulling his phone from his pocket and opening an app. The first picture he shows me is of a lovely older couple.
Vittoria and Alessandro Bianchi, Sicilian chapter.
I nod between each and every picture, filing away the information in my brain, doing my best to ignore the low cadence in his deep voice, lulling me to sleep. I jolt awake as the plane's wheels come down, facing a snoozing Maxim. His warm hand is on my stomach, and I'm under the comforter that was in the bedroom. This small gesture touches me, and for a moment, I let myself really look at him, drinking in his rogue, relaxed features. The bronzed olive tone of his skin, prominent brow, dark, long lashes, high cheekbones, wide-set, plump lips, and the scruff of his beard beginning poking through. A curl has come loose and forward on his forehead, and I have to fight the urge to sweep it to the side. Yes, my husband is a handsome brute. An image of Parker dances in the back of my brain, and for a split second, I feel guilty for being attracted to Maxim. Even though I'm celibate, I still have eyes. I am a woman, after all. I'd have to be blind to not notice that he's a beautiful man. His eyelids flutter, and when dark eyes meet mine, his brows pin together.
Have we landed?
His voice is scratchy with an undertone of a sleepy purr. Fuck me. There go my pink parts. I shake my head slowly, unable to tear my eyes away. Just as I open my mouth, the flight attendant comes out to verify we'll be landing in less than 20 minutes, and that the security team is already waiting for us on the tarmac. He clears his throat, taking his hand off me, and I immediately feel the loss of his warmth as he sits up and scrubs a hand down his face.
Sorry, you were twitching in your sleep.
Thank you. And then he grunts, ruining the moment, gets up, takes the blanket from me, and heads to the back of the plane to get ready. I don't know why I thought anything would have changed between the hours we just spent with each other. Stupid, stupid Sabrina. So pretty in a sparkly gown, still so full of hope. Don't you know hope is a silent killer? It's like a block party when we arrive via limousine at his father's villa in the small village outside of Verona. There are tables and so many people waving at us. The children line the streets like we're a parade. Maxim, what is this?
I don't know. I'm assuming the wives organized this since they always do, but this is a joyous occasion. This entire village is nothing but cousins and family of the families,
he says, staring out the tinted window. I didn't have time to prepare myself. My panic spikes, and I try to settle myself. My gloves are already wrinkled with how much I've twisted my fingers around them. Suddenly, my corset is too tight, and the limousine is too small, pulsing around me. Maxim, I gulp the air around me down, tense and unrelenting, and it feels like I'm swallowing nails. He puts his large hands on mine, and I can't help but shudder at the warmth of them. How are they so warm? I need Parker. I close my eyes and think of him, the way his lips felt, how his voice was so hoarse when he said,
"It's showtime."
I can do this. I, Sabrina Giordano, wife of notorious Maxim Giordano, am so in love with him. He is my everything. My husband. He adores me. I'm as smitten with him as he is with me. He's everything to me and vice versa. He loves my cupcakes, apparently. I'm going to enjoy my stay here. I know everyone's names. He is my husband. My husband. I can feel the beat of my heart slow to a snail's pace. The world outside is nothing but white noise. I am gracious and elegant, and they will find me eloquent and lovely and worthy of him. I am Maxim Giordano's wife. I love my husband, and he loves me. The limousine stops as the switch in my mind flips. I can stand his touches. I can meet new people. I can stand my husband's touch. I like the way my husband's hands feel on me. I love his touches.
Are you ready?
I open my eyes and smile. Of course, darling. How do I look? Dark eyes skim over me, and I feel the heat of his stare like a laser as he simply replies,
Still as beautiful as the day I first saw you.
The compliment does something to me. Surely that has to be a lie. I'm nothing like the women he's been photographed with. Thin Italian bombshells. I am very pale and very English. The door opens as Maxim steps out and leans back inside to take my hand and help me out. I now understand why Maxim's father had us chauffeured immediately here, without stopping. To everyone else, it looks like a bride and groom who just arrived at their reception. My father-in-law may be old, but he's definitely not doddering. The cheeky old sod planned this perfectly. I think I like him.
What's that little hum for?
Your father might just be a mastermind.
He's strategic.
Well, I say, grinning up at him, not shrugging him off when he places his hand around my waist. His hand lands on my hip, tucking me under his arm. He smells so good. How does he smell so good? I don't allow myself to concentrate on the chill that slithers down my spine at his touch. I remind myself it's over my gown, not directly on my skin. I love the way my husband's hands feel on me. I love a man with a plan, as nefarious as he may be. A ghost of a smile spreads across his face, grunting in agreement. After taking pictures and having lunch at the block party with, well, everyone, we're shown to the Giordano villa at the top of the hill. Although fortified, it is grand and gorgeous, with white stone walls, a Calcutta roof, arched entryways, and windows with red shutters. It's like looking at a detailed painting of a landscape. Stepping through the threshold in Maxim's arms, as we do for show, since the whole village is watching. And yes, 4 women stared daggers through me the entire time. I almost gasp when he kicks the door shut behind us. The sun peeking through the blinds reflects off the white marble floors, making them glitter. The trim along the archways that lead into the hall is painted gold. But the most fascinating thing is across the room. Floor-to-ceiling windows that show a beautiful view of the city of Verona in the distance, along with a large pool in the backyard. My hand finds purchase on my pendant as I hold my breath, taking in the sight. I've been to this country many times, but this is an entirely different experience. Maxim, I breathe. It's beautiful.
Come, I'll show you to your room.
I take in every detail, every picture on the walls, but I stop and gaze at the blown-up family portrait of a young version of Maxim, his father, and a brunette with beautiful bright blue eyes and a gorgeous smile. She sits between her son and husband like a queen on her throne. Both men look dangerous. I take a chance and glance up at Maxim. His brows are pinned together, and there's a look of deep longing and a hint of sadness on his face. The vulnerability there peeks through, but only for a moment. He flicks his gaze to mine, and that look is replaced by something. I want to tell him that she's beautiful, that I would have loved to have met her, sat down with her over breakfast and had a cuppa with her. I want to tell him the pictures I saw of her online don't do her justice. But then he'd know I did research on his mother's gruesome and untimely death. I want to reach out, place a hand on his arm and comfort him. He makes a motion with his head, silently telling me to follow, and I do.
There are clothes for you in the wardrobe. The wives went shopping for you. Bath is through that door.
I arch a brow. How do they know my size? He smirks.
You have your ways. I have mine.
He recites my own words back to me. He turns to leave. Maxim? I'm going to need help getting out of this dress. The buttons. He faces me slowly, his throat bobbing and the look in his eyes is either murderous or hungry. He twirls a finger in the air, and I spin around to face the view, sweeping my hair to the side with one hand. I hold my breath when I feel his hand on the nape of my neck, and goosebumps erupt everywhere. I ignore the electricity crackling between us as feather light effortless skimming touches begin. He does his best not to touch me with his nimble, expert fingers, as my dress becomes loose around my chest, my ribs, my tummy. I clutch the corset before it drops completely. The door behind me slams shut, and I'm left alone with nothing but the view of Romeo and Juliet City staring back at me. I let my dress drop, ignoring my reflection in the full-length mirror sitting in the corner of the room. It displays my body wearing the virginal white expensive lingerie that was made to be ripped apart and destroyed by a husband who couldn't wait to ravage his wife. I strip it off and throw it in the waste bin.
Chapter 14. Maxim. I wake to small distressed sounds coming from the room across the hall. I go to her immediately, gun in hand, in case some idiot somehow snuck in and it's trying to take my wife from me as a show of power, to undermine me. I stride into Sabrina's room but find she's alone in her bed. The light to the bathroom is on, filtering in through a crack in the door. The comforter is down by her feet and her legs, encased in small sleep shorts, are twisted. The camisole she's wearing had come up, a small expanse of stomach showing. Her hands are up as if she were saying, "Stop." She looks frozen, teeth gritted together. There aren't words escaping her lips, but she looks paralyzed, trapped in whatever is happening inside of her mind. I don't think. I just do. I run back to my room, grab the blanket off my bed, and then grab hers from the floor, throwing them over her, hoping it adds some kind of weight. But she doesn't relent, only her fingers twitch. I slip into bed with her, under the covers, and yank her to me. The scent of her shampoo has changed, but I press my front to her back and throw one arm over her, the other under her pillow so I could grasp her by the back of her neck. "It's okay, Duchess. You're okay. Come back to me." She breathes deeply, the inhale so loud as though she hadn't taken a breath the entire time she was locked up. So I hold her, remembering the day before, our wedding, the flight when she seemed to have oddly put me calling her useless to the side so I could give her the rundown on the families here, the chapters, their wives. I didn't tell her what they did, only which city-states they were over. Then, during the limousine ride here, I could see her anxiety getting the best of her. A blush crawled quickly up her chest, past her cheeks to the tips of her ears, and slowly it receded like waves on a shore. Whatever she was saying in her mind had gotten her through it all as I held her hand. I'd like to believe I had helped with that, but I wasn't foolish. Then, as soon as she stepped out of the limousine, it was like nothing had bothered her at all. She surprised me by speaking perfect, ultra-fluent Italian without a fucking accent like she had on the flight, which I realized she did on purpose to get a rise out of me. I feel like I have to stop underestimating this enigma of a woman. What does she say in her head? What words calm her, soothe her? What is it that makes her go from looking like she's going to collapse to being able to take on an entire village of Italian children pulling her every which way? And she laughed with them and played with them, never once getting upset at the dirt on the train of her dress. It was like watching a queen being accepted by her people. She ate everything they handed to her, tried to speak to everyone, answered every question. She was perfect. Down to letting me tug her close in front of others, melting into my frame like she belonged at my side. The best performance I've seen so far. Sabrina begins to go rigid in my arms again, nothing fake about what's going on behind her closed lids. Her eyeballs dart side to side as her lids flutter, but then they shut even tighter. A small whimper escapes her lips, and I need to help. I need to get rid of it. I need to do something. "Duchess," I rasp just below her ear. A cold hand comes up to mine, grasping until I flatten it against that soft little pooch of her stomach, commanding me to press her closer so that her supple ass is against my cock, now swelling, and I feel every bit of her warmth. A moan is caught in her throat, but my name barely audibly leaves her lips, and I swear I go cross-eyed from how sweet it sounds. Unable to stop myself even if I tried, my hand goes in search of the waistband of her silk sleep shorts, my lips kissing along the silk-smooth skin of her shoulder, and she moans my name again. Christ, Sabrina, stop me. My fingers slip under the waistband, finding a small patch of hair, and when her thighs spread just a little bit, I find her pussy lips bare and damp. A little further, and I find her clit engorged and waiting for me to play with. I lick along her shoulder, back to her neck, peppering small kisses as she starts to grind against my hand, her ass against my cock. My experience is limited, so fucking limited, but this is instinctual. To cause her pleasure instead of pain, to make her moan instead of snap at me, feels so fucking natural. I circle my fingers around that little bundle, pressing down until my fingers find her entrance. Hot. Wet. I groan, and the hand I have on her neck reaches down and around to hold onto her breast, spilling into my hand so fucking perfectly as I test the weight of it, and soon I'm teasing her nipple as well, which causes her to gasp and arch her back. Sabrina, wake up and stop me, Duchess. Tell me you hate my touch.
Don't stop.
Her brows furrow, but her legs spread just a little further, and I shove one finger in, testing the waters, keeping my palm against her clit. When she doesn't open her eyes, only chases my hand, seeking her pleasure, I shove another finger inside, groaning at the sight of her plump bottom lip raking between her teeth, eyes closed. Chase it, Sabrina. Come for your husband. Her ass is grinding so hard against me, my balls are drawing up, my fingers busy with the feel of my wife, but I'm so invested, I need to see her come for me. Her pussy begins to flutter around my fingers, squeezing tight, and I'm so close myself. That's my pretty little wife. Make a mess of my fingers. Give in to me. She goes rigid, tightening around me, her breathy sighs a song for me. The need to latch on and bite her is so severe, I bite my lip to stifle my groan, waiting for the ripples of her fading orgasm to stop. Then I withdraw from her, going to the bathroom to fist my cock while I suck off the ambrosia still on my fingers and come so fucking hard my toes curl. I spray the low counter, the mirror, the porcelain sink. I clean up the mess with a tissue and throw it away. Then I climb back into bed with my wife, holding her even closer, with the taste of her pussy still on my tongue and the image of her letting go dancing behind my eyelids. I wake up to the sounds of chattering coming from the kitchen and pots and pans banging around. For a second, I forget I slept with my wife and that I made her come around my fingers. But it's only for a second as I take in my surroundings and I let myself remember what transpired earlier in this bed. I make my way to my room across the hall and shower quickly, then get dressed casually in jeans and a black V-neck, socks and shoes. Closing her bedroom door behind me, I step out into the hallway and head to where all the noise is coming from to be confronted with all the old wives and Sabrina, filling a cannoli with ricotta, using a piping bag. Buongiorno, I greet hesitantly.
Ah, Maximo!
They come, one by one, to kiss my cheeks and point to Sabrina, whose tongue is sticking out in the most adorable way. One side of her nose scrunched as she holds up a cannoli and fills it. Her hair is up in a messy golden knot above her head, powdered sugar or flour on her cheek. She looks over at me and grins. Grins at me. Every nerve ending in my body halts as I take it in for myself. Fuck. I married the most beautiful woman in the world. Che cos'è questo? What's this? I ask, rounding the counter and plant a kiss on her lips. I rub off the sugar with my thumb, then lick it off. She watches me, a blush topping her cheeks.
You told them I bake, husband, remember? So they brought it upon themselves to teach me how to make your favorite desserts. At 7 this morning.
The annoyance in her English cadence is low, but still there, and if the wives detect it, they don't say a damn thing, only come around and begin to talk over each other. I look at the wives. My wife already makes my favorite desserts, ladies. Whatever she decides to make is my favorite. I say firmly in Italian, capturing their attention. Surely this could have waited until after we had at least one day to ourselves as newlyweds, seeing as we traveled right after our wedding. It comes out as more of a low growl. They step back and look at my paler-than-usual wife, who has dark circles under her eyes and covers her mouth to yawn before replying.
It's fine. Just a little jet lag. Besides, when will I get the opportunity to learn from some of the best pastry chefs in Verona?
Then she does the cutest thing. She turns her head into her elbow and sneezes a little tew sound, causing a bit of powdered sugar to fly up, and it makes another tew happen, followed by another. The wives go red, except for the nonnas in the chairs that are simply witnessing it all with wide eyes, lips pursed, and judgment on their faces. How dare they think themselves fit to judge my wife? Italian is shouted by the wives, the nonnas unfazed as they make Sabrina get to the table to sit. Her eyes water and she blinks rapidly.
I'm fine. It's just all this country air. I'm not used to it. Please, ladies, let's continue.
I go to her, grabbing her by the elbow. Absolutely not.
Maxim, really, it's just allergies and jet lag. I'm having fun.
But it doesn't sound like she's having fun. It sounds like she's been interrogated all morning after sleeping maybe 4 hours. I'm on the verge of saying fuck them, but I help her stand and look back at the 2 generations of Italian and Sicilian women in my mother's kitchen. We let my wife rest today. If she feels better tomorrow, you can come. For now, make yourselves useful and make her a spezzatino. Stew. I shouldn't bark orders, but seeing Sabrina so pale and exhausted, trying to please them for my sake, makes me feel sick.
Maxim.
I look down at my overstimulated bride, and before she can open her lips again and protest, I bend and pick her up bridal style, making sure to keep my hands over her clothes and take her back to her room, our room. There's no way in hell I'm letting her sleep alone. Not until I get a few things situated, so she's comfortable here and doesn't have another fit. I deposit her on the bed, take off the apron she put on to please the older generations, and tuck her in. Stay here, I say, but when I look down, she's already asleep, her cheeks rosy. My brows pinned together, and I put my hand on her forehead. Christ, she's warm. I go to my room and dial Nico. That was quick. I roll my eyes at him even though he can't see me. I need a few things. Also, how's the club? Club's good. What do you need? I need allergy medicine and a weighted blanket. The heavier the better. Done. What else? How was the rest of the wedding? Fucking great. But her bodyguard disappeared at the same time you did. I quirk a brow. What do you mean? I mean he took her best friend's car and tried to follow you out to the tarmac. Almost got shot by our guys. Had to tell them to stand down. Have you seen him around? No. I nod. All right. Keep an eye out. Stelio. Will do. He hangs up and I go deal with the hens clucking in the kitchen who are very much so making a stew for my new, beautiful bride. She wakes up just 2 hours later to eat, looking a little better, but I still give her the pills Nico was able to get delivered to me. No weighted blanket yet, though. That will arrive tomorrow. I'm about to ask her if she's feeling better when my phone rings. Yeah. Hey, boss, sorry to call, but Donahue is here again. Says he's got a search warrant this time. I roll my eyes. You let him through, obviously. Yeah, that's not the issue. It's that Harley girl. She's freaking out. Tried to climb up the wall and get into the ceiling. What the fuck? Not only that, but Donahue is also saying something about drugs in this club being reported. Heavy drugs in the VIP rooms. He'll need another warrant for the rooms. We know Judge Malarkey won't let it go through, but try to see if what Donahue's saying has merit. I don't want that shit in my house. If anyone is bringing it in, I want them out. On it. But if I'm honest, you may have to cut that honeymoon short. That's days' worth of footage we have to go through. Get Sasha to start helping you, Jonathan too. Sedelio. Will do. I darken my screen after hanging up and put it on the table face up. Sabrina blinks at it, then me.
Trouble in Eden?
She asks, blowing on her spezzatino. I contemplate not telling her, but my father's words ring in my ear. A queen will eradicate the vermin and snakes in her king's gardens. Cops are at Eden with a search warrant. It's the 3rd time in the past few months. A new girl there freaks out every time she sees Donahue. But the issue right now is that he's claiming report of heavy drugs in our facility, and I'll be fucking damned if there are drugs being brought, bought, and used at my establishment. She chews her food and swallows before spooning up more and blowing.
Do you know how many couples in the past year alone that I've helped divorce because one of them was suffering from an addiction that started at Eden or Inferno? At least once a month. If it wasn't gambling, it was the girls. If it wasn't the girls, it was the drugs. It seems you have the beginnings of an infestation, Maxim.
I quirk a brow in her direction before grabbing my spoon. What do you mean?
If you don't allow patrons to bring in drugs and you're not providing them yourself, someone inside of your club is. Probably someone that flies under the radar, or someone very close to you that you would just take their word for it. Someone you trust maybe a little too much, or maybe too little.
I clench my spoon a little too tight.
Tell me, what does the money control other than the gambling, sex workers, and, last I heard from one of the wives, but realty and buildings? I know that's how you launder your money for your cut of what the girls at your club make, but is it drugs? It's no longer alcohol. Prohibition is over.
You have it all right.
The Bratva then, Pac-Man?
It's pecan. I'm not a werewolf. I reply with a wince, hoping she doesn't remember she once voiced me a vampire to her father, makes the connection and realizes I have had cameras inside of Winters & Co. since the beginning of this entire ordeal.
Okay then, pecan.
She smiles at me and it's like all the air has left the room, but it's such a genuine smile I can't help but chuckle at her lame attempt at a joke. Funny.
One of us has to be. You're so fucking serious all the time. I think that's the first time I've heard you laugh in all the months I've known you.
Less ogre?
Still brutish. Nonetheless, your men in the Bratva, what are their jobs?
They're my runners, my enforcers. They do everything, including run a vodka company under my mother's maiden name. While all of that is true, we also deal with weapons and launder money. Yes, some of it goes to charities, some of it does not. Not to mention all three of my clubs bring in well over $2 million quarterly each, after everyone gets their cut. We kept our ways going, sex, money, power. It doesn't end. It's a tale as old as time, a profession as old as time. Keep the rich drunk, show them a good time, and, well, when they leave, I have more of their money and secrets in my pocket. Not to mention video evidence for extortion, but that's neither here nor there. Sabrina's blonde brows shoot up as though she's just made the connection.
Sokolov Vodka. That's your mother's. Sokolov was her maiden name?
I give one solemn nod. Of course she would know the vodka. She's a recovering alcoholic. Everything we do is legitimate until it's not. One impeccable blonde brow shoots up.
Meaning?
I sniff and deflect. There's no way I'm going to tell her about my dungeon or the type of men I take down there for retribution. It isn't appropriate to talk business at the table, Mrs. Giordano.
On the contrary, Mr. Giordano. I find it easier to brainstorm and bounce ideas off the other while my stomach is being filled. And it's Mrs. Winters. I'm not changing my last name. I worked hard to earn my degrees, not you. Your last name won't be on them. Besides, do you know how many clients I'd lose if they knew I was a Giordano?
I blink at her, and this time I raise a brow at her, swallowing my mouthful. Tell me.
A lot. It cost me money once we started appearing in the tabloids together. And once I approve our pictures from the photographer of our wedding, those will be going in the New York Times. Socialite Sabrina Winters marries billionaire Maxim Giordano.
She says with a transatlantic accent like we're in the 40s. I keep myself from smiling.
We'll be 7-page news again. And that means even less clients. Not everyone may know what you do, dear husband, but your name instills fear and hate.
Does this bother you?
Not entirely enough.
She says softly, looking down at her bowl, then back up.
About last night.
She reaches out. I hold my breath, watching as her gloveless hand stops mid-air, as though she's realized she's about to touch me without them. Her hand goes under the table, out of my sight. My heart thumps in my chest, and I inhale silently. How can there be so much tension like this? How can I want to feel the soft skin of her hands on me, if only for the smallest of seconds? Because it would mean you don't repulse her. Because it means she'll let you touch her when she's not asleep. Because you want her to want you, my brain replies. Christ, I feel like I'm in a Jane Austen novel. My thoughts flit to my mother for a second, sitting side by side with her in the library, reading the same books and talking about the characters like they were our friends. What kind of books does Sabrina read? She said something about a trope, but I have no idea what that means, and she reads a lot. There are stacks of books at her house, not to mention her Kindle or her audiobooks, and when she's baking or cleaning her kitchen, she sometimes gasps or says,
What did you just say to me right now?
And,
Are you really that daft?
as though she's taken severe offense to whatever the character is going through, or she shouts my favorite,
You're being an absolute cockwomble and I can't handle you right now.
I had to Google cockwomble. My wife has a colorful vocabulary. There have been times I've been listening and watching that I've seen Parker come out of the shadows and watch her as she mutters to herself with a smile gracing his face. I don't blame him. It makes my own lips unwillingly turn up.
I appreciate that you brought your blanket to cover me. I'm sorry I woke you and you had to comfort me. I wish I could say it won't happen again. But the truth is, I can't sleep properly in strange places.
This I already knew thanks to Parker.
And this was so impromptu I wasn't able to grab any of my necessities. I can somewhat nap without an issue. But when I fall into a slumber, it's hard for me to crawl out of that.
That's why you have issues with moving into my penthouse. I add for her, forcefully feeding myself another spoonful. Her head bobs.
It's not something I'm proud of. I'm working on it.
What happened? I blurt out, but she only shakes her head. The light atmosphere from earlier is gone, and the sadness in her emerald eyes is enough to make me feel sad for her.
It doesn't matter. It's something I have to move past on my own. Nobody else can do that for me.
She clears her throat and takes another few bites, then stands to clear her plate from the table. I follow the sway of her hips as she immediately washes it and sits it on the rack to dry, then dries her hands on a towel.
Thank you for having them make the soup. Probably the best stew I've ever had.
She stands there in her little shorts, a pale blue shirt hanging loosely off her body. It looks wrong, the blue, I mean, or maybe it's that her clothes just don't look right. I had noticed that at our wedding. How she looked smaller, her hourglass figure enhanced by the second wedding gown she'd had on that evening, and the way her necklace, a solitary pink pendant, sat on the little hollow of her throat between her more pronounced clavicles. I had gotten her sizes from Lily, her PA. Had she got them wrong? Sabrina shifts from one foot to the other, a blush still on her cheeks from her fever earlier. How are the clothes? I ask awkwardly, wanting to kick myself.
Fine, thank you.
I give one nod and look down at the spezzatino, suddenly not hungry. The wives will probably be back to check on you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'll be ready. Just need to get more sleep.
Okay. She blinks.
Okay.
I don't know why I want her to stay, to keep talking to me. I want her to... I'm becoming pathetic. I laugh at myself inwardly. I could have had anyone. I could have chosen one of the chapter daughters here. You should rest some more. You still look sickly. I regret it as soon as I say it. Her eyes narrow and her nostrils flare. There goes that. I wait for the moaning to start before I even dare step inside of her room. What I'm having to wait for makes me feel vile, but soon my fingers are plunged into her pussy. Her delectable little sounds have me sweating beneath the covers and aching to come. She isn't wearing shorts tonight, just a tiny little lace thong and an oversized shirt I'm pretty sure is mine. I make quick work of my boxer briefs and my dick fits beautifully between her ass cheeks. She's grinding so hard against me, the soft skin of her ass so delicious against the heat of my dick. Her sweet cunt is chasing my fingers. Her stomach tenses against my arm, and I know she's so fucking close to losing it, to breaking for me. I get lost in the citrusy scent of her silky hair, the way her body moves, the feel of her in my embrace, those breathy little sighs, and the way she moans my name. Is she dreaming about me? Am I making her come on my tongue in those dreams, my fingers, my cock? It would be so fucking easy to slip past this tiny piece of fabric. But no, when I slip into her for the first time, she'll be awake. She'll be staring into my eyes so she knows it's me and not some fever dream. And she'll fight me, I know she will. But the thought of her taking out her anger on me, struggling against me, pushes me over the brink, just as she squeezes my fingers so tight I'm pretty sure she's cutting off the circulation. But I let her ride it out, praising her. I can't help myself this time. I softly roll her on her back and carefully bury my face between her thighs. I'm not exactly sure what to do, but the heady scent of her cum is heavy under the blankets, calling for me to lick it up. I rest my head on the juncture between her thigh and her sex, and my tongue seems to know exactly what to do. A tangy, sweet flavor bursts on my taste buds, licking lazily at the little bud I feel, and soon I'm diving in, seeking more of her pleasure to drench my tongue, sucking on one lip, then the other, shoving my tongue deep into her entrance, licking her pussy clean until she's quivering. I don't want her to come. I want her to feel unsatisfied. I want her to ache for me during the day. I want her pussy to miss me, my tongue, my fingers, me. So I back away, go to the bathroom, and paint the fucking mirror with my cum. I clean it, myself, the sink, and the counter. It's a waste. It should be inside of my wife, keeping her filled up. I should be breeding her. The thought alone makes my dick roar back to life, so I jerk off a second time, making the same mess I did before. Somewhat satisfied, I go back to my wife, snoring softly beneath the blankets, and settle in behind her. I stare up at the ceiling, listening to her soft little purrs before turning and placing a small kiss on her temple. I drag her into my chokehold, reveling in the way her small frame fits with mine. It's only when she begins to stir in the morning hours, as the sun's first rays start peeking through the blinds, that I leave her bed. I miss her scent. And that's when I know I'm royally fucked. It continues like that every night on our spontaneous honeymoon. During the day, she learns to bake pastries with the wives until she's mastered them. I've gained 5 pounds from eating her treats and her pussy. I'm addicted. Even when the weighted blanket shows up and it could solve both our problems, I don't give it to her. Every night when her little murmurs begin, I slip my tongue into her, my mouth already salivating for a mere drop of her exquisite taste. I beg her to stop me, tell her to wake up and push me off, but she never does. I'm amazed she hasn't noticed the pool of calm I've left at the foot of the bed, no longer allowing myself to step away from her, simply leaving a puddle because she's gotten more vocal and it's so fucking hot to watch. I lick through the aftershocks of her orgasms. The taste that follows makes me come with her every time. It's explosive. It's divine. I never want it to end. But it does. Because Parker shows up on the 4th day of our forced honeymoon. Chapter 15. Parker. 4 fucking days. It takes me 4 fucking days to find the little village outside of Verona where Maxim's family lives. 4 days. That's not the worst part. The worst part, mind you, is that once I found it, the village was so heavily guarded I couldn't sneak in. Until Wednesday morning, when everyone and their mother went to Mass just down the road at an old gorgeous church. Only about 20% of the guards remained. Then it decided to rain. Hard. And it was 50 degrees out. So by the time I showed up at Maxim's villa, I was tired, cold, hungry, and wet, literally shivering like a little bitch. When I knocked on the front door, some little Italian lady opened it, and behind her, Sabrina. It's like I'm looking at a mirage. I want to take her in my arms. The surprise on her face is evident, but her eyes fill with tears as she takes me in. Hell yeah, my Hellcat missed me.
Oh my God, get in here.
She bristles past the little old lady, grabs me by the sleeve of my shirt, and doesn't let me talk. She just shoves me into the nearest bathroom so I can shower, because I'm disgusting, but I don't care. I watch the rest of the grime that didn't wash off in the rain go down the drain as relief floods me. My entire body relaxes under the heat of the water, little rivers going down my body. I let myself relax further, placing my hands at the nape of my neck and letting my head hang back as far as it can. I found her. She looked pale, circles under her eyes. I didn't get a chance to grab anything. As soon as Raven let me know Sabrina was being taken to the airport to fly to Italy, I took a cab to JFK right behind them. After almost being shot off the tarmac trying to get to the jet, I paid for a ticket to Italy, anywhere in Italy, which turned out to be Venice. So I took an almost 2-hour train to Verona, having asked the townfolk where the Giordano's stayed with my extremely limited Italian. Most looked at me with interest, the rest told me to stay away. Christ, but I would do it again. I would do it all over again to see her face. What feels like an hour later, I leave the bathroom to find sweats laid out for me. They fit perfectly. Normally, I wouldn't wear another man's clothes, especially knowing these belong to her now husband, but I've been wearing the same clothes for nearly 5 goddamn days. There's a small knock on the bedroom door, and when I open it, already knowing it's Sabrina, I drag her in with me by the elbow. "You're sick," is the first thing out of my mouth. She lifts a shoulder but doesn't shy away from my touch. It almost feels like she's leaning into me, green eyes staring into mine.
Just some allergies. Too much country air. You know me.
She's right. I do. Still, I look her up and down. "You ain't been sleeping right, have you?" She looks a little guilty and her shoulder lifts in a little shrug. Fuck, she's gorgeous.
Here and there.
"Your dreams?" God, I'm dying to touch her, really touch her. Her hair is in a messy bun on her head and her glasses are on, and all I want to do is tuck away the loose strands behind her ear, to feel her against me, to have her feel me against her, trap her with my warmth and give her a real kiss, the kiss that tells her I'm giving her my entire soul.
Snippets. Nothing I can't handle.
She whispers back, eyes wide, pupils dilated as she looks up at me, and fuck if my heart hasn't slowed to an alarming rate. "Baby," I breathe in her scent to let it nourish me, and she replies with a shaky,
"Savage."
"What the fuck?" Maxim practically roars when he opens the door and I break away from her. "What are you doing here?" I tear my eyes away from hers and look at the monster staring back at me. "My job," I reply coolly, which is a half-truth, but I don't miss the flinch Sabrina makes, and I regret it instantly. But what else can I say? I'm in love and obsessed with your wife. I bleed just for her. Let's get this over with and fuck her together so I can have my girl back. Huh. That last thought makes my dick swell a stir for the first time since before the wedding. Maxim's gaze bounces between me and her, and the hold I have on her elbow, the one she still hasn't shirked off. Gears are turning in his head, his mind is whirring, and I can see as it all seems to shift into place, brick by brick. "I have business to attend to with the heads for a few hours. Take her out to the city. I'll have a car drive you." "No leather?" "What?" "No car with leather seats. They're not good for her skin." Maxim blinks, then shifts his sight to our girl. Our girl. "Why didn't you tell me that?"
I didn't exactly think I was going to leave this place.
His mouth drops a bit, taken aback. "You aren't being held hostage, wife."
How was I supposed to know, huh?
She throws her hands up in the air, my hold on her elbow finally off.
I was practically kidnapped. The only difference is I had to agree to save face.
Oh, yes, the poor little Duchessa being taken away to a lavish villa in Italy must be so fucking terrible. He growls with an eye roll. Good to see nothing has changed while I was gone.
It's not the place I was taken to. It's the ogre I had as company.
Ogre?
Right, that may have been a little harsh.
She inhales sharply and then...
But the brute qualities are the same.
I don't think she realizes her finger is on his chest and she's on her tiptoes to do her best to get in his face. Holy shit, it's the most alive I've seen her since the plane incident. She's breathtaking. A little red in the face, sure, but the energy between them is palpable, and I'm getting a little hard watching her simmer in anger burst a bit. It's like a sparkler on the 4th of July. Fuck, I love it. Maxim grabs her hand and flattens it on his chest, and he smirks cruelly at her. A brute you didn't mind having in your bed. What?
That's different, and you know it.
Is it? Moaning my name in the middle of the night like my slutty little duchess? The slap comes out of nowhere, Well, the almost slap. Maxim catches her other hand coming at him, but he doesn't even flinch, just stares down at her, dark eyes wild. He breathes a little harder and she shrinks, taking a step back, but he doesn't let her go, just clutches her wrist a little tighter so his knuckles are white. Try it again, Duchess. I fucking dare you.
I'm so sorry. I was way out of line. I'm sorry.
She lets out a gasp and wrenches her hand out of his grasp with a strength that causes her to stumble back, and I catch her. Get her the fuck out of here, he says without looking at me. I have too much shit to do today. Be grateful you didn't draw blood, little wife. Then, before he leaves the room, he says, "Welcome to the shit show." And the door slams behind him, making Sabrina flinch in my hold. Are you okay? She runs to the bathroom and retches, followed by,
Oh my fucking God. I almost assaulted a mafia boss / pecan in the face.
I hear the commode flush, and then the sink is on. I grin, head into the ensuite to join her, cross my arms over my chest, and lean on the doorframe, watching her. It was kinda badass. She moans, water still dripping from her face.
What did I do, Savage? I could have gotten myself killed.
I shake my head. I think you could point a gun at that man's face and he'd find you adorable. I know I would. She stands straight and her eyes find mine in our reflection.
You're both crazy.
I lift my shoulders and let them fall. Reckon I've been called worse, Miss Winters? I don't miss the way she inhales a little deeper.
You should get some sleep, but let me bring you some food first. The wives taught me how to make calzones. They're probably terrible, but you need to eat. I'll be back in a bit.
So she leaves me for a few beats while I take in my surroundings, the dark oak antique bed, the white of the comforter against the brown of the bed frame, matching nightstands, the plush pillows, and last of all, the view. It's fucking beautiful. Even from miles away, it looks so tranquil, so peaceful. It kind of reminds me of home. Haven't thought about that in a while. Since I've been with Sabrina, I haven't thought of going back. I'm grateful she always loved when Rory visited from college and never pressured her to leave during any breaks. Sabrina makes everyone feel welcome, except Maxim, even when she wants to be alone, which is why this villa, grand as it is also cozy. I know it must make her feel a certain way, not like Maxim's penthouse will make her feel. There's no personality there. It's not a home. It's a mausoleum in waiting. She comes back, hands me the warm calzone on a plate. I take a bite of the buttery crust, and the perfect ratio of sauce, cheese, and vegetables concoction hits my tongue, and I practically moan. When I take another bite quickly, the tops of her ears turn pink, and she smiles so brightly it fills me with more warmth than the food, the shower, and the sweats ever could. She leaves me to eat. Once I'm done eating, I pull back the comforter and slip in. My eyes shut, and soon I'm back in dreamland, my favorite place, where I can touch and kiss Sabrina as much as I like.
Parker.
I blink a few times, the blurry vision of blonde hair and green eyes angelic. Yeah.
There's a touristy place in town, La Vida Dolce. We have to ride gondolas to get to it. Wanna go?
With her. Absolutely. And that's how we spend the next 3 days. Shopping, eating, visiting museums, taking the train to different cities, just the two of us. Like it was meant to be. When we're back in New York, it's like we never left. We go back to our morning routine, running in Central Park instead of the neighborhood she used to. I trail behind her, loving the way all the pasta she ate in Italy filled her out. Her ass bounces with just the perfect amount of ripple in her baby pink sweats, and I have to keep finding different things to look at while we run. Otherwise, I have to pinch my dick to keep from growing too hard in my athletic shorts that don't hide a goddamn thing. Which is why, when she runs in a different direction we're not used to and she stops, I'm not prepared. I knock us both down, and we stumble, rolling and twisting together until I stop us from going into a little brook. I land on top of her legs on either side of my hips, and I have my hands on her back, her hands and chest flat on mine. But my body is responding to her. I look up with a wince when I see the scrape on her forehead and the twigs in her hair. Are you okay? Her warm breath fans out on my cheek.
Yeah.
Fuck. breathe, unwilling to move, but my hand goes up to the blood on her head where she must have hit it during the tumble.
Savage.
Her plush pink lips part and... Fuck it. I attack her mouth, taking the kiss I should have on her wedding day and plunge my tongue as deep as I can, tasting every centimeter of her mouth, taking every breath as my own. She gives back, her hips roll, and she moans, it's fucking perfect. Her teeth nip my lip, and my hand finds its way to her breast, cupping, palming, in search of what I know are fantastic nipples, thick and ready to be gorged on and suckled. The kiss turns frantic, too fucking frantic, and soon I'm groaning with her, finding ecstasy together like two horny teenagers in the backseat of a cramped, beat-up Honda Civic on prom night. I only pull away to encourage. There you go, baby. Fuck, you're perfect, Sabrina. Don't you dare stop, don't. Oh, fuck. Find it, baby. That's it. That's my good fucking girl, Bree. Oh, fuck. I'm coming with you. Don't...
Parker?
Every demon that I carry on my back burns alive at the sound of my name on her lips. It should be illegal for her to rasp my name like that. I'm unashamed when I let go with her, feeling high as fuck. A shiver rolls down my spine, but I don't stop moving until she does. I pepper kisses on her chin, her cheeks, on the tear rolling sideways to her temple. I collect myself and then help her up, my heart plummeting at the tears still streaming down her face. Are you okay? She shakes her head.
That shouldn't have happened.
But I have to ask, do you regret it?
In my entire life, that will be a moment that I will never regret. Ever.
She shakes her head almost violently.
I don't regret it. But now I feel so incredibly guilty. God, Parker.
She puts her hands in her hair, her eyes crazed.
I'm married. To a fucking mafia boss. He could have people watching us. This can't happen again. I need you. I...
Say it, baby. Tell me you love me.
I would die if he did anything to you. I can't lose you.
She sobs, and when I lift my hand to wipe away her tears, she lets me. Big green eyes look up at me beneath her brown lashes, and fuck, my heart both breaks and swells at her beauty. Even crying, pink and a little blotchy, she is the most beautiful thing to have roamed this earth. You could never lose me.
You can't know that. So this can't happen again.
She turns away from me and my heart cracks right down the middle as she starts jogging away. When we work out, it's no longer just us. We go to Raven's and work out with her and her guys. Sabrina avoids being in close proximity or alone with me, and I feel like I'm dying. She hasn't baked, hasn't read. I doubt she's sleeping with how baggy and purple her eyes are getting. It takes me another week to get a moment alone with her at her home in Brooklyn before we're on our way to see Raven and the guys after a long, grueling meeting she had at the firm. Her shoulders are high and tense, a sign that tells me she's overstimulated and needs quiet. I let her breathe before I capture her elbow and pull her into the home gym, where I know Maxim didn't have any cameras installed. The idiots he sent didn't think to check if maybe I had cameras installed first.
Savage!
She gasps when I have her against the wall. Look at me, Sabrina. She obeys me too easily, too sweetly, too perfectly. You're avoiding me, I say, putting my forearm over her head, the other hand by her arm, caging her in. Her eyes flicker, but it's not fear, it's lust, and goddamn, if I weren't trying to be a good man, I'd press my fucking luck and take advantage of this situation, have her wild and untamed, riding me with abandon, fucking up into her until we fall off the closest cliff together. She licks her lips, and I follow the tip of her tongue.
I'm not avoiding you, Parker.
Her lips close when she swallows and parts again. What we did wasn't dirty. It wasn't wrong. In my heart, my mind, it was right. It felt too fucking good for you to just avoid me, to make it like it never happened. Her lip hitches on the side and her brows shoot up.
Is that what you think I feel, Savage?
Isn't it? She shoves me off and I step aside, letting her believe she had the strength to do so. It's cute. She rakes one hand through her hair, and I love the way it falls forward as she holds most of it back behind her head. Her other hand fists and sits on her hip.
I have so much shit in my head all the time, and none of it is about you. That's fucking rude. I know it. I feel it. Just saying it out loud makes me sound god-awful, and maybe I am. But it's so fucked up in here.
She points to her head.
It is so fucked up. And you deserve someone that can... You deserve better. More. More than what I could ever give you. More than someone else's wife. You don't deserve to be a dirty secret.
Sabrina. Her eyes snap shut and the distress is evident on her face. I can't change her mind, and I feel like I'm going to die trying.
I can't. There is so much more to it. Please try to understand me.
Let me take that burden, baby. Give me what fucked you up so I can take it for myself. You think one more scar will hurt me? She laughs, but it's bitter and hollow.
Your scars are beautiful and rightly earned. Mine is nothing more than functioning madness. My scars are beneath the surface. Behind my eyes and under my skin like invisible tattoos. I didn't even earn them. They were given to me by...
She shuts her lips and rolls them inward. I quirk her brow. Bye.
It doesn't matter anymore. Just please stop. Or I'll let Mama know I no longer need your services. That I've relented on Maxim's account and have chosen to have his security detail trail behind me.
You threatening me, sugar? She blinks and then looks down, avoiding my gaze. I'm telling you to give me your scars, to share your madness, and you threaten me. I take a step towards her, and she gives me the satisfaction of not stepping back, so I continue to stalk like she's a wounded animal. But when my fingers are tangled in her hair and my other arm goes around her waist, clutching her so tight against me, my dick throbs and comes to life. She lets out a little gasp, and fuck, do I love that sound. My lips are so close to hers, and I know she feels how hard I am just being in her presence against her soft stomach, and that shit drives me wild, too. Threaten me again, kitten. I fucking dare you. Tell me to my face you don't want me around. Say you can't stand the sight of me. Tell me you fucking hate me and I'll let you go. I'll leave. You don't even gotta tell your mama a goddamn thing. I'll disappear. But if you think, for even one fucking second, I won't just be hiding in the shadows watching, you're dead wrong. You aren't getting rid of me, so do it. Threaten me again. She lets out a sob, but there ain't tears in her eyes. She shivers in my arms, but she's not disgusted. She's responding to me, my body, my scent, me.
I can't.
That's what I fucking thought. I let her go. Get your shit and get ready so we can go see Raven and her trio. Threaten me one more time, Sabrina, and I'll put you over my knee and spank you raw. Then I'll tie you up and fuck you till all you can do is gasp my motherfucking name again. I promise. She goes quickly, and once I'm in my room, I pull my dick out and tug. Images of the way her eyes dilated when I promised to spank her raw flit around in my mind. I spill so hard and fast I can't help the grunt that flies out of my mouth. Fucking hell. Chapter 16. Maxim. As soon as we land in New York, it's like she doesn't exist, or we're both so busy we hardly see each other. She seems to be sleeping in the penthouse just fine now that Parker's nearby. I haven't heard her moan or cry out for me, and my body, my soul weeps for her. For another taste of her skin, her size, her arousal. I'm going fucking crazy, salivating like a fucking dog every time I remember the way her hips would buck against my face, riding my tongue, chasing away her demons. I huff out a groan. I came home the other day to find a pink throw pillow and blanket on the couch, and I grinned at the thought of her making this her space. The more of her here, of her scent, her softness, the more I could disillusion myself into thinking she could be happy here. Until she texts me only 15 days after coming back from Italy that she won't be coming home for the evening. Me? What the fuck do you mean? Wife.
I'm having dinner with Raven and her guys. I'm already headed there. And then I'm staying the weekend at my house.
What are you doing at your house that's so important?
Everything I can't do at yours.
Such as?
Bake, sit on a comfortable couch, and read to decompress.
You can read at the penthouse. I can feel her rolling her eyes through the phone as the bubbles pop up.
Your couch feels like sitting on a slab of ice, and I don't like the way the leather feels on my skin.
Shit, I hardly ever sit on my sofa. I forgot it's leather. I called Jonathan into my office immediately. He's young, in his early 20s, with fierce Italian features. His mother was my assistant for the longest, but she retired 2 years ago, having been my father's assistant before me. She trained her son quickly to replace her. Yeah, boss. Apparently my wife finds my couch to be irritating and cold. Just a couch, huh? I blink at him, understanding what he means. I grin inwardly, then I grunt outwardly, and he rolls his muddy brown eyes. I don't have time for your sass. Has she spoken to you about the type of furniture she appreciates, since you seem to be in more communication with my wife than I assumed? Oh, yeah, I love her couch. It's really soft, suede. I rise to my feet quickly and grasp his shirt. How do you know what kind of couch she has? Hey, whoa, when we were planning the wedding, you have to put me down. I'm getting a really weird boner and I don't want to poke you with it. Oh my God. I look him up and down when I drop him. You're gay? He puts his hand over his crotch. I don't really like to put a label on it, but bisexual is more accurate. He takes a moment, then stands up straight, hand covering his crotch, huffing out a heavy breath. God, that was so hot. I can't even look at you right now. I've dreamt about being manhandled before, but... He takes a peek up at me beneath black lashes, then back to the ground. No, I still can't look at you. Don't you remember the guy I took to the wedding? I shake my head. I was busy watching my wife the entire time. Figures. Anyway, your wife, Lily, Raven, Elena, Jonas's mom, Matilda, and I would frequently spend time together at Sab's. I raise a brow at the nickname he has for my wife. Mrs. Giordano's house to plan the wedding. We only had 16 weeks to do it, so yeah, I've spent time at your wife's house with 4 other women, he adds after I snarl. Do you still have your key to my penthouse? Yes? Good. You're done here for the day. Have my furniture removed and purchase what you think she would prefer. He's not done here. I have so much shit I have to do before the fight next weekend. It's Friday, he argues. It's Friday, but it's also very easy to lose your privileges to my home in Saint-Tropez. He bites his lower lip and looks up at me with a pout. Fine, but I'm doing it for her. She deserves this, not because of Saint-Tropez, he says, leaving my office. The recliner stays, and I need the furniture black, not pink, I call after him. Okay, he yells, grabbing his jacket from his desk chair, but I hear him mutter, so bossy. I am your boss, I call after him, but the door to the office is already closing with him on the other side of it. I show up at Raven's uninvited, knocking on the front door, Maverick's face falling when he sees me, but he saves it with, sorry, thought you were the pizza guy. He widens the door enough for me to walk through, then shuts it behind me. We're in the den. Come on. He welcomes me into his home like I'm a long-lost friend. Where's my wife? Oh, she's downstairs with Raven and Parker. Doing what? He lifts his brow at me over his glasses just as Damon offers me a cocktail, which I accept. Jonas sits on the oversized armchair with ice packs on his knees. When he sees me staring, Jonas shrugs and says, It's preventative. Had a harsh practice, and our in-house doctor wants me to ice them. I'll add heat in a bit and alternate. That's right. He just signed with one of the teams before the wedding. Damon bends and kisses his temple, murmuring something about medicine. The tops of Jonas's cheeks turn pink, but he turns and kisses Damon on the lips. I feel my brows furrow together. They're together, Maverick says with a smile as though he read my thoughts. And you? I'm just with our girl. I blink at them. And it works? Maverick nods. It works. How? Before he can reply, there's a sound coming from the hallway and goosebumps skate along my skin. It's Sabrina, laughing. Not the low, throaty noise that comes out of her when she's in public. No, this noise is hearty, loud, and genuine. She's bent over, one arm slung over Raven, and they both fall to the ground in a fit of giggles. It's the first time I've heard any sounds coming out of goth cello Barbie. Parker is behind them, hands on his hips with a smile on his face, searching the ceiling for some kind of patience. If I weren't aware Sabrina is in recovery, I'd swear they were drunk with the way they keep trying to sit up only to fall again. And it's incredible to watch. She's sweaty, slightly pink in the face, wearing an oversized sweatshirt and yoga pants. Does she come here to work out? Why doesn't she use the gym at the penthouse? Does she not like it? No. She doesn't even know where it is. I haven't shown her because I've had no time and barely see her. I need to fix that. Parker helps Raven up first, and she's closest to him, then takes Sabrina by the elbow. It isn't until she's aware of me that their giggles stop and a frown replaces her smile.
Maxim, what are you doing here?
She walks toward me, and all I can see is the sparkle in her eyes dwindling. Does she hate me that much? I thought we had made progress in Italy. That was until Parker showed up, and then they traipsed all over Italy without me. Then again, I had to work. I had business to address at each vineyard. Another thing I chose not to tell her about. The wine is just another way to be able to launder more money for the familias. You said we were having dinner here? I explained, hoping she doesn't kick me out in front of these people.
Right, no, yeah, I did.
She lies for me. Again. Just then the doorbell rings and I lift a finger at Mav when he stands up. I got it. It's the least I can do for barging in on their evening like this. I'm sure they're just too polite to kick me out. I go to the door and take the 5 pizzas from the older guy. That'll be 117. I give him all the cash in my wallet. Keep the change. Holy shit. Thank you, man. I look up at him to see tears in his eyes. You don't know what you've done. Thank you. A weird pang hits my chest. Have a good night. He stares at the few hundreds in his hands, mouth still open, nodding as I dismiss him, closing the door on his face.
That was kind of you.
Sabrina says softly, her glare gone, but her green eyes shine a little bit. For me. Another weird feeling hits my chest. You're not staying here. I grunt as soon as her front door closes behind us. Christ, even her home smells distinctly like her. I could breathe all of this Sabrina-tinged air for years, and I plan to. I need my penthouse to smell like this. Her. My sheets.
And why not?
Because you belong in the penthouse with your husband.
The contract
stated you would keep your home, not that you would bounce between homes like some fucking child of divorce. You and I are married, till death do us part, Duchess. The devil is in the details. You should know this. Don't you read the fine print? Oh, I changed the fine print behind her back. Oops.
Please, Maxim. That place is cold. It's like a weird prison I can escape during the day. I just want a weekend where I can be myself.
You can be yourself at our penthouse. It was during the evening, while eating the delicious gourmet pizza and being stared at by Raven's enormous dog and having my legs scratched to hell by their demon of a cat, that Jonathan sent me pictures of the new sofas. The ones that look exactly like Sabrina's but black, and it warms me when I see he put her fluffy pink throw blanket and pillow on the sofa. It looks good. The pink and black together, a mixture of us. Thank God Parker went straight to his room after we strode the few feet from Raven's to Sabrina's to shower and change. Something's up between them. She hardly spoke to him all night. She groans and huffs out an agitated breath.
I haven't baked since we left Italy.
You can bake at the penthouse.
I've tried, but it's not the same. It's empty and cold there. It feels like I'm baking in a museum and not my cozy kitchen.
I bought you all new state-of-the-art baking supplies. Her eyes softened toward me again.
I know. Thank you. But it doesn't feel like my kitchen. It feels like yours. It feels like I'm imposing.
You're not. How can I tell this woman I want her in my home? I want her in my bed, in my car, at my fights. I want her scent on my sheets. I always want her with me. Fuck. It feels like I'm grasping at straws now. I can't explain this feeling other than I want her there, with me, forever. Christ, when did this happen? You and I are married now, Sabrina. Is it that you're scared to fall for me, Is that why you can't stand to be in enclosed spaces with me? Afraid you'll fall in love with your husband? Please say yes. Her face scrunches up and she lets out a scoff, but at least she isn't laughing at me.
You stupid, stupid man. Can't you see that it's not that I can't or won't love you? It's that I can't even stand to look at myself most days. Do you see full-length mirrors here? Do you see how I avoid my reflection? Do you notice how many times I wash my hands or shower? Of course you don't. If you did, you'd realize that I can't love you. Because I hate me. And it's not like I don't try. My therapist says, do this and do that and redirect your train of thought, compartmentalize, and aim your ire at those who deserve it. And yet when I'm forced to look at my face every fucking morning, I still hate the person staring back at me. Even with all the inner work I've done, it hasn't gone away. I still hate myself for being so stupid, so naive. I have to stop myself from breaking every time I walk past my reflection. Every time, Maxim. I have to force myself to wake up and be nice to those who haven't hurt me. I have to power through meetings and enclosed spaces and smile through it all when all I want to do is scream, Maxim. I want to scream like a banshee at everyone and everything to leave me the fuck alone. But the only person I'm angry at is myself. For being too trusting. For being young and stupid and not keeping my wits about me. When it wasn't even my fault. I didn't do this to me, and yet I still have to live with the consequences. I am continuously repairing what someone else broke while trying to maintain a semblance of who I used to be. And all I am is exhausted. Everything, life itself, exhausts me so much that it's difficult for me to even breathe. I feel like I'm drowning, and it all makes my skin crawl. And there will always be a time when I can't push forward, and you will think me weak, useless, unworthy. When all I'm trying to do, every second of every hour of every fucking day, is keep my head above water from the moment my eyes open. Because even in my sleep, I'm trying to stay afloat, not letting the undercurrent take hold of me.
I won't let it. I rasp, wanting to take all of her pain as my own, hating that she heard me call her weak, disgusted with myself for calling her useless. Whatever she went through wasn't just too many alcoholic beverages. The more I see her, the more I'm beginning to see all of her. The more I want to know what happened, or who happened. Someone hurt her. Someone took away the possibility of us, and I'm going to find out who and shred them. Sabrina shakes her head, the glossy golden waves moving with it around her shoulders.
You can't say or promise those things. I was fine alone. I was at peace alone, Maxim. I was safe alone. Letting myself love you will ruin me.
And you don't think it'll ruin me? She turns to me.
It will. But in the end, you and I both know who actually has the upper hand here. Who can inflict the most pain mentally, verbally, emotionally, and physically. And it isn't me.
My jaw drops in horror and anger. I would never abuse. Green eyes snap to mine, the glare so cold.
Haven't you already? Any chance you get to remind me I'm less than, you take it and you goad it. And you fucking slap me in the face with it.
You call me an ogre.
But I've never called you a useless nor a weak ogre, have I? When we're in public, I praise you, and behind closed doors, Maxim, I've kept my venom to myself. Because I'd rather choke on it than inflict the pain I feel every day onto others. You even insult my best friend every time you can, and without knowing it, you've insulted me each time you've done it. She's survived something horrendous, and all you hyperfixate on is that she isn't warm and inviting, or your version of normal. As if anything about this life or how we came to be married is normal, you self-righteous cockwomble. You haven't even given her a chance to warm up to you. But she loves me. Even though I don't deserve it after I deserted her.
She shakes her head and her gaze travels to the floor, and I let myself truly look at my wife. She is, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I will repeat that until the end of my days. I stare openly, speechless, because she's right. Even when she's pulled away from me in public, it was to set herself straight, to make me look better, more powerful. But now I can see the way her shoulders sag, the way the faint purple beneath her eyes is more visible even with makeup, gaunt, pale. She looks like the exhaustion is eating her up from the inside out. I need to fix this, but I don't know how. She bites her plump lower lip, letting it go slowly as though contemplating more words. Spit it out, Sabrina.
In 343 days, you get your money back plus interest. It's more than enough. My father will no longer owe you, and neither will I.
She's counting how many days we've been married? I hike a brow, but the blood is rushing to my ears before I can even swallow whatever emotion is crawling up my sternum. What are you saying? I choke out, heart pounding.
I'm saying, I think the West Coast needs a Winters & Co. office, and I should manage it.
Oh no, fuck that. She wants to leave me in a year? There's a gnawing pain in the pit of my stomach. Suddenly Parker's words from that day on her family's jet make so much sense to me now. All that matters is that she stays alive in your world until you get your money. It had felt wrong then. It feels wrong now. She belongs with me. Sabrina.
I'll still make appearances. I won't disappear entirely. I just think once this year is behind us, we can just live apart. You can do whatever or whomever you please. And after a few years, when there's been no heir, you can blame it on me, my womb, whatever. I'm sure the families will understand a divorce once I don't produce an heir.
They wouldn't, and she will produce my heirs. It wouldn't hurt you to see another woman on my arm? I ask thickly, my eyes searching hers. She lifts a shoulder and lets it drop with a shake of her head.
I've seen the women you have on your arm, and no, I look nothing like them. I know I'm not your type. I settled with that long before we were married. I know you'll bed those women, and I made peace with that a long time ago. I am not here to keep you from going after what you want, Maxim. Women included.
How couldn't she see she is exactly my type? $3.3 million. That is what I wanted, wasn't it? I didn't fucking want a wife, but now I don't not want one, and the one I want is her. I can't imagine her not in my future. Can't imagine a day when I come home and she's not buzzing around in my kitchen like a little bee or staring down one of her cupcakes like a worthy adversary. I can't imagine not smelling her perfume or her scent of warm sugar, cinnamon, and whatever she used to bake that day. I can't imagine not hearing her sing terribly to whatever song is on her playlist, thinking I'm not watching. I can't imagine our penthouse going back to monochrome and monotone, those little dashes of pink, of life, here and there, making it ours. I stand from where I'm sitting, and if I look dangerous, she shows it by shrinking in front of me. I reach for her, crushing her delicious body to me until we're chest to ribs. I tilt her chin up to look at me, relishing in the way she shivers at my touch but doesn't shove me away, only leaning into me. My wife will love me. Only in death will you ever get away from me, Duchess. Even then, be prepared for me to find you in the ether or heaven or hell. Where you go, I will find you, and you will forever be my bride. She lets out a small whimper when my hand encases her throat like a lovely choker for a second before my fingers flow to the valley between her ample breasts. I find her hand and place it on my ever-stiffening cock. Her lips part and her pupils dilate until the green is but a tiny ring around the black. Feel what you do to me, wife. From the moment I saw you and knew you were to be mine, I have been like this. I think of you as soon as I wake up, throughout my day, before I sleep, and even then, I'm haunted by nothing but images of you. I take advantage of her lips being parted and bend down, lowering my lips to hers, but not kissing, not devouring the way I should be. And I have to fist my cock and come with your name on my lips so I can concentrate, only for my thoughts to come back to you. Always you, cara mia. I love that you haunt me every second of every day, morning, noon, and night. I get no peace, not even in my dreams. Every glimpse of you is nothing short of paradise raggio. Ray.
Don't call me that. I'm anything but a ray of fucking sunshine. I haven't been light or bright or sunshiny in a very long time.
She replies, her breath mingling with mine, but I know my time of being able to hold her like this is coming to an end, and I swear she's fighting not to squeeze my cock. Her fingers twitch, and I let out a small groan. You may no longer be the sun, Duchess, but you are the sliver of moonlight old sailors prayed for to guide them through dark, treacherous waters, and that's greater to the ones you impact than you could ever imagine. With that, I let her go. There is no evading nor avoiding me, little moonbeam. You and I are bound. Understand that now. Pack your shit. You're coming home with me. End of discussion. You are my wife. You reside with me.
No.
I'm not fucking around, Sabrina, I growl, hoping it doesn't sound as exasperated as I feel.
Neither am I, Maxim. I want to stay here for the weekend. Please. I need to get away from that desolate Arctic penthouse and breathe in my space. I know you don't understand, but I can't breathe properly there. I can't sleep properly there. I'm dying there, Maxim. So please, give me 1 weekend of respite. I'll come back, I swear.
Dying there. She's been giving me life with mere glimpses of her, and she's been dying? Guilt hits me, souring my mood further. I know I don't spend enough time with her at home, and I need to change that. When? I growl.
Sunday night.
She stammers quietly, green eyes wide and pleading, so I relent. Fine. Then I leave, impatiently waiting for Sunday, for my wife to come home to me, with one thought on my mind. By then, I'll only have 341 days to make my wife fall in love with me. Nico walks into my office wearing his usual black-on-black suit and tie, holding a manila file with Sasha, my enforcer, following behind him. They close the door and sit in front of my desk in the new suede wingback chairs I had Johnny order, getting rid of the leather ones in case Sabrina ever comes here so she'll be comfortable when she sits. I immediately stand, grab 3 tumblers from my personal bar, and pour us a shot of Sokolo vodka. It's Sunday morning now, day 341. Too soon, I'll be going to my empty, too quiet penthouse to rest. I would have been there sooner, but I have to fix payroll for the fight last night. Usually Johnny's on this, but his mother is older and needs help at times, so I let him go home early to be with her. Besides, I don't exactly know what time my wife will be home, only that she said she'll be home tonight. I hand my men their drinks and sit back down. So, what do you have for me? Harley's real name is Amelia Fontaine. Foster runaway at 16. She's 18 now. She was caught a few times sleeping under a few bridges by one officer, Ryan Donahue. No arrests, no drugs, but I watched a few old recordings from his body cam footages and, seems he never drove Miss Harley to a shelter, and none of the women's shelters around here know her, by her real name or by Harley. I take a sip of the vodka. What do you mean? Body cam footage shows Donahue picking her up, but it cuts off once they get in the cruiser. Doesn't show him taking her anywhere. You think he took her home? Sasha shrugs his heavy shoulders. He's an older guy, but still fit as fuck. I should know. I train with him. This is a displeasure. I knew Donahue was a dirty motherfucker. I just didn't think he was that dirty. Nico. I shift my gaze to his. Have Alex dig into Donahue a little further, see if he can somehow hack into his phone or his home computer. If we can find anything on him with underage girls, I want to know. Extortion is the best thing we have, but if he steps foot in here, do me a favor and escort him to the lower level immediately. All right, he says, dipping his chin, but they don't get up to leave. What else do you have for me? Raven Monroe. Sabrina's friend, I ask, a little confused. Nico frowns with a wince, hesitating a bit. Did you know she was the girl on the RMU campus that went missing, only to be found 3 days later by the custodian shoved into her locker with a broken leg? He scrubs his hand down his face, then shakes his head, looking like he's going to be sick. Christos, what they did to that girl. I blink rapidly, trying to remember, but all I hear is my wife's words coming back to me like an echo.
She went through something horrendous.
Boss. Nico runs his fingers through his shaggy brown hair, but it falls forward. He hands me the manila folder and clears his throat. She was thrown into Lornwood Falls Mental Institution until her 24th birthday. She just got out, went back to Rainmore for a semester, and transferred out to Juilliard for the spring. My mind shifts to what Nico said on my wedding day. There hasn't been a death on campus since that kid died in December. Spit it out, Nico. He lifts his brows and then points to the file with a large finger. We had to dig a lot deeper, but I think that file will speak for itself, boss. I'd feel bad for the girl, but it turns out she's a total fucking badass. I wouldn't worry about her relationship with your wife. On the contrary, I think I'd encourage it. There's something about a woman that makes ballsy moves like that in complete and utter silence. Those 3 men of hers know exactly what they got. Fucking gold. I let out a sigh and leaned back in my chair, holding on to the armrests, But, feeling restless, I scrubbed my hand down my face. Sasha, leave us. Go home to your wife. Okay, boss. Do svidaniya. Goodbye. Once the door closes behind Sasha, I look over at the man I've known since I was 14, the man I made my second as soon as my father handed me the crown. You don't think their relationship is messy? His expression turns a little confused. Sexually, no. I think it's hot. I've shared a few women with other men, and torturing them with orgasms is always fun. Now, emotionally, I think it works for them. They treasure her, and she looks at them like they hung every star, planet, and each of their moons as well. They aren't hurting anyone. Well, not anymore. But their relationship doesn't offend me. If I'm honest, they look incredibly happy. I'm a little jealous. Would you enter a relationship like that? In this life, in our world, if it meant my woman had extra protection, hell yeah. This world we live in, it's a fucking disaster, Maxim. I think if you find love, good love, you gotta do what you can to protect it. So what if you share her? This world is changing every day. Besides, it's no one else's business but your own what you do behind closed doors. I look at my vodka, then back at the man I've known for 20 years, the man I consider closer to me than my own cousin, then back to my thumb on my tumbler. My wife, the bodyguard, Parker Savage. I snap my eyes back to his. Can I speak freely as a friend and not your employee? Duh. Yes. That man, he's lethal, Max. We looked into him too. Those 2 tours he did in the Middle East, he's lucky all he walked away with was a scar down his face and a few burns on his leg and back. It sucks, but I respect the fuck out of him. He sighs and leans forward, putting his elbows on his knees, then shakes his head. She was right to keep him on as her detail. And I'm sorry to say this, but you could see how much he cares for her from the moon. That guy has the literal map to your wife's heart. His only soft spot is her. But his need to protect her is stronger, especially now that she's married to you. So if something were to happen, I would understand it. But again, it's not my business. He finishes and downs the rest of his vodka, only to stand up and fix his coat. You need me for anything else? I shake my head. Go home, get some sleep. I'm about to do the same. Sure thing. Need a ride? Yeah, let's go. Don't forget your laptop, he reminds me. Got it. And the folder. You'll want to see what's on that file. I make a quick turn and grab the file. Seems like I got homework to do. You need a haircut. You need a shave. Your left hook is weak. Yeah, well, your shirt doesn't match your tie. You get dressed in the dark, boss? You're annoying, and you still look like you got dressed in the dark.
Chapter 17. Sabrina. I fucked my bodyguard. It's Sunday afternoon, and Damon has agreed to meet me at his office before I go back to Maxim's penthouse. I made sure to pay him handsomely, transferring money before he could say no. I don't do well with being told no. The only notion Damon gives me that I've surprised him is a flicker in his silver gaze. He jots that down in his special little Sabrina notebook. It should probably irk me, but, well, it's pink. The tosser has us color-coded. It took me a while to understand the different colored notebooks he keeps on his desk, but then I realized Raven meant purple. He only has separate notebooks for those he keeps close. Another reason I find it slightly endearing and not as annoying as it should be.
Penetration?
He asks so simply. I shake my head and tell him what happened that day in Central Park.
Sabrina.
He scratches at his brow, a gold pin between 2 fingers, and then he sighs, like he's looking for the right words to say, opening and closing his mouth like a fish, but I don't let him speak. I was having dreams while I was in Italy. Bad ones. Really bad ones. They all start the same, you know? He doesn't know. This is the first time I'm talking about it with him. It's dark, and I can feel the sticky leather on my skin, and the way the tires of the vehicle rumble under my feet until it stops. His scent. The alcohol on his breath. Then the hands. They're clammy, too. He calls me princess. I tried to shove him off, but then he's there again, touching, pinching. His face is between my thighs and his fingers are... I went, looking down at my thumbs. I'm wearing pretty lace again today. And? Damon says after a moment, like he understands what I mean and not pushing me to go further than I'm ready to. And I nod, still unable to look at him. While we were in Italy, that's how the dreams would start. But something happened. Somewhere in those dreams, his face turned into Maxim's. I shake my head, then turn to look out the stained glass windows of his office. It's rare to see this instead of tinted windows, but it's nice. Kind of serene, like I'm at a church instead of an office. Feels more like I'm sitting in confession and Damon is my priest. But it wasn't my sins that made me start going to every therapist in New York until I found Damon, was it? I concentrate on the colors of the window as I try to continue, but a bitter laugh rises instead, along with anger. You know, I thought I was lucky at first. I didn't exactly know what had happened or who. I just knew it did. I had accidentally washed away the evidence, and even though I was angry, and I felt so stupid, I thought, okay, it's fine. I'll push forward. So at first, I thought I was lucky. I couldn't remember it happening, so in a way, it was like it never did. But then, over the months, it all came back to me. All of it, bit by bit. And then, I could not remember it. I wipe my eyes when I feel a tear splash on my chest, then lean over and grab a stupid tissue to blot at my perfectly made-up face. The one I had to stare at for 30 minutes so I could look the part of Sabrina Winters, mafia wife. For any paps that may be lurking nearby when I leave this place. Fuck them if they try to shame me for seeing a therapist. I think Maxim touched me while I was asleep to help get me out of those fits. Probably so I wouldn't embarrass him if I woke the staff with my bumbling.
Sabrina.
I drag my eyes away from the kaleidoscope windows and look at Damon. He's a handsome bugger. I'll give Raven that.
Have you heard of the term somnophilia?
I shake my head.
It's a type of fetish that develops, being asleep while being masturbated or fondled or being woken up to a partner already using you for sexual gratification.
Why does that make my pink parts tingle? Is it a form of rape?
If it's consensual, no, but it's also normal, both in victims of sexual assault and people with no prior assaults.
I think I encouraged it. Because when it was Maxim, and not him, it felt good. It felt real. I wanted it. I think I orgasmed. I haven't orgasmed in ages, Dr. Archer. Even when I try to masturbate, I get taken back to that night. It feels wrong, and then he pops into my head. Maxim's right. I'm useless. I can't even fuck my husband. There is no pleasure in being married to me. Damon's silent for a while, jotting down Sabrina things in his little Sabrina notebook. After a few more scribbles, his eyes lift to mine again.
How did you feel upon waking?
I look away and slowly find the honest within me. Confused. Still unsure if it was a dream or real.
And how did you feel afterward, when you came to terms with it, assuming you have since you're talking about it now?
I blush. I wished it happened more often. When he's pulling me out of those images in my dreams, I feel like he's pulling me back out to shore. Between Maxim and Parker, I'm starting to feel things of the sexual nature. I look away from him again before I say, a part of me hopes it's real. I felt like a woman again.
Which is why you dry-humped Savage during your morning run.
If I thought I was blushing before, I'm certainly every shade of crimson now. Christ! Doc, you make it sound so blasé.
How do you cope, Sabrina, with what happened to you? You've been seeing me for months now, and it's the first time you've actually opened up about your assault. How do you cope? And I don't mean baked goods and working out with Raven. Those are outlets. What are your inlets? What's been helping you be able to mentally, safely work through what you've been through? And I don't mean seeing me.
I read.
Read what?
Things. He rolls his eyes, and it's not Dr. Archer I'm speaking to. It's Damon, Raven's boyfriend and my friend. Okay, fine. I read smut, okay? Dragon shifters and age gap romances, and sometimes maybe there's a tentacle. I read all the tropes, cowboys and aliens, and lately, maybe, there's a broody mafia guy or a bodyguard of some sort. The thing is, I don't mind reading about happy endings, pun intended, nor when my pink parts tingle. I just don't want to touch said pink parts.
Finally, a non-vague answer.
You're incorrigible. He grins so fucking smugly I toss the pillow beside me at him, which he catches and throws it back, hitting me in the face. Wanker! Honestly, I expected this from Jonas, not you.
He's contagious.
He grins for a moment, then drops his gorgeous smile. Ugh, I hate when he gets serious on me.
Sabrina, how do you feel about Parker?
This answer is easy, and I don't have to dig too deeply. I feel like I've loved him for the better part of the past 4 years of my life. When what happened to Raven happened, Mama wanted me to be protected. We aren't remarkably high scale-wise in the syndicate, but she said that if it happened to Raven and she is so high up, a literal queen amongst us, then it could happen to me. I swear she searched high and low for someone like Parker. Someone who is as dangerous as he looked menacing. And at first, yes, I thought he was hot, but he was such a droll. My God, the man was no fun. But then, what happened to me, and he became such a shoulder to lean on. And I know it's incredibly unhealthy for me to be so dependent on him, but the bugger knows me inside and out. He sees my weakness and helps me get stronger.
And Maxim?
I look at the stained windows again. He gives me emotional and mental whiplash. Honestly, it's so toxic. I am so very toxic. He calls me weak and useless. He sees it, my worthless attributes and characteristics. I'm not at all surprised that I disgust him. I don't tell him that I disgust myself. I know. He's my doctor. I should be telling Damon that I hate myself. But if I hear, "How does that make you feel?" I'll probably throw myself off the Brooklyn Bridge.
Tell me about that.
So I do. I tell him everything. He grunts when I tell him about being called useless during our dance as man and wife. I tell him everything except for my outburst Friday evening, and what transpired between Maxim and I end it with, "But this is also only my point of view. I'm probably the villain in his story. He wanted this marriage just as much as I did, meaning not at all."
So then why did you agree?
Because it was either him or him. He lifts a dark brow and barely gives a nod, understanding what and who I mean.
You chose the lesser of two evils.
And look where that's gotten me. I chose the devil and I'm paying for it dearly.
Have you thought maybe your husband's feelings have changed towards you? If yours have, why wouldn't his? Sex is natural. Being forced in such close proximity can change our chemistries.
I scoff and roll my eyes. Damon sighs again, looking up at the clock behind me.
I'm giving you a different dose of medication for this week,
he says, grabbing his script paper and jotting something down, then handing it to me.
1. Girls' Night with Raven. 2. Dark romance novel, Ask Raven. 3. Try to masturbate.
I gawk and gasp at the last one. Masturbate?
Yes, alone.
He stands with me and heads to the door. plucking his raincoat from the coat rack and grabbing mine to help me into it.
Ease yourself into it if you can. Light a few candles, have a bath, relax, and just try.
I don't dare tell him I won't be doing that, but I'll give the other 2 things a try. Okay? Is all I say before he opens the front door of his office building. And I see Parker already waiting to open the door for me to get out of the drizzle.
Oh, one last thing. As a friend, you need to talk to them both about how you're feeling. Don't create a divide or it'll end in bloodshed. They can either share you, or you'll lose one, if not the other.
My stomach sinks. You would know, wouldn't you?
As your friend, yes.
But he doesn't give me more. You think she'll ever talk to me? He nods, his demeanor changing before my very eyes. He's very protective of Raven. I love him for it.
She's ashamed of her stutter, Sabrina. It's not about you.
We stop a few feet away from the SUV and Parker. She has nothing to be ashamed of. It wasn't her fault. Damon's big, wise, steely eyes look at me, and I can see the "you're one to talk" in his eyes, but he doesn't say it. Instead, he says,
I know, but I can say having you come around has made her a little more eager to talk more. We're fine with her blinks and stares. I swear at this point we're all communicating telepathically, but having you and Parker around, she's reading aloud to us more often without us having to ask, and she's gotten so much better. She wants to talk to you, Sabrina. She just needs a little more time.
I ponder over that, and nod in understanding. So, girls' night, The handsome devil smirks and his brows lift.
Girls' night.
He replies before turning away to go back to Brooklyn. I sigh and face Parker.
What was all that about?
Oh, that demented doctor gave me homework. He thinks a night out with Raven will do me some good. Parker grins that sexy grin, showcasing that one delicious dimple caused by his scar, and I can't help but grin back.
Sounds like a fine time, Miss Winters.
Ugh, my pink parts. The following Friday evening, girls' night turns into Raven and I spending a godless amount on smut written by Verity C. Huntington, Raven's suggestion, at a local lesser-known bookstore. We run up to my room afterward and do all the sleepover things. Face masks, a bag of buttered popcorn, and a large pizza shared between us. Reading and random gasping and squeals. The wave of euphoria I felt, even deep in my sleep, interrupting my nightmares, was enough for me to begin to awaken, only to feel the soft, inky tresses between my fingers, my hips bucking to meet the strong lashes of his tongue. I squint at the words, then face Raven. Hey, Ray? She turns to me and rests her open book on her chest and knits her brows together as if saying, Yeah? Have the guys ever woken you up by already, being down there? I want to roll my eyes at how I sound like a fucking toddler. Old Sabrina would never. Old Sabrina would out loud say pussy, cunt, twat. Now. Raven blushes and nods, lifting her hands, then makes her name sign for Damon. I gasp. That dirty doctor! She giggles. When I first got to RMU, he followed me there, but I didn't know. He would sneak into my room, and at first, I thought they were dreams. But then I realized they weren't. They were very real. How did that make you feel, finding out it was real? Her lips roll inward, and she looks to the side as if trying to find the right words. And then she begins fanning herself, and I release a giggle. It's the best way to wake up. Sometimes he's gentle. Sometimes he's so sweet. But every morning, Raven nods and her hands begin moving again. Every morning I feel so loved and cherished. I feel good. I feel ready to take on the day. It helps me remember that this is real and I'm not in my room at Lornwood. It helps me feel safe and secure in my relationships. Each one of my men is so different from the other. My beacon, my anchor, my devil. Damon anchors me. I feel like he brings me back to life. It doesn't feel like, I still can't say the word rape. She shakes her head. But then again, I'm fucked in the head and I'm crazy for them. Sometimes I like to be forced. It's called consensual non-consent, and it's normal. It doesn't help that I'm a brat and they know exactly how to deal with me. It kind of takes away all of my thoughts when Mav takes control. I just become a blubbering, crying slut. He praises me the entire time. It feels so good to be able to just let go like that. For him. Them. I think it over a bit and just hum in contemplation. I pick my book back up, and so does she, and we continue reading. But my eyes only hover over the words, not taking them in, thinking back to Italy when I would wake to find Maxim holding on to me from behind. All those dreams of him eating my pussy till I was a whimpering mess flood me. How real it felt. How good it felt.
That's it, Sabrina. Come for your husband.
Did he? My pink parts tingle. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to be so fucking late. I should have recruited Raven. The Albertinis are holding a charity event for the Children's Hospital at some outdoor venue. I have 1,200 mini cupcakes I've been baking since 6 this morning. The only reason they even came out just a tad early is because I trained Parker how to frost them. I look down at my apron covered in every ingredient I've used today just as the front door opens. My hair is piled on my head looking like an absolute hornet's nest when Maxim makes it to the kitchen of his penthouse. Eyes wide in surprise as he places his gym bag on the ground by the door. He looks glorious, as always, freshly showered in a tight white Henley and black joggers that strain against the muscles in his thighs. I'm prepared to meet him with a smile until...
What's all of this?
He asks, gesturing to the hundreds of cupcakes and fun-sized cookies on the countertops and table large enough to seat 12. Angelina Albertini asked for my help catering tonight's event, remember? You told them I bake. I tried to tell her no and she kept insisting.
And you're still not ready yet? We have to leave in 20 minutes.
I will always wonder if men hide the audacity in their ballsack along with their semen, and that's why it's never ending, because it simply multiplies, or if it's tucked inside of their anus behind their prostate. Anger flushes through me. I have been baking for hours, so their capo looks good, and that's what you have to say to me. Oh my God. I'm going to go to prison for murdering my husband. A crime of passion. Slaving away in front of an oven during the first heat wave of the spring, and that's... I stand up straight, taking off my apron and throwing it to the ground, hands going to my hips. No, thank you, wife. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate you. I say in a low, harsh voice mocking his slight New York accent. No, what else can I help you with so we can finish this quickly? Unfucking believable. I close my eyes and inhale deeply, turning to Parker. Could you please begin to load these up while I get dressed so we can leave on time?
Sure thing, Miss Winters.
He replies around a cookie, grinning down at me, cookie in the side of his mouth. But I can't even be mad at him. He's been helping me all morning. Such an angel.
Sabrina!
Maxim calls out to me. But I throw my middle finger in the air behind my back, so it's facing him as I stomp up the stairs, grumbling. Christ, I'm turning into my grump of a husband. I make it down in 19 minutes. As soon as my foot hits the base of the stairs, the giant brute narrows those chocolate eyes at me and says,
That's what you're wearing?
I look down at my glittering bubblegum pink corset that wings up on the arms, sparkles all the way down. My short skirt poofs out in layers to just above my knees, and my silver shoes that tie at the ankle glitter too. I'm wearing a tiara, pink glittering fairy wings, and I kept my messy bun. In my gloved hands, I'm holding a silver wand with a star at one end and ribbons on the other. Yes? Maxim steps toward me and then kneels. I suppress a gasp when I feel feather-like touches on my ankle. My vagina screaming, It's happening! Remove your knickers! As he skims those large fingers around my leg, tightening the strap on my heel. I'm fairly sure my pink parts have gone delirious after being neglected for so long. They're starting to turn on me.
Are you trying to give the men a heart attack?
I look at him confused when he stands up straight, tugging in the hem of his suit jacket. I release my lip, unawares I've been biting it. No, it's for the children. Angie said this would make them so happy. There will be other fairies and princesses there too. Dark eyes flash and narrow.
Change. You're not going like that.
I beg your finest pardon. Even though I'm on the stairs and in heels, he still beats me by at least 3 inches. He's so tall, and he smells like cologne and citrus. A normal woman would swoon.
Bend over once and they'll see your ass.
I'll be standing behind the cupcakes giving them out. There will be no bending. Also, if and when I want your opinion on whatever I'm wearing, I'll ask. Now, let's go. He grunts and walks to the door, holding it open for me while I roll my eyes at him. But maybe I breathe a little deeper when I walk past him so I can sniff him inconspicuously. Walking out to the lobby, I stop by the front desk and hand Jorge, the security guy, a glass Tupperware of cupcakes.
Thanks, Mrs. Giordano.
I almost stumble hearing my new last name, but catch myself and grin awkwardly. God, that felt so weird to hear. Of course, Jorge. I hope you enjoy them.
Oh, we love your cupcakes, Mrs. G. Best cupcakes in town. You really should open up your own bakery. You'd be sold out in a New York minute.
Maxim pulls me away crudely by the arm before I can respond to the building's lovely security guard. It's when we're outside that I can see the man I married seems to be fuming. Well, that was rude.
No more cupcakes.
I know I said this before, but I beg your pardon.
Nobody else needs to talk about the way my wife's cupcakes taste.
He bites on the tea, and the low grumble in his voice is... I hold the shiver that wants to scatter through my bones as I tilt my head back to look up at him. Eyes dark, jealousy flickering through them. Fuck.
And you look fucking ridiculous.
Nope, it's gone. All tingling has ceased to exist. I bite back my retort, inhaling as deeply as I can and then climb into the SUV, looking out the window. I mean, I know I may look a little silly, and I do feel ridiculous, but it's for children, and I always wanted to be a fairy. Let's be honest, Tinkerbell was an absolute rioting menace. We should all aspire to be a little more tink and a little less princess. I barely have time to get through my mantra before we're shuffling out of the vehicle, and surprise, surprise, the venue is at a golf resort in Long Island. As we enter through the side to bring in and begin to set up cupcakes, the wives get loud from their excitement, calling out my name and commenting on my fairy dress. It grates on my nerves a bit, but I know they're being nice. Only the younger wives, Samantha the redhead and Viviana, are dressed like princesses. Angie and Franny are dressed in pantsuits, though they do wear crowns. I like it. It suits them. I give Maxim a pointed look. See? But he only blinks back at me in annoyance and buggers off to do very important things with the husbands. Probably schmooze whilst having a cigar while organizing the next mob undertaking or whatever it is his coven does. I've only just learned, after sitting through a wives' luncheon, that Angie is a gallerist in Brooklyn. Sammy is still a student at NYU. Vivi is a real estate agent, and Franny develops software for very important companies. Or so they say. While Samantha Rosie truly is a student at NYU, she's studying criminal law in order to be able to defend her husband and the other capos if ever need be. Angie's gallery is used as a way to do white-collar crimes. Viviana sells hideout spots to crime lords under the guise of a realty company. Francesca develops spyware disguised as software that is used to hack into large, unsuspecting companies. I bake. The grounds of the golf course are overtaken by a small Ferris wheel, games, rides, little booths, and kiosks. Parker helps me set mine up. Vivi is beside me, putting up her face painting stand with dozens of stencils, sponges, and brushes on a white table. So, what's the money being raised for this going towards? I know it's for the hospital, but... Vivi gives me a scrunch of her pert nose and her left eye squints a bit. Cancer ward. I put my hands on my sparkly hips. Oh. Vivi nods, putting up a mirror so kids can see their little faces. Angie doesn't talk about it much, but their oldest daughter, Gia, had cancer when she was just 7. She was in remission for a long time. Then, all of a sudden, ovarian cancer. I didn't read that in the files Jonathan gave me. Probably because it's none of my business. Is she okay now? If you can define getting the chance to have children naturally taken away from you okay, then yes, she's fine. She lives in Jersey. She's an art teacher at a private school. She'll be here later, she says, tilting her head in a quick jerk toward the second bar stool beside hers. Can't wait to meet her, I smile. From where we're perched, I can hear car doors opening and closing, the sound of excited children and their parents yelling after them to not run in the busy parking lot. I do end up meeting Gia, but she's incredibly quiet, reminding me of Raven in a way. The day goes by fast. I take pictures with kids and their parents. By the end of it all, I only have 1 cookie and 4 cupcakes left. At the end of the evening, after all the kids are gone, and all the kiosks, little tables, and tarps have been put away by staff, the wives and I go and get dressed in the locker room with the other wives. Inside of the venue is a gala to be hosted for all the very important people. Doctors, surgeons, highbrow donors, etc. I walk out to find Maxim waiting for me. He has dark circles under his eyes, but he looks a bit refreshed and has a clean suit on. He looks dashing. Were you able to take a nap? He nods, holding out his arm, and I take it, placing my hand on his large, wonderfully toned bicep, then hand him a napkin.
What's this?
I saved you a caramel and chocolate chip cookie. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. He splits it in half and gives me a piece. I wait for him to bite into it and preen when he moans, shoving my half into my mouth.
Oh, great.
I swallow down my bites. What is it?
Now I'm going to hear people talk about how good my wife's cookie tasted.
I throw my head back and laugh. Max stiffens and stops walking, looking down at me. He looks so serious, but his eyes seem to darken. His thumb comes up to my face, and I hold my breath while he wipes the corner of my mouth so softly. If he wasn't so warm, I would barely feel his touch. He puts his thumb to his mouth, and I follow when he licks the chocolate off.
Delicious cookie indeed.
Thank you, I whisper, taking in the roguish Italian features of his face, noticing when the muscle of his jaw clenches with a tick. He's fucking beautiful. Even the length of his sooty lashes is so unfair. I have to stop myself from thinking if our children would be blessed with his lashes.
When we enter together, I'm going to kiss you, okay?
Okay, I breathe, remembering the last time his lips were on mine was our wedding day. He takes a step forward, but it's not until he takes another when I realize he's practically dragging me along.
Tired?
Oh, yeah. He gives one curt nod, but I'm still looking up at him, at the way the stubble on his strong cut jaw only heightens his dangerous appeal. What does he think about? I know he thinks his wife is ridiculous, but what else does he think about? It can't all just be murder, mayhem, and booze, can it? Without lowering his head, because my husband walks tall and strong, his eyes meet mine in a side-eye.
What is it?
Nothing. You just look rather beautiful tonight. I mumble shyly.
Repeat that.
I blush, feeling his bicep beneath his jacket where I'm holding on to for what feels like dear life. I suddenly feel like I'm 14 years old again, and telling a boy at school I fancy him. You look good. Tonight. Mr. Giordano. He smirks, never taking the eye I can see from here off me.
You look beautiful tonight as well, wife.
Oh, so the wanker did hear me.
And I'm sorry about this morning. You did a good thing. I don't think I've seen so many children line up for a picture of the fairy before. I'm sorry I called you ridiculous.
Then why did you? We're finally at the entrance of the venue, and the arm I was holding goes around my waist, his hand planted firmly on my hip.
Because I wanted to bend you over the stairs and see if I could make your little wings flutter while your pussy milked my dick, and I was angry I couldn't.
He growls, pulling me in for a kiss that feels like more than just a kiss. His free hand cups my jaw. Something that would have me spiraling only makes me feel slightly dizzy, wanting more. He doesn't break my lips apart or even lick at them. Still, The heat of it slips from my lips to the middle of my chest and spreads throughout my body only to land on my core. He smells fantastic. I almost moan when he pulls away, and my body follows as though seeking the warmth of his. Oh, I'm in such deep shit. I'm playing with fire. Or maybe he is. We're seated with the families, wine and food before us, along with little treats that were catered. People come to the table and congratulate Angie on the $160,000 she raised after her speech. Along with greeting all of the dangerous dons at the table, Maxim proudly introduces me to each and every single one of them as his wife, keeping his arm around me possessively as we take pictures with the group. I haven't seen Parker for hours.
Are you okay?
I put a gloved hand in his and lean a little closer, so it looks as though we're having a small, intimate moment. I haven't seen Savage in a while. Have you? The tip of his nose follows the shell of my ear, and his lips are so close I have to close my eyes, doing my best to contain the chills that want to erupt everywhere.
Seems he's by the bar, drink in hand, blending in. Eyes on you, little star, always on you. You smell so fucking good, Sabrina.
He leans back again, and I turn my head to find Parker in a fresh suit and tie as well, eyes on me. His face looks... well, he looks either confused or constipated. I face my husband. Before I can open my mouth and reply, he whispers,
My mouth keeps watering at the thought of going under this table and tasting your cookie myself, devouring it in one single bite.
Oh my God. I keep my eyes on his as he draws back, and Angie gets my attention, telling me she had been able to snag a cupcake and that it was delicious. To which brings a snort from Maxim beside me, and I flare up and giggle a thank you. I lean over to Maxim to make it look like a kiss while I whisper to him to shut up. It's on the long way home, getting closer to Brooklyn Heights, that the tension seems to rise. It's quiet in the back seat, but he's so large, when he spreads his massive thighs, his knee touches mine. If we stay at my home, we could be done with this evening a lot quicker.
No.
I swung my gaze to his. Why not?
You reside with me.
I have multiple guest rooms you can sleep in.
Any of them close to yours?
They're all on the second floor.
Then no.
You're being childish, Maxim. What's the point of having my home if we won't use it for instances like these? It's rubbish. If we stay there, we'll be home 20 minutes earlier, and I can get out of this fucking dress and into the bath and in my bed 20 minutes sooner rather than later. His nostrils flare, and his almost obsidian stare goes down to my breasts and back up with a slow blink.
By all means, Duchess, if you want to get out of that dress so quickly, take it off.
Are you drunk? The question is rhetorical. He hasn't taken a sip of his usual whiskey since that one night I let him know he would essentially never have my heart. He also comes home earlier instead of being out until God knows when at the club. We eat dinner together now, too. Sometimes. It's kind of nice. He leans over, so fucking close that I have to hold my breath.
Does it smell like I've been drinking, Duchess?
No. The tires make a sound that tells me we're crossing the bridge to get to the city just as Maxim moves away from me. Do you think we could alternate weekends? One weekend at your penthouse, the next at my house?
Our penthouse, wife. You're on the deed.
My eyes go wide. What? Why?
Because if something happens to me, you're set. The clubs also go to you. Besides, who better than a lawyer?
But nothing is going to happen to you, is it? He shrugs.
Anything can happen, and in this life, what I'm dealing with, I can't promise anything. Why? You worried about me, Duchess?
Yes. The vehicle coming to a stop saves me from answering him. I may not like the brute, but it doesn't mean I want anything to happen to him. But he doesn't need to know that. My secrets can still be my own. He helps me down, and soon we're stepping through the revolving glass door to get to the elevator, and up to his penthouse, as Parker takes the SUV to park it in the underground garage. It's silent in the elevator, but his presence is loud. Our reflections stare back at us on the impeccably waxed steel doors, and I can feel him watching me. I let my gaze fall, unwilling to meet his.
You didn't answer my question.
Which was? The elevator comes to a whirring stop and the bell dings as we step out. I punch in the code on our door.
Do you worry about me?
I open the door with a very unattractive snort. No, I scoff, stepping through the threshold to the vast, frozen apartment, now warmer with all the decorations I've been putting up.
Am I that terrible, Duchess, huh? All fucking day you play the perfect little wife.
I'm not doing this. I turn to go, but he grabs me by the elbow and my spine is soon flush to the wall. I could merge with it. He cages me in by his arms and body, careful not to touch me, but it doesn't matter. All of him is invading my senses, from his citrus and patchouli scent to the way his arms are caging me in. He's so large and imposing. I should be frightened. But God, I love it. I've gone mental. He lowers his face to mine.
I was talking. You will respect me in my home. Do I make myself clear?
I whimper a barely coherent yes.
You touch me. You press kisses to my cheek. You blush at the perfect times. You lean in and all I can smell is your fucking perfume, your hair.
He presses his nose to the crook of my neck and then my temple, inhaling deeply, a predator to prey. And then his chest rumbles. And fuck, I think I'm on fire. This must be what it's like to be boiled alive.
Like fucking spun sugar and berries.
Maxim. My lips tremble as I whisper his name.
That's right, Duchess. Say my fucking name.
His hand lands on my hip, squeezing roughly, and every atom in my being shivers. Please.
Please what, wife?
I don't know what I'm asking for, but when he pulls away, I feel the loss of his heat. Dark eyes flick from my lips to my eyes, and in one swift motion, my thigh is hiked up on his hip, and his lips are pressed to mine. I whimper, about to shove him off, all sirens in my brain firing off when his strong tongue plunges deep into my mouth, and I take it, letting myself taste the most dangerous man in New York, feeling as if my lungs are about to collapse. I allow myself to have this small moment, to be kissed as if I'm the very air he needs to breathe to survive another day. It's when I feel him grow hard against my sex that I short-circuit and push him off. It doesn't work, so I slap him, and this makes him finally break away from me. I'm breathless, panting when my stilettos hit the hardwood, trembling, my eyes trying to find something to land on to keep me grounded, so I don't humiliate myself by having a panic attack and vomiting in front of my husband. Dark brows shoot up in concern.
Hey, I'm here. What's going on? Talk to me, Sabrina.
No, I choke out, getting out of his reach, putting my gloved hands to my throat. I'm fine, I rasp, willing the images of Kane floating in the back of my mind to go away. To please go away.
You're not fine. You're about to collapse.
You can't do that. I can't give that to you, Mr. Giordano. You signed the agreement.
You can't give that to me? I felt how hot your cunt was through my slacks, and you're saying you can't give it to me? Are you a virgin?
I straighten as best I can, letting my eyes travel from his knees and up to his face. No, I'm not.
Then why?
Please. He inhales sharply through his nostrils and jaw clenching.
Who did this to you? Give me a name.
I wrap my arms around my middle, unwilling to let this man or anyone see my tears. I can't allow myself to be weak in front of him again. Instead, I place that practiced smile on my face. It doesn't matter, I reply, turning to go to my room. I hear him call after me, but I ignore him. Then I ignore Parker, who's standing just outside of his bedroom door, leaning with his back against the frame, arms crossed over his chest, undoubtedly having heard that entire ordeal. I can't deal with either of them tonight. I can't deal with the guilt or the shame bubbling inside of me. I lock my bedroom door, undress, and slip into bed, letting sleep take me away. Except that doesn't happen. Images of how close Maxim was to me, his breath still on my tongue, the heat of his kiss on my lips, his large hands on my hips, grasping for dear life, roll in my head, fluttering in the back of my mind like crazed butterflies, and I feel. There's this gnawing, aching feeling there. For the first time in a very long time, I find my hand traveling south, into my panties, and I wince at just how wet I am. Angry, my husband is the cause of this. My other hand goes to my breast, and my nipple is firm between my two fingers, and I squeeze, just enough to cause me to gasp. Damn him. His eyes were so wild, so full of hunger. My fingers circles my clit, and I bite my lower lip to stifle my moan. His kisses were untamed and torturous, so ready to devour me. My back arches, and my knees come up to my chest. God, the way he growled. A moan escapes me as I touch, refamiliarizing myself with my needy sex to thoughts of my husband. But when I enter my body, it isn't his face that pops up. I wrench my hand away and I turn to punch the mattress. Instead of a moan, a sob escapes me, and I hate myself. I let a low wail out and thresh my legs. Why can't I be normal again? It's been years. It's been years. I ignore the knocking on my door and the arguing on the other side of it, and cover my mouth to let out another soft wail. It's been years. Years of silent tears and disguised wails or screaming into water or my pillow and having to pretend to be fine, to be perfectly perfect. Sabrina Winters, socialite. Sabrina Winters, doting daughter. Sabrina Winters, fierce attorney. Sabrina Winters, silly friend. Sabrina Winters, charity baker. Sabrina Winters Giordano, loving wife. So many titles, so many parts to play. And the rest of me is being forgotten. Except I can't forget. I want to so badly. I want it to stop. I want it to stop forever. I reach over, fumbling for my phone, and punch in the number I called so many times over the years only to be sent to voicemail. Except this time, she answers. It takes 30 minutes for a tiny knock on my bedroom door to make me put a t-shirt on and slump out of bed, wrapped in my fluffy blanket, to let Raven in along with Maverick. Ignoring Parker and Max, I close the door behind them and lock it shut. As soon as they're inside, I open my arms, and Raven slips her arms around my waist, over the blanket, and I let it go. Every silent sob turns into low wails, but she doesn't let me go. Not when I sink to the bed, not when I'm blubbering like a fool, not even when I'm gasping. She simply rubs my back, trailing her fingers over the damn blanket along my spine. I hear a creak on the small sofa in my room, but other than that, Maverick makes no noise. I keep my eyes closed, and Raven begins to hum. I turn in her arms, so my back is to her front, the duvet separating us, but I still feel her all around me. Her fingers rake through my hair as she continues to hum. I think I'm falling in love with my husband, but I don't want to. Her fingers never stop brushing through my hair. Why? She whispers, and I could cry again, hearing her voice. Because I'm so utterly broken, Raven, and I'm too tired to feel properly. Is that a thing? There's a dip in the mattress, and then...
Before I met Raven, Sabrina, I thought I wasn't allowed to love. I didn't want to love. My father loved my mother more than he ever loved me or himself, and when she left us, it broke him. I saw what it did to my father, and I never wanted that for myself. I tried to fight my emotions for her, but I couldn't.
I sniff again, and then sit up, facing the couple that drove half an hour to see me. You don't understand, Maverick. I flick my gaze at my best friend, warm brown eyes full of concern. Something bad happened to me, and it's made me dysfunctional as a woman. God, that's embarrassing to say out loud. But I can't ever give him or Savage what they need from a woman. Instead of reacting to me admitting my feelings for both men, Maverick frowns at the other thing I've said.
Have you talked to them about what happened?
No.
Do you know who did that to you?
Yes. He looks at Raven, then at me, and she blows out a big breath and sits up as well. He kisses her shoulder in encouragement. And then she starts talking. Full-blown fucking sentences. She stammers here and there, and when it gets too hard for her to continue speaking, she lifts her hands and Maverick interprets. It takes her an entire hour to tell me everything. From what happened that night after the game, to dying, to waking up at Lornwood, remembering things, re-enrolling at Rainmore, and confessing every single thing to me, including being kidnapped, starved, and drugged for days by Stephen Prescott, and then finding out it was someone very close to us. I gasp and cry when I learn it all, how alone she was through it all. And where was I? Living my best life, being the worst friend imaginable.
When we got her back after being kidnapped, she was catatonic a lot, lost in her thoughts, and intimacy wasn't always easy. Sometimes it was fine, and sometimes it's still tricky. Our girl went through more than one should in a lifetime, and we deal with it as we go along. She's getting better every day, but the only thing that really helped is that she let us in. Not just her body, but by telling us either with her voice, her hands, or her body language when she's fine and when she's not. Now, she initiates sex too. Not that we ever had to beg.
He smirks, and Raven blushes.
But Sabrina, if they love you, and they're not selfish assholes, not only will they understand, but they'll also love you harder than you love them. Having to battle your own demons gets exhausting. Don't lose that war. You don't have to ask for help, not right away. Just let them fight one battle for you now and then.
I grimace, then whisper, "They'll tire of me." Maverick shakes his head at me.
That's impossible. If they love you even half as much as I love Raven, they'll hold you a little tighter and work a little harder, because you're worth it, Sabrina. They'll give you 80% when you're at 20, the 50 when you're at 50, and the 10 when you're at 90, but they won't ever let you get to 0.
I ponder over that, seeing how my best friend's boyfriend loves her so dearly. He'll make a great dad, you know that? Maverick chuckles and kisses Raven on the cheek. She closes her eyes at the contact, radiating a happiness I've never seen before.
We're working on that, actually.
Ugh, your love is so deliciously disgusting. They scrunch their noses at each other. With a sigh, I roll my eyes at them and lay back down. Raven mimicking me, her hand on my shoulder, atop my shirt sleeve. You're really going to make me an auntie before I'm 30. She grins, and her shoulder comes up to her ear, then back down in a shrug. Good. I hope you give me nothing but nieces, and they're all as fierce as you. I'll fatten them up with sweets and drop them off before the sugar hits as payback. Rena! I giggle, feeling as though I've removed a boulder off my shoulders.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some water,
Maverick says, getting up and leaving, closing the door behind him. After a few more seconds of silence, I break it. I tried to masturbate, I confess, and if Raven wants to smirk, she doesn't, only keeping her face neutral, for which I'm grateful. This is already pretty fucking embarrassing. I tried to Maxim's face, but then it turned into someone else's. His. What if I'm never normal again? I want to feel that again, Ray. I want to orgasm. I want all those fluttering feelings that come with it. I want to let myself drown in a puddle of my husband and Parker's cum. But the second I even tried to push my own finger into me, it was like I was putrid. Tears well up, threatening to spill again, but I don't let them. I don't just want to allow myself to fall stupidly in love with my husband and Parker, Raven. I want to fall in love with myself again. Raven blinks away her tears. You have to let it happen. How? Her caramel gaze shifts from me to the door behind me. I follow her stare to see shadows beneath the doorway. She lifts her hands and makes her fluid motions slower so I can read them. Don't lock your door at night. Let them comfort you. Get lost in them. Let them love you. I know it's hard, but let them love you. Let them touch you. Awake, asleep. Feel them. Let them take over your senses. Give it over to them. Let them take it away for you. You're a devious little thing, aren't you? She grins maliciously. I'm just horny and crazy. Whatever happened to the girl that was grossed out by men? She tilts her head to the side and sadly stutters. She died. I buried her. That's exactly how I feel. Like I died. A corporeal ghost going through the motions on autopilot. She lifts her hands again. But my men, getting revenge, it brought me back to life. I got a second chance at life, and I'm not letting it or them go. I think about that. Revenge. It sounds so fucking good.
Chapter 18. Parker. Did you know that about Raven? I ask, just as the door to Sabrina's room opens. Both Maxim and I are listening at the door like children, and we step back as Mav sticks his hand back inside, finds the little nub on the doorknob, flicks the lock, and shuts the door behind him. I feel like an asshole. I knew something terrible had happened to her to make her lose her voice, given that's the entire reason I had been hired. There were rumors while I was Brina's guard, standing outside of the gates at Rainmore, since we weren't technically allowed inside of the gates. Why would we be? Rainmore and its surrounding small towns, save for Raven's incident, was and is considered one of the safest universities on the East Coast. Gentlemen, Mav growls, striding forward in Maxim's penthouse like he's been here 100 times and knows his way around. Lips taut, he makes a motion with his head for us to follow him down the stairs. Please tell me exactly why I was pulled out of bed before my woman's cum finished drying on my lips. He says, so cool, calm, and collected, I'm almost jealous. I think he's only a year older than me, but you can tell he's lived a harsh life. It's there, behind his eyes. I've only ever seen him smile when he's around Raven, like all his worries melt away in her presence. Can't lie and say I'm not jealous. I want that for myself. Maxim kissed Sabrina. I tattle again, like a child. She's my wife. He defends as we reach the bottom step. By my calculations, Raven is ovulating, and instead of getting her big and swollen with my child, I'm dealing with toddlers that aren't even mine. He fumes, understandably, but he looks at me as we get to the kitchen. What do you know about what happened to Sabrina? I shake my head. I don't know exactly what happened to her. All I know is, almost 3 years ago, she sent me on a wild goose chase to buy her minty feminine products because she started her period. I got back to the Barclays McMansion and she was gone. 3 hours later, she was being dropped off by some douche, drunk as a fucking skunk. She hasn't touched alcohol since that day, won't listen to loud music, and if she does, she has to mentally prepare herself. She stopped running, started baking, gained a few delicious pounds, and she prefers to stay inside. Like a type of agoraphobia, she has to hype herself up to leave the house, and the entire way to anywhere we go, she's reciting something in her head a mile a minute. Sometimes she looks at the doorknob like it's diseased. Large crowds freak her out. My girl was a whore for a good concert, and now she wears gloves and can't stand anyone touching her too long or at all. She says it feels like an imprint on her skin. She used to fuck the night away, and after that night, I found all of her vibrators in the trash. The guy that dropped her off, what's he like? Mav questions like he's gathering intel, leaning forward on the island, on his forearms, clasping his hands together, keeping his voice low. I shake my head again. Never liked him. Spoiled little rich kid with too much money. But he never gave me a weird vibe. Kept to himself in their friend group. He was usually as aware of her as I was when she'd go out and drag me to these god-awful places. I know he was friends with her brother, Charlie. I know he was on the yacht the night he passed. I was grateful to him when he brought her back from wherever they were because she was pissed drunk. Mav eyes me up and down, eyes like clear paradots behind his frames. You trust him? I don't trust a goddamn person besides the woman upstairs, if I'm honest. Maxim grunts in agreement. I'm sure you heard everything Raven had to say, even though that was a very private conversation. Maxim shakes his head. Whatever the Wish version of Wednesday Addams had to say isn't my issue. My issue is that my wife freezes every time I try to touch her. Maverick chuckles, but it's deep and it doesn't feel very funny. It feels dangerous. It's so fucking fast. I hardly have time to react before Maverick's hand comes up, pinning Max's forehead to the island and twisting his arm behind his back. Disrespect the mother of my future children again, Maxim, and you'll find yourself buried alive. I'm sure you heard, but in case you didn't, we know how to get away with murder. He leans down over Maxim's ear and whispers, I don't give a fuck if you're a big bad mafia man. I don't give a fuck if the brothel will come for me. I don't even care that you're Sabrina's husband. I haven't disrespected yours. Do not ever disrespect mine. Are we clear? You know, I really like the guy. I stopped the grin from forming on my face. Crystal. Maxim fumes and Maverick lets him go, flexing his hands and then stepping away as if nothing ever happened. Now, about your troubles. She loves both of you. I don't know why. Both of you behave like you've never loved a woman in your life. So I'll tell you how to fix this and her. Treat her right. Love her properly and hard. Even when it's difficult. Together, separately, it doesn't matter. But my girlfriend is up there right now instead of riding my dick, calming her down because she loves both of you and feels guilty. When she comes to you, and she will, don't say a goddamn word. You let the woman speak. She's my wife. Maxim reiterates sharply, but Maverick looks bored already. Tell me, Maxim, do you feel Parker can protect her when you aren't around? Muddy eyes look toward me. Yes. You feel he'd love her properly if you weren't around? Yes. Same questions for you, Savage. It's my turn to sigh. I've seen how it works for you and yours. It's the happiest I've ever seen a couple, and y'all are thriving. If Sabrina wants this, then I want it. I just want her. I want to love her right, like you said. Maverick looks up from us, behind our shoulders, and I follow his gaze to see Raven standing there, one hand on her arm. Her hands lift.
She's asleep. I don't know what you're going to do, but she's waging wars in her head.
I bring my hand up. I know. She blinks at me and then...
Fighting over her won't solve anything. It makes it worse.
I know. I repeat the motion. It's rude to carry on a conversation in a different language when someone can't speak it, you know. She ignores him.
I left her door open. Watch over her.
I will. I sign back with a dip of my chin. She nods at Maverick, and I swear they speak telepathically because soon they're walking to the door, but not before Raven turns around and calls out,
Arrivederci.
Goodbye, with her middle finger in the air. This time I laugh. Raven's grown on me like a little sister. If Maxim ever gave her a chance, he'd see she's hilarious as fuck and good for our girl. I lock the door behind them, and when I turn around, Maxim has a hardened look on his face, making him appear more dangerous. The fucker doesn't scare me. I know we have the same goal. I know we'd both burn the world for her if she asked it of us. At least I know I would. He's just being a fucking asshole. She's my wife, Savage. You're making it more difficult than it has to be. Forget it. I won't be made into a cuckold. You wouldn't be a cuckold. You heard Maverick. Together, separate. As long as she's happy, whose business would it be? If we don't fix this, you'll lose her, and we both know you don't want that. His grim face turns darker, one corner of his lips lifting. Nah, I don't think I will. He turns to leave, but I take a step forward as he makes his way back to the stairs. With a sound voice, hoping it doesn't echo up to Sabrina's room, I reply with, She'll never trust you without me, Max. She won't ever choose one over the other. Push her and you'll lose her completely. I admonish, hoping it gets through that thick mane of black hair. He pauses, hand on the steel banister, foot raised to take the first step on the stairs. At first, I think he's going to reply, say something smart, or simply remind me that Sabrina is his by law. But the bastard just shakes his head like he's trying to get my voice out of his ears and goes up, leaving me behind with nothing but my surmounting frustration. I grab a few bottles of water, then go up silently, only to catch him leaning on the doorframe, looking in on her while she sleeps. It's something I myself do more often than I'd like to admit. His ankles are one over the other, arms are crossed over his now bare chest, every tattoo on display. There's a solemn look on his face and the muscles in his jaw twitch, not in anger or anything, just deep concentration. Maybe contemplation? I don't say anything, just walk behind him and into my room, closing the door behind me. Never had to do that before. Close my door, never had a reason to. I always sleep with my bedroom door just a little bit open in case she has a bad dream. Sleeping with my door closed feels weird, but at least here at the penthouse, I'm a lot closer to her than I was at the mansion. That's why when I wake up just before dawn and I hear her usual soft moans, I tiptoe to her room. The door is already slightly ajar, but her moans aren't that of a woman fighting a night terror. They're moans of pleasure. Moans I recognize because I've heard them come out of her mouth calling my name. I step into her room to see one leg over his shoulder and Maxim's face buried deep between her lush thighs in what I have to bet is the most delicious, sweetest cunt ever imaginable. He's devouring her like a crazed madman. I stay in the shadows watching it unfold. Her hand goes to his head, her thighs parted, knees to her chest as she guides him by the hair where she needs him. He groans, whispering praises into the room lit by a pale pink hue in the corner. I grow hard just watching, loving the way her back arches, wanting more. I knew the motherfucker wouldn't be able to resist her. Shit, I'm having a hard time not joining him to see how hard and fast and how many times we can drive her mad and wild. I'd love to see her a complete wreck, maybe a few tears running down her gorgeous face, limp as a wet noodle from too many orgasms. Right when it sounds like she's reaching the pinnacle of her destruction, she gasps out my name in a hoarse whisper, and I swear it shatters both the heavens and the earth, along with his annoyed grunt. He gets out of bed, covers her back up, and I step back out into the hallway before he can see me with the widest fucking grin on my face. I should probably be angry he tongue-fucked her, but goddamn, hearing her cry out my name has me feeling high as fuck. He steps out of her room and turns to see me grinning like an asshole. He blinks at me, brows knitting together in anger. I lick my bottom lip and tuck it between my teeth, raising a brow. You see it now? You try to take her from me, and every time you make her come, she'll be thinking about me, Max. I ain't the enemy, but take my girl from me, and I promise you it'll be more than that. It'll be on her mind, on her lips, and in her heart. You can't erase me. Even if you try to kill me and succeed, she's mine as much as she's yours. You'll never have her, not completely. You may think it's fucked, but loving her will be the easiest thing in the world. Trust me, I do it all day, every day, even when it's hard, even when she thinks she doesn't deserve it. He doesn't say anything, and I don't expect him to. What I do expect is for him to go to his room, and that's exactly what he does, 'cause he knows I'm right. Sabrina ain't mine, but she ain't his either. She's ours. It's Monday afternoon when we get back from the firm that all of her shit is in his room and there's a padlock on her door. There's a screaming match and she ends up in the kitchen baking out her frustrations while singing terribly to some Pierce the Veil song. She makes my favorite triple chocolate cupcakes. There's gooey chocolate chips inside with chocolate frosting. Maxim gets nothing. It's been a good day for me. I watch a bead of sweat roll from the side of her face down to the crevice between her tits, and I fight every visceral urge to lean down and follow it with my tongue. She's panting, causing her chest to heave up and down, not making that need to lick her fade whatsoever. Sabrina puts her wrapped hands on her hips and eyes me up and down, taking account of every design I had etched into my skin while I was in the Marines. It takes everything in me not to flex. Okay, maybe I flex a little. I grin when she blushes. Something on your mind, darling?
I think I want to learn some self-defense moves. Can you teach me that?
Of fucking course I can, but that'll mean you'll have to touch me. She inhales sharply. And I'll have to touch you, I finish. Her lips purse and go to the side, but there's no grimace on her face, only taking my words and considering her options. I count 11 heartbeats before she says,
Could you put a shirt on while we do it?
Sabrina is harsh on a man's ego, but I don't let it get me down. Don't even let the smile drop from my face. Why? Afraid you won't be able to stop yourself from riding me again? Maybe my face this time? I'll keep my hands at my sides. That's a lie. I'm gonna pull her all the way down and have me drowning in her nectar. I bet she tastes like a ripe Georgia peach, and I'll call her pussy home. And let you ride my tongue till you come as hard as you need to. My little hellion turns a darker shade of pink, making the green of her eyes pop even more. Fuck, she's so goddamn beautiful, she'd bring gods to their knees in her wake. She rolls those pretty eyes.
You wish.
Dragging my lip between my teeth, I stand to my full height, which makes her tilt her head back to look up at me. I bow my head and leer over her like an evil shadow. You're fucking right, I wish. Every time I see you squat down, I imagine you squatting over my face, putting your full weight on me and letting me lick you fucking clean while you put your hands on my chest to brace yourself while you moan my fucking name and come all over my face. I groan, annoyed that my dick is also starting to react to how close I am to her scent, a little sweaty, but her shampoo and perfume, all that sugar and cinnamon and berries lighten me up. Her lips part, but her breathing slows as her pupils dilate and her nostrils flare. You want to know how I know just how bad you need that, Brie? Need me? Your chest is barely moving, which means you're trying to control your reaction to me by breathing as slowly as possible. But your pulse is sky high, kitten. I can see the way it's pressing against your pretty skin, begging for me to dip my head. I do just that. And kiss you there. I inhale that mixture of her scent along with the sweat from our workout and gently skim the tip of my nose against her pulse point. Her breath hitches with a
savage.
And my hands beg to find purchase on the flare of her shapely hips, but I keep them to myself. I want her begging me to touch her, kiss her, lick her. You don't even have to touch me. Use me, baby. My tongue, my cock, my fingers, my thigh. Ride me, fuck me, own me. I lick along the column of her throat to the place that's pulsating, calling me to suck, to mark her, then bring my mouth back up to her ear. Use me as much as you need to, because when you're ready for me, I'm gonna fuck you so deep, so hard, and so fucking good you'll waddle for a fucking week. I take a step away from her and her body follows me, catching herself with a step